Summer wins are made in the winter, and that is exactly what we saw last year in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. In 2024, 6 of the drivers who took part in this wonderful series became champions in their summer championships. 20 drivers have won races in their summer championships. This is more than just a training championship. This is where the action really starts. Hello, everybody. Welcome along to the Algarve International Circuit, also known as Portimão. Great to have you along here for this, the third season of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Into the third season, we had a great season last year. We're going to do it all again. My name is Brian Oliver, and I'm here ready to bring you all of the action. If you're joining us at the circuit, welcome along. We hope you are going to enjoy. We hope the weather's going to stay dry for you. If you're joining us online, welcome. Do come along. We are streaming around the world, and this year, for the first time ever, we're also going out live on television. So we are broadcasting all around the world this legendary championship. Lots and lots of action to come here at the Portimão circuit, a circuit that is 4.665 kilometers around with 15 turns, 6 to the left and 9 to the right. One of the real trademarks of this circuit is the massive change in elevation, 30 meters from the highest point to the lowest point. It is a real roller coaster of a circuit, said to resemble the Nordschleife and Spa-Francorchamps on account of its undulating nature. It creates great racing. It creates a lot of action, sometimes creates controversy as we look from turn one out along towards the pit straight. You can see that drop, just one of several drops around this circuit. There are several blind crests, parts of the circuit where the drivers require great courage as they come up over the blind crest, keeping their foot buried on the floor in the accelerator. The weather forecast, well, it has been glorious, hot and sunny here for the last few days, but as with last year, the weather has taken a bit of a turn for race day. And we are anticipating there might be a little bit of rain later on. We've got 4 qualifying sessions and 4 races indeed to come today as part of this event. And if it stays dry for all of it, I will be very amazed. It's significantly cooler here today than it has been during testing and free practice. And if we get away without rain, I will be very surprised. As you can see, a light rain is forecast from about midday onwards, which is about the time we're going to be starting racing. Of course, before all of that, we have qualifying, and that is due to come up very, very shortly. If you're new to Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, you'll find out all about qualifying and racing in just a few moments. Let's hope the weather holds off. We're ready to get going for qualifying. So qualifying 1 will be for the sport division, Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. We have 2 rounds of racing to come for each category. We have the sport division coming up first. Now, these are drivers who are in the pro category, also in the pro-am category, and new for this year, we also have a rookie category taking part in the sport division. After this, after we've had a couple of qualifying sessions for the sport division, we will have the club division also coming out for their qualifying session. We'll tell you more about them a little bit later on, but at the moment our focus is on the sport division. They will have 2 qualifying sessions of 15 minutes. So one will be for round 1, which will be their first race today, and then the next qualifying session will be for round 2, which will take place a little later on this afternoon. So 2 short, sharp qualifying sessions here at the Portimão circuit. So the clock is ticking, and we are getting ready. I did say 15 minutes qualifying session. Well, the clock is saying 30 minutes qualifying. So I believe that might be for both of the sessions. So the car's currently out on circuit as we look towards turn 5, the Torre VIP corner, quite a legendary corner in itself. The cars are going to be out on track for a little while here, just getting heat into the tyres and into the brakes as we get ready for qualifying. And we are riding on board with the defending champion, the driver who won Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe last year, Ariel Levy, in car number 25 for Team GP Elite. This driver, who's just starting his 3rd year of car racing of any sort, has been something of a sensation. And last year, he took the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Championship, and he took it all the way to the line. It was a fight all the way, and he's looking to defend that this year. He proved the fact that summer wins are made in the winter by the fact that he went on to become a winner in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany, an astonishing race at the Hockenheim Ring at the end of last year. He is a driver who is going from strength to strength. He's from Israel, and he has a legion of very loyal supporters. There's an awful lot of talent out here in this championship this year. A lot of drivers preparing for their up-and-coming season, but if you think they are here to just make up the numbers, do not be mistaken. They are here to win. This is a winter championship, and every driver would love to get their names on the trophy for that winter championship. So the cars are out on circuit at the moment, generating heat into the tyres and into the brakes. We hope you're going to enjoy what is going to be a day full of action here. My name's Brian Oliver. I'm on commentary duties. Also, we have Piers Pryor once again, who will be in the pit lane, bringing us all the news and all the action from there, including his legendary lunchtime grid walk. We should look forward to that, or pit walk, should I say. We're very much looking forward to that. That comes up after qualifying. But at the moment, focus on the qualifying. And now we ride on board with another red-hot driver, and there will be an awful lot of people watching and cheering for him from the Netherlands and around the world. Dirk Schouten, who is the reigning champion in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux, won it the championship at Zolder last year and has stepped into Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe this year as he gets himself up to speed. The driver with the golden helmet and a legion of fans in the team lap time performance car in the pro category, of course. And he is out on track, just getting heat into the tyres and into the brakes. He had a fairly lively free practice this morning, had a puncture, as we see a car just locking up in front of him. He had a puncture which pitched him off into the gravel trap on turn 5. You can see how hard he is weaving the steering wheel, trying to generate heat into the tyres. Because of these cold temperatures, it is taking a bit of time just to get the heat up into those tyres and into the brakes. So we will have, each car will be on an out lap, and they will need a number of build laps as they just generate the heat. And when the tyres are in the window, then it will be time for the push lap. That's when the drivers will really go for it and try and get a good grid position. So it's very much strategy. It's not about just going out and going hell for leather. It's about building it up, getting the heat into those tyres, and then hitting the accelerator, hitting the apexes, and going for it when it really counts. We've had a lot of testing here over the last couple of days. So far, the quickest time we have seen was set by Sasha Norden, another fantastic driver. Great to have him here in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe once again. We saw him here last year. His fastest lap yesterday in the final session was a 1:44.029. So that's very much the benchmark. This morning, Ariel Levy, defending champion, set a time of 1:44.158 in these cooler conditions. So potentially we could see cars into the 1:43s. The pole time last year for round 2 was set by Ariel Levy. That was a 1:44.099. He didn't quite make it into the 43s last year. I would wager he may well make it into the 43s, as indeed may several other drivers as this session progresses. But we will see. Tyres are very much limited. It's not about chucking rubber at these cars and going faster and faster. It's about tyre preservation, because each car has 2 sets of tyres, and that has to last them for both qualifying sessions and for both races. So that is a lot of preservation. If you take too much out of the tyres here in qualifying, yes, you might have a advantageous grid position, but then you're going to have no grip when it comes to the race later on. So it is all very much about strategy. As a car in front of Dirk Schutter, and that's the 27 car of Matthias Ferreira, who has locked up. You just saw the puff of smoke coming from him. Dirk Schutter had a good view of that as we ride on board with him. Right, let's have a look at the lap times. At the moment, the driver at the top is Ariel Levy, a 145.332. So still very much a building at the moment. We are preparing for potentially rain coming in. We've had a number of messages coming in from teams and crews and from our weather station that says there may be rain incoming very shortly. So drivers will be very keen to get out on track and get a grid position set, because of course if the track gets wet, then any opportunity to improve on lap times are going to be very much gone. There is Ariel Levy in the number 25 car for Team GP Elite. He is the overall champion, had 3 wins and 6 podiums last year. And as already mentioned, also a winner in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany, a series that is reckoned to be the toughest Carrera Cup category in the world. So to win there is no mean feat. But he has an awful lot of talent out in the circuit, challenging him for that position. None more so than the driver who has popped up into second place, Flint Schering, once again back in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Great to have Flint here in the number 99 car. He's racing for Schumacher CLRT this year. He is the rookie champion in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany. He won that at the last round of the Hockenheim Ring. He's also a race winner in that series. We've seen him in Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup. He is very, very rapid indeed. And of course, he is the brother of Maurice Schering, the driver who won in Le Mans, the Le Mans 24-hour race in the GT category. His older brother, Maurice, who has been something of a sensation over the last few years. And Flint is very much looking to steal the thunder from his older brother. He has proven to be just as rapid. There's a car coming very rapidly around the corner, going very deep. And I would just say, another issue may well be track limits. We've had an awful lot of warnings for track limits in free practice and in testing. And if drivers exceed track limits, they will get their lap times deleted. The stewards are keeping a very close eye on that. We really don't want to see qualifying or indeed races determined in the stewards box. Right, car 21, Sasha Norden for Proton Huber competition, currently in P4 in the timing screens. He is another driver who's on the ascendancy. He was a race winner in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux, another very, very competitive series. And he's warming himself up for what could potentially be a season in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany in 2025. He's the 2023 Pro-Am champion in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux, as we look at Ariel Levy just generating heat into the tyres. Right, well, we said about the times, 143.833. That is the fastest time. No, not from Ariel Levy, not from Flint Schering, but by Chester Kiefer, another of the Schumacher CLRT cars. And we welcome the Luxembourg driver, who 18 years old, is preparing for Porsche Carrera Cup France. He's started off in Formula 4 open wheel racing, has stepped across into Porsche, and is very much been setting the timing screens alight in all of the testing and the free practice. At the moment, he is at the top of the timing screens at 143.833. We have 2 drivers currently in the 43s, and that is Chester Kiefer, 143.833, and then just 100th of a second behind Ariel Levy, a 143.843. Flint Schering currently in 3rd in the timing, 144.833. 1:30.042. So now the times are starting to come in, and the times are starting to fall as the drivers turn up the wick. So we are in Sport Division qualifying as we get ready. It was scheduled to be a 15-minute qualifying session. Our clock on my timing screen is saying 18 minutes. It has been a half-hour session, and it may well be that with the weather closing in, that the race directors will combine the qualifying for both rounds 1 and round 2 to get the cars through as quickly as possible, because we really don't want any rain at the moment during this qualifying session. You just saw a quick glimpse of Jonas Greif in car number 4. He's back in Porsche this year. He was in the ADAC GT Masters last year in car number 4, and the car goes rotating. So Jonas Greif across the track and does well keep the engine going, doesn't get collected by anybody, which is good news for all. He's able to rejoin. I think it was out between turns 4 and 5. There is the car that is currently quickest. It is Chester Kiefer in car number 88 for Schumacher CLRT. He is running in the rookie category for this event. He is the fastest rookie. He is indeed the fastest overall. The fastest pro driver is still Ariel Levy in second place with a 1:43.843. We saw that he was in the pits. Right, on board with Dirk Schouten, car 34, currently loitering down in 12th place. Now, I do believe this is Dirk's first visit to Portimão. I will double check that, and still very much learning the track. So on board with Dirk Schouten, there's Anthony Imperato in car 19. Great to have him back again. He is currently in the Pro-Am category. I mentioned this at the top of the show as we look in at the pits and we look at drivers just talking to engineers. I think that was Ariel Levy. There is Luciano Martinez from Argentina for Ombra Racing, another of the rookie drivers. I mentioned at the top of the show that we had 3 categories running within this. So we have the pro drivers. These are the absolute creme de la creme. We have the Pro-Am drivers. They are drivers who are age 30 plus without a professional motorsport background and new. For 2025, we have the rookie drivers. They're drivers who have competed in no more than 4 cup races, and they need to be 25 years old or younger. Great that we've got these categories. So we have 1 race, and within that, we have the 3 categories all vying for the fastest time. Right, you can see cars back into the pits. The clock is ticking down. So it says 15.5 minutes on my timing screen. So it's a bit of a voyage of discovery here to see whether we are actually going to have a break between Q1 and Q2, or whether we're going straight into it. Certainly for the teams, there is no hanging about. The Dirk Schouten's crew for Team Lap Time Performance also working hard to get that car back together. On Henry Tuomala from Finland and Team Quarren car, he's back out again. We saw him last year. He was 4th in the Pro-Am category last year with 1 win and 3 second places, and it's great to have him here. Right, good. We've got some graphics, and you can see the clock ticking down. You can see confirmation that Chester Kiefer in the blue means that he's a rookie driver. That is why his number is highlighted in blue, the 1:43.833. The quickest of our Pro-Am drivers is Henry Tuomala, currently in 16th place overall. Second in the Pro-Ams is Luciano. No, it isn't. It's Anthony Imperato, I beg your pardon, with Ziad Giris 3rd in the Pro-Ams. Our second quickest rookie is Matthias Ferreira, and he is currently in 7th place overall. And then it is Jelte Hoefner, who is 3rd in the rookies. So we've got effectively 3 pole positions to decide, and of course the overall pole position and indeed pole in the rookies. We were told keep an eye out for Chester Kiefer. Well, that's exactly what we're doing, because he has already got us looking up, as he is the first driver. He was the first into the 1:43s, and he is currently the quickest overall. So the car's now back out of the pit lane. again, it's great to have some on boards this year with Dirk Schouten. They're out to rejoin the track and out towards turn one. A little downhill section. Now, last year, you may recall, if you were watching, we had 3 cars that coming out of the pits during qualifying lit the rear tyres up and spun across the pit straight. It was quite bizarre last year when we had basically the same thing happening 3 times, and there were several others who almost lost it as well. It is very slippery on the exit of the pit lane. It's downhill, track temperatures are down, but it looks like everybody has managed it this year. We've all learned from last year, and we have most of them, about half of the cars out on track, so quite a few currently in the pits. We have 12 and 3/4 minutes remaining at the moment. Our fastest time, a 1:43.833 for Chester Kiefer for Schumacher CLRT. In second, Ariel Levy for Team GP Elite, 1:43.843. Those are the only 2 drivers that are in the 1:43s. Then it is Flint Schuring in third place. I think we might have some more to come from him. He is in an identical car to the car that is currently quickest of all. Out of the pits comes that's Sasha Norden, Nick Ho there as well. Also great to have Sid Smith from Great Britain. Team Parker Racing back here again, the driver from Essex, who was second in the Pro-Am category in the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain last year. He had 5 wins. A driver who was also in this series last year. His best result was a 5th place in Barcelona, but another of the real talents up and coming. Great to have Sid Smith here back in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe for this year. The time slips away very quickly. 11 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. We've got some big names still a little bit out of position. So Dirk Schouten still down in 12th place at the moment. Sasha Norden in 4th place. Now, Sasha has been very quick in all the testing sessions. So yesterday, during testing, Sasha Norden was quickest in 4 of those sessions. Ariel Levy was quickest in 3 of them, and Flint Schuring was quickest in 1 of them. So those are potentially the 3 drivers that are setting the pace. Keep an eye on that number 5 car, by the way. Domas Radonis, and indeed the 17 car in the new livery for 2025. How good does that look? But Domas Radonis and indeed Draker Janssen, both drivers who were really spectacular in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux last year. They are 2 young drivers, both of whom are very much on the ascendancy, especially Draker Janssen. We saw him at the Red Bull Ring in the pouring rain last year in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux. Some astonishing drives, 2 astonishing drives through the field. Very, very spectacular. But he has today picked up a warning, and that is for exceeding track limits on turn 15. Also, Chester Kiefer, our current fastest driver. They've got warnings that have been issued by our race directors. Now, they need to keep an eye on that because I think it's 3 warnings and they will pick up a penalty. They will certainly lose a lap time if they exceed track limits as well. So, track limits are everything here. We've had an awful lot of them, and the drivers must keep it between the white lines. There is Draker Janssen on the right-hand side of your picture. He was in an all-gold car last year. He's in an all-white car this year. Just sailing past him was the number 18 car, and that is Rodrigo Almeida. Great to have Rodrigo here. The driver from Mozambique has switched to Porsche. We did see him a couple of years ago in ADAC GT for Germany. I believe he was driving a Mercedes at the time. So this is something very, very different. Right, a driver we haven't mentioned yet. That is Alex Ryman. Car 47, the driver who won the Pro-Am Championship last year. Another of the many rapid drivers for Est1 Racing, the driver from Estonia. So he is the defending Pro-Am champion. He's not defending because he's switched up to the Pro category, but he's the reigning Pro-Am champion in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. He had 5 category wins. He finished 3rd overall in the Sport division last year. He is one to watch. He was very, very quick last year. One of those drivers who is always there or thereabouts when the results start to come in. He joins the pit lane and out onto the track. Right, looks like Anthony Imperato going wide, a little bit of rallycross. He rejoins the Ombra Racing Porsche. Well, it looks as though it's intact. I think there's a splitter still intact. That is very important, because if drivers lose the splitter on these cars, it really is very much game over. You lose seconds of lap time if you lose the splitter. There is car 95, Josh Stanton from Great Britain. Great to welcome Josh back again. He's for Proton Hubert Competition, the legendary team, with a great driver in the pro category. He was the 2022 Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain AM champion, and he is very much a welcome addition to the grid here in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. There is Alex Ryman generating heat into the tyres and into the brakes. 7 3/4 minutes remaining of this, the opening qualifying session of the 2025 season, qualifying for rounds 1 and rounds 2 of this weekend. 2 races coming from the sport division and 2 races coming from the club division, and the club qualifying will come up in just a bit. You can see on your graphic still Chester Kiefer, 143.833. That is the benchmark. Second in the rookies, Matthias Ferreira in 7th place overall, and third is the 919 of Jelter Hufner. Great to have him here, and he said that his plans will, how he does here this weekend will determine his plans for the summer. So he is third in the rookies. The quickest of our Pro-Am drivers is still Henry Tuamala. He is in 17th overall, and Ziad Giris is second in the Pro-Ams. Third in the Pro-Ams is Anthony Imperato after that little excursion through the gravel. You just saw there Maze Muller in the number 67, the PG Motorsport car, another of the rookie drivers, of which there are many in this race. So Ariel Levy back out on track, looking to make a big push for that pole position. Still, Chester Kiefer is quickest of anybody, and he's just set a purple in sector 1. So the track is divided into 3 sectors. They are pretty even. Sector 3 marginally longer. Sector 1 starts at the start-finish line. Sector 2 starts between turns 4 and 5, and Sector 3 starts between turns 11 and 12. And in each of those sectors, the drivers record a time on the timing screens. If the time turns purple, it means they are the quickest of anybody. If it turns green, it means they have set a personal best. We've got a few greens, but a purple in Sector 1 for Chester Kiefer. Not in Sector 2, though, but he is in that pole position. Still just 1/100th of a second quicker than Ariel Levy, who is still looking to improve. There is Chester Kiefer on your screen in the very pretty gold and black number 88 car. His teammate, Clint Schuring, is in 3rd place at the moment. He is about 0.2 of a second down on the pole position time, but we've still got 5 minutes remaining. Remember, there is rain incoming. Drivers very keen to get on with it, although there's a driver who has exited the car and looks to be going back. That, I believe, was Ziad Giris, who is in the pits at the moment and has looks like his session may be over. It didn't look like he was necessarily going to come back out. Of course, it takes a bit of time to get the heat into those tyres before you can do that push lap. So no purple's been set at the moment. No improvement from Chester Kiefer. There is Nick Ho. Great to have him here this year. He combines his racing with studying business administration. He was in the 2024 Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux, had a couple of 8th places, started karting at 10 years old, and now in the world of Porsche Carrera Cup and Porsche Sprint Racing. Very useful pilot and spectacular. Last time I saw him at Zolder, where he was getting airborne over the chicane. Fearless, I think is the word we're looking for there. Right, car 12. That's Luciano Martinez from Argentina, another of the rookie drivers preparing for Porsche Carrera Cup Italy this year. And he just got himself a bit of space out on track. And of course, it's not just grip, it's not just heat in the tyres, it's finding the space to be able to record that hot lap. You don't want traffic in front of you as we ride on board once again with Ariel Levy, still unable to improve on the 143.843, which was his best lap so far, and still trying to improve on that. His last lap was very much a build lap. It was a 154, but now he's got the hammer down. 32.856 in sector 1. So that's about a tenth quicker than Chester Keeper went the last time around. So he is certainly putting the pressure on. Into sector 2 he comes. We're riding on board with Ariel at the moment. There is the car from the outside under braking. Into the corner he comes. And just making sure he picks up all the right apexes. No wild moves, certainly keeping it within the white lines up over the blind crest. And it does take an awful lot of courage to come up over the blind crest of the hill. And when you can't see what's the other side of it, it's a scary moment, I'm told. I've never tried doing it myself. Kind of quite wide out of the corner he comes up over the hill once again. And it is Ariel Levy that we ride on board with as he looks to try and beat the time of a 143.833. Right, so he has been purple in sector 1, but purple in sector 2 is Flint Schuring. So Flint Schuring also starting to lay his cards on the table. Chester Keeper at the moment is out on track, but not improving. Now, Ariel Levy, a personal best in sector 2, a 32.782. So is this going to be a challenge for pole position? He only needed to make 100th of a second to get in front of Chester Keeper. How is he going to do in the final sector of this lap? Our eyes very much on Ariel Levy as he looks to take this pole position. We're riding on board with him now in sector 3, the closing part of the lap. Got one eye on the timing screens and one eye on the monitor. Here comes Ariel Levy. Once again, he crosses the line. What's it going to be? We wait and we hold our breaths. And I'm still waiting for the time to come in on Ariel Levy. 143.843 is what it's still showing. A bit of a delay on that. So still the 143.833 is still the quickest time at the moment for Chester Keeper. So Ariel losing a load of time in sector 3 on that lap and was unable to make that jump. He did all the hard work in sector 1 and sector 2, but was unable to improve in sector 3. So still remains in second place. Flint Schuring did not improve himself on that lap either. He's into sector 3 at the moment, but the purple in sector 1 belongs to Ariel Levy. We're seeing Thomas Cangro now in car 48 as he looks to improve on his time as well. Looking at the clock, good heavens, we've only got 8 seconds remaining. So the clock is about to strike 0. Any drivers who are already on a lap, that lap will count, but the drivers will not be able to start any new laps to get a competitive time. You can see the checkered flag is out. So it's Henry Chuamala who is the first to receive the checkered flag. He is in 13th place overall, but he is the leader of the Pro-Am driver. So Henry Chuamala, the leading Pro-Am driver, the fastest of all. Here comes Nick Ho across the line as well to receive that checkered flag. Rest of the cars waiting for them to come. I see no improvements at anybody at the moment. Chester Keeper's 143.833 still stands. Ariel Levy peeling off into the pits. It looks like he's done. Flint Schuring is done. So P3 is as good as it's going to get for Flint Schuring. P2 is as good as it's going to get for Ariel Levy. But the sensation at the moment, the headline for today, Chester Keeper is the fastest car, 143.833. Looks like he is going to take that pole position. Also, the leading rookie, second in the rookies, is down in 10th place. That's Matthias Ferreira. And he has a 144.738. So the leading rookie getting on for a second quicker than second in the rookie. So that is very impressive indeed, with 9/10 to be precise, but very good. In all of that, Dirk Schouten popped up in P7, so a good solid drive from him. Remember, he is new to this series and I believe new to this track. Sasha Norden in P4. Keep an eye on him when the racing starts. So that's a solid drive from him. And Domas Radonis, another very solid driver in P5. Good job from Rodrigo Almeida as well for FAC Autotech. Great to have FAC here this weekend as he is in P6. That's ahead of Dirk Schouten. Sid Smith for Team Parker Racing in P8 ahead of Josh Stanton. Matthias Ferrara and Nick Ho in the 11th ahead of Jelter Höfner. So lots of competitive drivers. I think all the people expected to be towards the front, very much up there. Alex Ryman a little way back in 17th place, so he was about 1.4 seconds back. But a great session. We kept it all going. We managed to avoid any rain as well. I won't put a curse on it now. And the rest of the cars now just coming round into the pit lane. So it's been an entertaining qualifying session, and I believe those times will be for both rounds 1 and rounds 2. That'll be both of the races that are taking place. Of course, this is an 8-round championship. We have rounds 1 and 2 today here in Portimão. Then in a couple of weeks' time in Estoril, we have rounds 3 and 4. Rounds 5 and 6 are in Valencia on the 22nd of February. Then the final 2 rounds, rounds 7 and 8, take place on the 1st of March in Barcelona. That another great circuit, and 4 great circuits hosting 8 great rounds in what is becoming a great championship. Right, well, we haven't spoken to him yet. I'm going to say a very good morning to Piers Pryor. Great to have him back this year. He's down in the pit lane. Good morning, Piers. How are you doing?
Brian, I'm great. It's a winter championship, hence the gloves. It's not the warmest out here. Track temperature barely above 10 degrees, as is the air temperature. Currently stood outside the Schumacher CLRT garage, hoping to grab a word with our pole position driver when he comes in, Chester Kiefer. Great introduction to the championship from him, rookie driver on pole position. And Flint Shearing as well, the number 99, he got 3rd place. Flint's just taken his helmet off, so he might be out in a moment, so we can grab a word with him. Clearly, Schumacher getting to grips with the Algarve Portimão circuit fairly quickly with 2 of their drives inside the top 3. Slight improvement for both of them, actually, compared to practice. They were 3rd and 4th, or 3rd and 5th in practice just this morning. Bumped it up and found an extra couple of tenths, which is what put them on pole position. Just waiting for our pole position driver, Chester, to walk down the grid. I think that is him there. Yeah, let's wander up towards him. He's already out of the car, clearly parked up by the Parc Ferme to make sure that the car is on weight, conforming. I'm also just going to grab... Yeah, Chester's just up here. Hopefully he can see me. Yes, here he is. I chatted with Chester yesterday, and he was looking forward to getting involved. Chester, what a start to the championship. Rookie pole position and pole position overall. 1/10,000th of a second ahead of our champion, Ariel Levy. You must be pretty happy.
Yeah, it's an incredible feeling for first time in the championship and the overall pole and rookie pole. It's a feeling I'll never forget. And yeah, it's quite amazing.
Your teammate Flint also got 3rd position, very close behind, so clearly the Schumacher car working well for you.
Merci.
Clearly the car Schumacher have given you is very good.
Yeah, they've given us an amazing car. Really can't say anything about it, and I'm going to wait and see what's next in the race.
It's not going to be easy though, of course, with Ariel right alongside you. We know he's champion. What's your plan going into the race this afternoon?
My plan is to look forward, not backwards, and hopefully keep everyone behind me.
Flint, we'll look forward to that. Congratulations on your first result, pole position in the championship. We'll let you go and unwind for the team, and I'm going to hand back to Brian, who's going to then introduce the club division qualifying.
Thank you so much, Piers. Great job there, and great to see and hear from Chester Kiefer, one of the many up and coming stars in Porsche racing, and certainly Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. This is where the talent is discovered. This is where we see the drivers first showing their true colours, and Chester, great to have him as part of this series, and certainly got everybody's attention. He said it was a moment he would never forget, taking a pole position as the track is swept. And shout out to the Orange Army. I know that the commentary is going out around the stadium here as well, and we say thank you to all of the Orange Army for the sterling job they do, keeping everything together here in what are not especially tropical conditions. They said, come to the Algarve, it'll be sunny, get a tan. No, it's gloves, hats, thermals, you name it. It's a proper chilly day, which has caught everybody out because it was glorious earlier on in the week. Anyway, we look forward from turn 5 there, and in a few moments we will get ready for the club division qualifying. I have had confirmation that that previous qualifying session, as suspected, was both qualifying sessions rolled into one. That's for both rounds, so it'll be the quickest and second quickest times of the drivers that will determine the grid for this afternoon's race. So apologies, I was unable to bring you that information at the time. Everything is very much up for change. We are chasing the dry weather here today. We want to get qualifying done and dusted before any rain comes in. So our next qualifying session will also be a 30-minute as opposed to the 15 minutes that we originally said. So the track is nice and quiet at the moment, and we are just getting ready for the cars to come out on track. So we had Sport Division just now, and Sport Division, they all featured, well, quelle surprise, Porsche, excuse me, try not to joke. Excuse me, Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars based on the 992 generation, 510 brake horsepower, 4 litres of naturally aspirated, water-cooled, flat 6-box engine grunt. And that's the cars that you saw. They had 3 categories. We had the pros, the Pro-Ams and the rookies. So now we get ready for the club division qualifying. Some of the cars are still, most of the cars are still the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. But we also have rolled into this the GT4 category. So we have 2 categories. We have the AMs, and they are drivers aged 40 plus, and they will be driving the Porsche 911s. But we also have the GT4 class. They are running in the Porsche Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport. It is a 500 brake horsepower car with no restrictors. 4 litres of naturally aspirated water-cooled flat 6-boxer, once again mounted, of course, in the rear of the car. The Cayman has 7-speed transmission. It's no restrictors this year. Summarize that blooming quick. So 2 different kinds of cars, but obviously all Porsche. Wonderful stuff here for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and they form the club division. So we will have the 2 categories. We will have a pole position for the AM driver, the quickest AM driver. We will have a pole position in the GT4 category as well. So the track is silent. We are now getting ready for club division qualifying. Club division qualifying, 30 minutes for rounds 1 and 2. The cars coming out of the pit lane. Remember, this is very slippery here as they get on the power. We don't want to see any cars ducking off like we did last year. Looks like they've all made it out of the pit lane so far, but this is going to be exciting. Once again, we say good morning, good afternoon to the many, many people who are watching around the world. We have people at the circuit, we have people watching online on the YouTube stream, on the Alpha live stream. And we are also going out live on television around the world today as well. For the first time, the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, a very exciting step forwards in this, the third season of what is becoming an absolute staple part of our racing year. It's where many of the drivers come to get ready for the summer. Summer wins are made in the winter, and it is winter here today. It's cold, the gloves are on, the hats are on, but the cars are out on track generating heat into the tyres and into the brakes. A completely different set of drivers, and looked like a bit of an excursion. Reinhold Kran for lap time performance. He was in the Porsche Endurance Challenge North America last year. He's come all the way from Canada to be here for this weekend. I bet it's not as cold in Canada as it is here. So the car's out on track at the moment. We've had a lot of practice and testing over the last couple of days. And yesterday, it was the car of Leonov, who was quicker. Evgeny Leonov, car 16, Volcano Motorsport, who was the quickest in 4 of the sessions. In 2 of the sessions was the car we just saw, Reinhold Kran. In 1 of the sessions, the quickest driver was Andre Fernandez. But the driver who was quickest of all yesterday, the fastest lap of all, a driver that we saw in this series last year, Marabi Mekbabishvili. Great to have him back. Definitely a contender for race wins and for pole position in this session. As with the sport division, the clock ticks down from 30 minutes. Right, having a look here down at the pit lane. Oh, and there is somebody who did, that is what Reinhold Kran had done exactly what we saw last year. That very tricky exit to the pits. It was a very bizarre situation because they were almost doing it in sync last year. And I think a lot of drivers have been warned about it, but you give the car a load of power coming out of the pit lane in these cold conditions. The rear wheels light up, of course, the engine in the back, all the weight of these cars are very much to the back of the car. The car swaps ends, goes across the track. Fortunately, it's just on the outlap. Well, some of the cars on the outlap. Nobody comes tearing down the pit straight at the time, so there were no cars to collide with, but certainly a sketchy moment and something we have seen before here at Portimão. Right, I was talking about testing yesterday, and I have to say that Marabi Mekbabishvili was recording times that were pretty competitive with the cars in the sport division. Quickest time yesterday was a 1:44.305. Last year, our pole position time was Nicolas Salens, who had a 1:44.950. So that was the quickest time of all. We'd expect the GT4 cars to be something like about 3.2 seconds slower. But we're going to be looking at times that aren't going to be far off the sport division. There's nobody here, once again, looking to just make up the numbers as we look at Jan-Jaap van Roon for MDM Motorsport, the Dutch driver with 5 races in the 2024 Porsche Endurance Trophy, who is out here qualifying today. Great to have these drivers here. Once again, it's as you were, building up the heat into the temperature, building up the heat into the tyres and the brakes, getting the tyres into that window, and it'll take a few laps. Of course, tyre warmers are not allowed. And I'm going to remind you of something as somebody in the background kicks up a bit of dirt. That's Angelo Fontana, I think. I'm going to remind you of something I said earlier, and that is tyres are very much restricted here in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. You cannot just throw rubber at the car in the aim of getting quicker and quicker. It is 2 sets of tyres for the race and qualifying per car and no more. So a lot of strategy if you take all the life out of those tyres in this qualifying session. You're going to be left with nothing much for the race. And in the race itself, it's about tyre preservation as well, making sure you've got grip at the end of the race. The races are 30 minutes plus 1 lap each. And the tyres need to go the distance, and they need to go for the qualifying session as well. So 2 sets of tyres. There'll be very much strategy to play for. Right, Javier Ripoll Jr., I think that we're riding on board with for S1 Racing. You will remember him from Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe last year. He was third in the AM category. He had 2 fourth places. He's a Venezuelan driver living in Miami, races Porsche on the American scene. A very welcome addition. Another welcome addition is a driver that you currently see in 10th place on your screen. And I'm going to give him a shout out because I know he has legions of fans who are shouting his name. We welcome to the grid of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, Ajith Kumar, the 53-year-old Bollywood star. We're riding on board with him now as if on cue. Wonderful stuff for Red Ant Racing. He has many, many fans. And they're all watching, and I know they're all shouting at their screens at the moment. For all of the fans of car 28, Ajith Kumar, we say welcome along. Great to have you here. We do hope you are going to enjoy Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and your man is out on track at the moment. Great to have him here. He's a Bollywood superstar. He's raced in the Dubai 24-hour race this year. He was third in the 992 category. He's also raced in Formula 2. But that was back in 2010. He is very much a celebrity, bringing a bit of glitz and glamour. The driver from India here in Portimão and in that silver car, currently just generating the heat into the tyres and indeed into the brakes. Great that we've got the camera on board as well. That will please the legion of fans. And we get the feeling we've got the Dirk Schuten fans and we've got the Ajith Kumar fans, and there are many of them who hang around in chat rooms watching this racing, and we're going to see who can shout loudest this weekend. Right, back to the timing. Evgeny Leonov, great to have car 16 here for Volcano Motorsport. 41-year-old driver, currently at the top of the timing screens, a 145.281. So that is the benchmark at the moment. We expect that to come tumbling down. We have just under 22 minutes remaining on this session, and we will see that time improved on, I have no doubt, at the moment. So there are just 2 classes here. Again, those are indicated by the coloured boxes next to the drivers' names. Red meaning they're in the AM category, white meaning they're in the GT4 category. At the moment, David von Rosen for Team Neuhofer in car 223 is the quickest of the GT4 cars, but it's a 155, so he has yet to put in a push lap. We have 3 cars that are in the GT4 category. They will be scrapping amongst themselves for pole position in the GT4 race. So at the moment, all cars are out on track. We have nearly 50 cars here for the event here this weekend, covering, of course, the sport and the club division. And all of this is part of the Porsche Pyramid. A great system and a great thing that has been set up, by Porsche. The base of the Porsche Pyramid starts with Porsche's customers and motorsport driving events like their driving school and other club sports events. Next up is the One Make Series contested with the 911 GT3 Cup cars, like the Carrera Cup, Mobil 1 Super Cup, and of course the Sprint Challenges like we are watching now. And then after that, we cross over into the world of factory racing. We see the 911 RSRs and the 911 GT3s used in the World Endurance Championship. We see them in the 24 Hours of Le Mans, where of course we saw Maurice Schering winning last year, and into the IMSA Sport Car Championship. And then lastly, at the top of the pyramid is the pinnacle of Porsche racing. That's where we see the hypercar, the LMP1, those awesome machines. And it is all part of the Porsche Pyramid. Drivers starting off, climbing up through the ranks, and we have seen many drivers coming up through the Porsche Pyramid. We've already mentioned Maurice Schering. We've got Bastian Boos, who will be in the DTM this year. We're very excited about that, and one of the mega superstars. And of course, a former DTM champion, Thomas Preining, another driver who's come through the ranks of Porsche, the Porsche Pyramid. And a lot of the drivers who are watching here this weekend and today for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe will be names that we will be talking about in years to come. And we've seen a few of them shining in the sport division and in the club division here. We will see some of the up-and-coming superstars as well, although it has to be said, the AM category tends to favour maybe the older driver, the more gentleman driver, but it's great that we've got them here out on track, and it's Evgeny Leonov who is still the quickest at 1:44.307. So that is the first benchmark time at the moment. There's Ernst Inderbitsen. Really good to have him here. He was in the AM category for the last couple of years. He was third in the AMs overall in the opening season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe a couple of years ago. Last year, he was in Porsche Sports Challenge Suisse and racing for FAC Autotech. There is Dominic Bastien, and I have to say hats off to Dominic Bastien. What an amazing driver. He's from America, French-born. He is indeed 79 years old. It just goes to show that you are never too old to go racing. And it is great to have Dominic Bastien here for Proton Huber competition, still mixing it with the young upstarts. We're riding on board with Philip Wills for Proton Huber competition as well in the AM category. He was second last year in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. He won at Estoril, and he got a 6th and a 4th the year before at Valencia. He last year was in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Benelux. He's also guested in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux as well. We're riding on board with him, a very, very rapid driver from Belgium in a team's car, Proton Huber competition. Of course, Christoph Huber, one of the bosses of that and legend in his own lunchtime. Great to have Proton Huber competition. Of course, Christoph Huber merging very much with Proton Racing, and they have been a force to be reckoned with. And it was, of course, their driver, Larry Tenforder, who won the championship. In fact, they did a clean sweep. Proton Huber competition did a clean sweep of all the championships in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany last year. They won the overall, they won the Pro-Am, they won the rookie, and they won the team championship. Really formidable team. Any driver who races for Proton Huber competition is worth their weight in gold. And we already know that Philippe Wills is very quick, and that car, distinctive yellow and black livery, will be one to keep an eye on as we ride with him. He's currently in P3. He's done a couple of personal bests on the previous lap, but no improvement at the moment. It's still Evgeny Leonov who is the quickest, the only driver into the 44s, a 1:44.307. Second, Marabi Mekbabishvili. Remember, he was quickest in testing. There's Angelo Fontana, who comes out of the pits in the Est1 racing car, driver from Venezuela. He guested in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany last year at the Nürburgring. He was 5th in the FIA Motorsport Games as well in the GT single make last year, and is a regular racer. There is Evgeny Leonov currently in the pits, but he is the car that is quickest at the moment. Marabi Mekbabishvili in that second, Felipe Wills in third, and then Andre Fernandez, Javier Ripoll Jr., Angelo Fontana in sixth. Just back end of the car, just sliding. I mean, may have been trying to generate heat, but I think that was perhaps a little bit too much sliding by his reckoning. But car number 80, he keeps it pointing in the right direction, so that's all good. See quite a few of the cars currently into the pits at the moment. We're at the halfway point of this qualifying session. To remind you, we have combined Quali 1 and Quali 2, and both running together, and it will be the quickest and second quickest times of each driver that will determine the grid positions for the races, which take place this afternoon. At the moment is Evgeny Leonov, who is the quickest ahead of Marabi Mekbabishvili. Still, quite a few cars out on track. Still, there's about, I'd say, once again, about half the cars out on track and the other half in the pits. Weather, well, it's holding out at the moment, isn't it? We haven't seen any rain at the moment, but drivers will be very aware of that. Right, we've got a yellow flag up at turn 4, so looks like somebody may have had a moment up at turn 4. Haven't seen what that is. So just looking here, and with less than 15 minutes remaining, the track has gone green again. So we had somebody having a bit of moment. There is Eric Wagner, and He is in the Enrico Fulgenzio racing car. So Eric Wagner back on his way. 14 minutes remaining of this, the qualifying session, the only qualifying session for the club division. There is Dominic Bastian in car 45. Currently, now where is he on time screens? In P16. So somewhere mid-order, which is pretty good going, on board with Javier Ripoll Jr. Car 91 for Est1 Racing once again. Looking at the timing screens, nobody setting the screens alight at the moment. But we have plenty of time to go. And of course, the track, in theory, as long as it doesn't rain, will get quicker and quicker as this event goes on, as more and more rubber is laid down. And if the temperature rises as well, then cars are able to go quicker and quicker time. So a lot of drivers want to be quite late in the session for their main push lap, with the best rubber on the car to stand the best opportunity of qualifying near the front. Only one car, though, in the 44s at the moment. 144.307, some 9.5 tenths back is Murabi Mekbabishvili in second place. A pretty dominant performance from Evgeny Leonov at the moment, but there is still plenty to play for, with 12 3/4 minutes remaining of this session as Lee Mole comes out of the pit lane. Another driver from Great Britain for Team Parker Racing. Made his Porsche debut last year, and he won the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain AM Championship with 11 wins. So we know that he is a rapid driver. So Lee Mole, who comes out of the pits in the number 56 car, currently in 8th place in the timing screens of 146.609. And clearly feels as though he has got more that he can do to improve on that. A personal best in sector 1 for Murabi Mekbabishvili on the last lap, but doesn't look like he's doing anything at the moment to challenge what is turning out to be a fairly dominant fastest time from Evgeny Leonov. In the number 16 car, Murabi Mekbabishvili in P2 ahead of Philip Wills in P3. Our quickest GT4 car is Patrick Cunha, and great to have him here in the treble 8 car. Veloso Motorsport, Portuguese driver, a lot of experience in GT racing and also in TCR racing. And in 2017, he was third in TCR Iberico and TCR Portugal, and a very useful pilot, putting a lot of his experience to good use here. And he is the quickest of the GT4 cars. Second in the GT4 is David von Rosen, with Kaspar Hockeboom in car number 8, who is third in the GT4s. Still, with Javier Ripoll Jr., currently in 5th place. He is a 145.978, his best time so far. And he is back out there generating heat once again. So with a little over 10 minutes remaining of this session, expecting the track to get very busy once again. We've had a few track warning limits, one for 151, David Harrison for FAC Autotech. Great to have David Harrison here. He's been racing in the British Endurance Championship last year. He's been coached by the legendary Dino Zamparelli of Race Drive, and great to have Dino Zamparelli on coaching duties. So another real talent who is coaching David Harrison in the 151 car. But he's had a track warning, a track limit warning in the last few minutes. Also, David von Rosen has had a warning for track limits on turn 15. So keeping it between the white lines is very important. There is Patrick Cunha. We spoke about him just now, the quickest of the GT4 cars in the Porsche Cayman. Mixing it amongst these Porsche 911s. So another warning for 223, this time on turn 15 once again. So a couple of warnings there. So I think that David von Rosen very much under scrutiny from the stewards, and keep picking up those warnings. There's going to be penalties incoming. You're going to get laps cancelled, and that is going to ruin your day. So looking at the GT4 fastest car at the moment, rest of the cars out on track. We've got 6 cars currently in the pits, everybody else out on track at the moment. As we look at car treble 8 looking to improve, he's well clear of his other GT4 competitors at 149.383 the last time around. Still only 1 car in the 44s, and by some distance. Still Evgeny Leonov at the top of the timing screens. 9 minutes remaining, so if anybody's going to do anything about it, it's going to have to be pretty soon, because time is starting to tick by. A personal best for Javier Ripoll Jr., but still in P5 at the moment. So cars out there now. There is Javier, but he's caught up with a bit of traffic. So car 91 behind Philip Wills. It's Joe Warhurst there. That's a great driver to have out on the coaching duties. We've seen him in ADAC GT4 Germany. He's there coaching Dominic Bastian, and there's some wisdom probably going in both directions there, I should think. But we're hoping to see Joe Warhurst racing in Porsches a bit more in 2025, and that would be very exciting if that were to happen. Car 91 just making a bit of space. Javier Ripoll Jr. to let the GT4 car of Patrick Kuhnhart come through, but still drivers not really much happening in the way of improvement. All the driver coaches getting involved, and we've got a lot of good drivers here as coaches. I've seen that Alex Fack is here coaching this weekend. That's Alex Fack Jr., who is a legendary driver in his own right. He's been racing in GT Masters this year. We have the one and only Larry Tenforder. He's here coaching drivers in the sport division. He's coaching Sasha Norden and Flint Schuring this weekend. And boys, there's some wisdom to be imparted from the most successful driver in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany history. So a lot of drivers here on coaching duties as well. And we've already mentioned Dino Zamparelli, who's here coaching David Harrison for FAC Auto Tech. So just see Javier Ripoll Jr. just finding himself a bit of space. 7 minutes remaining now on board with him. There's some greens popping up now, some personal bests. So Angelo Fontana, he has set a personal best in Sector 2. Nothing anywhere near a purple time yet. Marabi Mekbishvili has improved on Sector 2 as well. 33.327 in Sector 2. So that's a personal best for him. But will it be enough to close that monstrous 9/10 of a second between first and second? There is Joe Warhurst once again, and his driver now exiting the car. So it looks as though, oh dear, a shake of the head as well from Dominic Bastian. And certainly the most senior driver in the field, but showing that he is very useful indeed. And it looks like his day is potentially, or his qualifying session, shall I say, is potentially over. So he returns to the garage. He's currently in 16th place in the timing screens. Javier Ripoll Jr. once again with Angelo Fontana just behind him. Gaspar Hockeboom, should I say, in car number 8, another of the GT4 cars. He is currently in 3rd in the GT4 category and in 23rd overall. So a bit of work to do from there as once again we ride on board with Javier Ripoll Jr. You can see those blind crests once again. It takes an awful lot of courage as the drivers come up over the hill, keeping their foot buried on the accelerator. And a lot of undulation. We said it at the beginning, 30 meters from the highest to the lowest point here in the Portimão circuit. It is a challenging circuit, not for the faint-hearted. It's described as a roller coaster, and that it is to both race and to watch. Right, we're into the last 5 minutes of qualifying for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. So, drivers have got anything up their sleeves. Now is the time to get it out onto the table and make it work. It's still Evgeny Leonov for Volcano Motorsport, who's at the top with a 144.307. Second place is still Marabi Mekbishvili, still 0.925 behind, getting on for a second slower. That's a massive gap to close up. On board now with Philip Wills in car 912, pushing hard he is currently in third place for Proton Huber competition. So it's Proton Huber in second and third, but still not finding anything to close in. We've got a purple in sector 2 that has been set by Andre Fernandez in the Velosa Motorsport 917. So he's done a best in sector 1, and a purple in sector 2, a 32.903. So that is quicker than our current provisional pole sitter, Kenny Leonov, in sector 2. But can he hold it together to improve in the final sector of this lap? Currently in fourth place, looking to 1.6 seconds back last time around, but surely he's going to close that gap in. But 1.6 would be an awful lot to find. 3.5 minutes remaining of this session. We're looking at in car 912, also looking to improve. Lennart Hemstra is into the pits, so he is clearly done for this qualifying sessions. Also Tobias Vasquez also into the pits as well. But we've got all bar half a dozen cars currently out on track, all looking to improve. I've got one eye on Andre Fernandez, car 917, as he completes the final part of the lap. He doesn't improve, but he improves, but it doesn't move up any positions. He's closed the gap up to 0.493, so he's halved the gap between Leonov and second place. Andre Fernandez, up into second place. He demotes Marabi Mekbabishvili down to P3 as we once again look at Lee Mole. For Team Parker Racing, he's also pushing hard to improve in the number 56 car. Currently, he's in 11th place. He's done a personal best in sector 1, but not so in sectors 2 and 3. Ajith Kumar, we haven't mentioned him for a few minutes. I should be good for heckling in the number 28 car. Currently in 19th place at the moment. He's with Red Ant Race with Ajith Kumar Racing. And very much learning the ropes here in this first qualifying session, expecting him to get quicker and quicker as things proceed in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. There once again is Lee Mole, still pushing hard, but now only 2 minutes remaining of this qualifying session. Everybody gunning for Evgeny Leonov, but the closest anyone can get at the moment, Fernandez, the number 917, he's into the pits now, so he's clearly done for this qualifying session. Marabi Mekbabishvili is still out on track. Leonov is also out on track. Will's also out on track as well, but in that fourth place, quickest of the GT4 drivers, just bumping up a few positions. Patrick Kuhner, job from him, up into 16th place overall and leading the way in the GT4 cars. And that is very impressive against some very quick machinery. That is David Harrison. Autotech, the legendary team. That is the car that is quickest of all, still out there, still looking to improve. Evgeny Leonov. So now, Andre Fernandez climbs from his car, removes his helmet. Looks like he is done for this qualifying session. We're into the final minute, as with the previous session. Whilst the clock strikes 0, any drivers that are on a lap already will be able to complete those, and they will count. But everybody else, the laps will not count. We've got a few personal bests popping up, but nobody making any improvements enough to close in on the fastest time of all. So it is, at the moment, Evgeny Leonov, the 144.307, a very quick time, only, just over 3.5 tenths slower than the quickest of the sport division. So I believe Piers has got some news for us. He's down in the pit lane. Down to you, Piers.
Yeah, Andre Fernandez has jumped out of the car, of course, second place. He's decided that's the best he can do. I thought I could grab a quick word with Andre. He's just having a word with his engineer at the moment. Doing a great job, of course, with the team. But Andre, happy to have a quick interview in English?
Yes.
Brilliant. Great qualifying session for yourself. Second place.
Thank you. Appreciate it. It's tough for Portimão. It's very up and down, but I try to deliver the best and make the team proud anyway. But the car is great. I love the circuit. And, it can be a little bit more, but, it is. You're never happy if you're not in first.
There's always more, isn't there, Andre?
Always more.
More. Second place, good opportunity for a good result in the race, though.
What I'm saying?
Sorry, good opportunity for a good result in the race.
Yes, I hope I can deliver lap up the lap. I'm here to practice. But let's see what's going to happen in the race. Clean race is the most important, and be happy in the end of the day.
We look forward to that. Andre, congratulations on a good qualifying session. Brian, back to you for the final laps.
Great stuff. Thank you, Piers. Yes, enjoy it at the end of the day. Great stuff. And good to hear from Andre. Thank you for that. Well, P2 is as good as it's going to get for Andre. The checkered flag is out. The cars are now crossing the line. Our pole sitter with an astonishing 144.307, Evgeny Leonov from Volcano Motorsport. Veloso Motorsport in second place with the aforementioned Andre Fernandez at 144.80. Those are the only two cars to make it into the 44s. In third place, Marabi Mekvabishvili. He's been looking quick all along, and he with a 145.141. That's about 8/10 down on pole position. Fastest of the GT4 cars, Patrick Cunha. That's a great job from him. 148.269, but very competitive against cars that are much quicker around him. So he is the leading GT4 car. Then second in the GT4s, Casper Hockerboom, and then David Von Rosen third in the GT4. So great qualifying session for the club division. That is for rounds 1 and 2 of their races, which come later on this afternoon. So qualifying is done and dusted for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe rounds 1 and 2. Great to have some spectators here on the bank, and I know they're listening to the commentary that's going out on stream and on the television, so we say good afternoon to you. Stay warm, keep the gloves on, but sure you are being entertained. If you've never seen Porsche racing, Porsche Sprint Challenge or Porsche Carrera Cup live, I would strongly encourage you to get to a circuit. There is nothing like it. Live, they are spectacular. When this lot take off, it's deafening, it's fast, it's amazing. That is why we love everything Porsche, and it's so good at this part of the year to have Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. When the rest of the world sleeps, we get racing, and of course taking advantage of what in theory is favourable weather conditions in Portugal and Spain. Certainly better chance of it than you have in the UK, which is just cold and wet all the time. So really good to be able to get some racing in, and a lot of drivers using this as an opportunity to get up to speed, ready for the 2025 season. And of course, this track, which has a famous track, which has seen so much good racing over the years, is a perfect venue to do it. And then we will head to Estoril, Valencia and Barcelona. All 4 tracks have hosted Formula One, and all great tracks, and a series, Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, which is growing and growing year on year. And this year, it is getting harder and harder to call who is going to be champion. Last year, it was very much a shootout between Ariel Levy, Alex Tauscher. Last year, Sasha Norden was in there as well, but it went the way of Ariel Levy in the sport division. In the club division, it was Robert Sulmer who won overall, and Graham King who won in the GT4 category. Sadly, neither Robert nor Graham are here to defend their championships this year, but plenty of talent ready to get their names on that trophy. And as I mentioned before, across the 2 categories, nearly 50 Porsches gathered. It is a celebration of all things Porsche. We absolutely love it. And really a wonderful circuit, a wonderful setting. In theory, what should be wonderful weather, but we have got one eye to the sky. One eye to the sky. We haven't had any running in the wet here during testing or free practice. So when the racing comes later on today, this could be something very exciting. And just to give you the timetable on this, race 1 for the sport division is due to be starting at 13:25 local time. So that's the same as UK time if you're watching in the UK. So in about an hour and a half, we will be up and running with the first race for the sport division. First race of the club division will commence at about 2:30 local time. Then we move to round 2, and race 2, round 2, will take place at 15:35 local time. And then that's for the sport division, and race 2 for the club division will take place at 16:40 this afternoon. So plenty of racing to come. Each race, 30 minutes plus 1 lap. So plenty of drama to come. Always very, very good. And of course, here at Portimão, it's a good opportunity for overtaking. So plenty of action, even for those who have not qualified as well as they might have wanted to. The headlines are that Evgeny Leonov has qualified on pole position in the club division, the fastest of all. And in the sport division, it's Chester Kiefer who has qualified on pole position. And hopefully, we're going to get a word with a few of these drivers in a bit. We've certainly heard from Chester Kiefer already. Hopefully, we will hear from Evgeny Leonov in a bit. Piers is marching up and down the pit lane, getting all the news and all the excitement. A number of the drivers have been summoned to race control after that session for potentially track limits issues. So Reinhold Kran has been summoned to race control. He's from the club division. Josh Stanton in the sport division. Who else is on the naughty step? David Von Rosen and David Harrison. Excuse me. So all of those from the club division excuse me, have been summoned to see the race steward. And I dare say a lot of that will be about track limits. I know David Harrison had already attracted a bit of unwanted attention for crossing the white line on the pit exit. Look there from the view of the Torrey VIP turn 5. While we're looking at that corner, we're now going to head back down to the pit lane. I do believe that Piers Pryor has managed to find the provisional pole sitter, Evgeny Leonov. So down to you, Piers.
Brian, thanks so much. Make sure you drink some water, clear that throat out a little bit. You've been working hard this morning, give your throat a rest. But while I thought I'd come down here and grab a word with Volcano driver Evgeny Leonov. Evgeny, an excellent session for yourself. Pole position for now. Nearly half a second clear of second place as well. Clearly, the car is working well for you.
Yeah, the car is really set up really good. It's set up really good from the first day. We struggled a little bit yesterday. As probably you saw, we were second most of the day. And then we found right setup, and probably that's the result. So we had a massive traffic. Honestly, every lap we had some traffic, and we're not sure that we are able to save these 2 fastest lap for the race 1 and race 2. So we decided to put new tires and to go, but we were looking at the time of our competitors, and finally we decided not to push too much, to save more tires for the second race. Yeah, but in general I can say everything is really good. I think competitors also had the same problem with the traffic, so probably also it helped us to keep the position without extra tire spending.
Wow, well, that's impressive to hear that you qualified on pole so convincingly and have managed to save a little bit of extra tyre life. So I imagine you've only got one goal for the races?
The goal always the same, to win. And I have some difficult history with this autodrome, with Portimão. I believe 2 years ago when I just started in a championship GT Cup Open. In the second lap I was leading, and in the second last corner I lost the car, I spin and lost 4 positions. Since then I never won here. So I really need it, guys.
Well, the good news is you probably won't make that mistake again, will you?
I hope so.
Evgeny, congratulations. We'll see you later on. And I'm going to hand back up to Brian while we reposition, ready for, as Brian called it earlier, he said it was a legendary lunchtime pit walk. I don't think it's that good, Brian.
Oh, I would beg to differ on that one. It's the most entertaining part of the day. A great job with Evgeny, by the way, and some great insight there. I think, well, he wants to put some ghosts to rest, doesn't he, after that spin in the GT race? Qualifying nearly half a second quicker than second place is a good starting position. Clearly, he needs to keep it pointing in the right direction. But what a character Evgeny Leonov is for Volcano Motorsport. Really good to have him here. And yeah, he was in the last year's GT Cup Europe Pro Am category. He finished 5th place in that. And clearly has something that he wants to prove, a point that he wants to prove. So yeah, at the end of a very entertaining session. I've had my water now and I'm going to go get a cup of tea in a bit. That's all good, isn't it? And Piers is currently repositioning himself as we get ready. So we will have these 4 races this afternoon, and it is looking like it is going to be thrilling stuff all around. But of course, the question will be what happens with the weather. And of course, if the drivers, the cars, have to switch to wet weather tyres, the tyre rules go out the window. So those who have been preserving slick tyres for this afternoon, that advantage would be negated when everybody has to switch to wet rubber. But of course, we're being ever optimistic and we're hoping that the weather will stay dry. Of course, nobody can predict the weather here. They say that I think it's the German commentator Burkhardt, who says that if you want to know what the weather is here, you have to ask an old man about his leg. There we go. There's a bit of legend for you. Right, it's lunchtime. The legendary Piers Pryor with the legendary pit walk. Over to you, Piers.
Brian, you're hyping me up far too much, but we're here for the lunchtime pit walk. We're going to grab a word with as many drivers and team members as we can, starting with David Harrison, although I hear, don't call you David, call me Harry.
Yeah. No, as I said to you before, Australians, you can't call them by their first name. There's always a nickname in there somewhere.
Absolutely, and you've come a long way, of course, Portimão, a long way from Australia, but what a better place no better place to go racing.
Yeah, no, I'm not strictly, I didn't come all the way from Oz because I do live and work over here. But coming here at this time of year with the sun and the temperature, it's much better than, say, the UK or actually Luxembourg, where I spend most of my time.
That's for certain. I mean, as much as I have got gloves on and a few layers, I'd be very much colder in the UK. But great to have you in the series. How are you finding it so far?
Really good. Yeah, no, it's my first time here at this track. First time in the 992, having driven 991s before. But yeah, no, I think the series is exactly what I thought it would be. Perfect.
Perfect. And of course, sum up your qualifying this morning. How is it looking into the race for you?
Yeah, okay. I think it was almost my best time here in the practice, so okay. So it came together. Obviously, it can get better because it has to get better. But yeah, no, good place.
Amazing. Well, we look forward to seeing how you get on in the race. Harry, thank you so much for taking time to come and chat to us, and we'll let you go and grab some lunch ahead of the race.
Ciao.
Right, well, that was David Harrison, or Harry as he should now be known, racing for the Fark Auto Tech team. 3 drivers in there. So we've got, of course, the Swiss driver of the A team in the club division, that is, and actually the sport division, and also number 9 as well, who have just been out. We now move up to garage number 35. We're at Red Ant Racing with Kumar Racing, and you'll notice the number 28 here in the grey car, Ajit Kumar. Now, that's a name that may not be known to everyone. However, if you do know that name, then it probably means you are a fan of Bollywood. Ajit is a Hollywood, or an actor in films and TV shows out in India, has a large following, many of whom I believe are watching this live stream. And if you are watching because of Ajit Kumar, it'd be great to hear that you're supporting him in the live chat comments to the side of this video. Pretty sure they're on that side, so anyone who's supporting him right now will probably be in there saying that. We're hoping to grab a word with him at some point throughout this race weekend. He's getting used to this Porsche 992 GT3 Cup car, and he's doing an excellent job, of course, in the AM class. Also in Red Ant Racing as well here, the bright red car was Thomas Cangro in the Pro division, or the Sport division, the Pro class. He's shown great pace. Back again, of course, Thomas previously joined us in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe last year. Just checking my notes just to make sure that I'm not telling fibs. But yeah, Thomas had a great race last year. He was joining us in 2024. He had a best result of 7th place at Valencia. Was also racing in the Porsche Sports Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. He was 5th in the AM with 1 win at Portimão as well, and then also raced in the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux, regular in the top 13. His best result again was 2 11th places. So Thomas will be hoping to emulate and potentially improve on those results he's been having this season. Moving up to the garage number 32 is the MDM team. We've got Lennart Heemstra. He's from the Netherlands. He's a Porsche Sprint Challenge Benelux stalwarts, having raced in that championship for many seasons, 2022, 3 and 4. You can see there on top of his car, of the 969, there's the Parc Fermé triangle. Of course, all the drivers after qualifying, all the cars must go into Parc Fermé, where the teams can't work on them. They have to make sure that the organisers and the scrutineers have time to check all the cars to make sure everyone's legal. And then another new driver here we have for the championship is, of course, Hjelte. Hjelte, you're a young driver. You're racing with MDM Motorsport. Talk to us about your experience at the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe so far.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. It's an exciting track, of course. So we've been really working hard to find the right balance, the right setup, and of course, most importantly, to get comfortable in the car. I think we succeeded in that. So yeah, I'm happy.
Absolutely, and your pace has been really, really good from what I've seen. You're a young driver, still on the way up, building your racing career. Talk to us a little bit about what you've done before the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe.
So before, I've done some endurance racing with this team in a BMW M240 Cup, and I've also driven the BMW M240 Cup for 2 years. The first year I finished third in the championship. And the second year I went full flat out and I became first, and I was quite dominant, so that was a good performance. Yeah, and now I'll try to continue that flow in this series.
Yeah, of course. Clearly, that gave you the confidence to step up to what is a much bigger beast. You know, there's a lot of power, a lot of grip, a lot of speed in these cars. How are you enjoying the Porsche 911, 992 Cup car?
Yeah, I'm loving it. It's a real car. It's like, yeah, there's no assist, so any mistake you make, you really suffer from it. So it's such a good car. It's so much fun.
And I imagine because it's unforgiving, it helps develop you as a driver. Of course, you're in the stage of your career where you're wanting to develop not only your results but also your skills.
True. Yes. Yeah. You build so much skills when you, for example, don't have any ABS. You really need to understand the braking. You need to understand the exits. You need to understand everything. So it's very. I learn a lot. Yeah, it's great.
Well, Hjelte, thank you very much for catching up with us. Hjelte Höfner, we'll see how you get on this afternoon, of course, racing in the rookie class of the sport division, so we'll see how you get on this afternoon. Thanks very much for chatting to us. We'll see how you get on. Hjelte, good to see young face in the team. And also got Lennart Heimstra. Lennart, hopefully we can grab a quick word. How are you?
Yeah, sure. Great, feeling good.
Amazing. It's good to see a smile on your face, clearly enjoying things.
Yeah, no, I beat my time from yesterday with 2 full seconds, so I was aiming for a top 10, and it was a P5, so...
Wow, exceeding expectations even for yourself.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Amazing, the team must be helping you a lot with that.
No, the team did it with me, for me. I have a coach, I have a team, so it all worked together today.
Amazing, and Lennart, just talk to us a bit about your experience before racing with us in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe.
I've started 4 or 5 years ago. First started at the lower Dutch DNT level. And 3 years ago I started the Porsche Sprint Challenge in the GT4, did it for 2 years. And I almost won last year, second again, so in 23. So 24 I bought a GT3, stepped up my game, was ready for it, had enough practice, enough training. And now I've heard that summer champions are made in winter, so it was time to visit Portugal.
And here we are, what a great place to go racing. Is it your first experience of this car at this track?
Oh yeah, in this track period. I've never driven here before. Oh, wow. It's like Zandvoort on steroids.
It really is. And of course, in these cars, such high speed. You know, average speed's really high, but quite technical as well.
Yeah, it's a combination of like Spa, it's just really high speed, and Zandvoort is technical, so you have high speed and technical. So before today I've only spun once, and these last 3 days I've spun 6 times already. Like my first 170 kilometers spin, so it's a very tricky track, and I was really happy today at the quali when it all came together.
Yeah, great job in, of course, improving so much. But just talk to us a little bit about the difference between the GT4 machinery, which we see in the club division, which you've driven previously, and then the GT3 911 car.
Yeah, I've driven the previous GT4. For me, it was like a train on a track. It is solid. It's there. It's reliable. It's trustable. You know when it's gonna step out. You know it's gonna move. And the GT3 is like a tiger that continuously tries to bite you. Like if you miss one frame, one wrong move, one excitement, step on the gas, then you're spinned. You
have to be on the top of your game then.
Yeah, definitely. There's no error margin, and when you break out, you have to correct really, really quickly.
Well, Lennart, we'll hope that you can continue that improvement that you've made from the start of testing to today. We'll see how you get on from 5th place on the grid later on.
Yeah, sure. Hope I'll finish 5th.
Amazing. Well, go and enjoy your lunch break. Thanks very much for taking time to chat to us. Great to hear from some of the drivers, 2 MDM drivers there. Lennart is the driver we just spoke to, and then Hjelte Höfner just starting his racing career before that. We have Charles Visser here, who's a South African driver. Charles at the back of the garage. You know, great to have a very broad range of drivers from all around the world, and Charles is making his debut in this championship, racing for Target competition. Charles, thank you so much for hanging around and coming and chatting to us. Spoke to you yesterday. I could tell you were enjoying things. How was qualifying?
Yeah, rather exciting, to be honest. Obviously, this is a completely new experience for myself. I mean, I really haven't raced in Europe much regarding with cars and stuff, but regarding karting and stuff, I have been around the block in Europe. But yeah, we qualified P14 or P15, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I'm pretty happy. It's a solid step in the right direction, and looking forward to the race.
Absolutely, and you know, it's quite a big step up for yourself, because I know from what I've researched, you've got a lot of racing experience, but maybe not in cars quite like this. Talk to us about what you've done before.
Yeah, so in South Africa we have a series called Polo Cup. It's very well renowned in South Africa. A lot of quality drivers, for example, like the Van der Linde brothers who races in DTM, graduated from the Polo Cup in South Africa. So that's more or less the breeding ground for us South African drivers. And after that I did a Super Cup, which is a TCR-based series in South Africa, which has manufacturers like Volkswagen, who I raced for last year, and Toyota and all that. So it's really a different type of style for myself, but I'm slowly getting adapted to the cars and the GT3 Super Cups, and I must say it's a really fun car to drive, and every lap I just want to go in, and when my race engineer says come in, box, I have to follow the orders, but I don't want to really.
Absolutely, but also interesting to hear that a lot of the racing you've done in South Africa, of course a lot of kart racing in your junior career, but also mostly in front wheel drive in South Africa, then moving over to a very much rear wheel drive, rear engine car. Is that a bit of something you had to sort of get used to?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if the way I see it is, if I jump to this car, it's more or less like a big go-kart in a way, but obviously, you know, you got a lot more mechanics, you got a suspension and everything, and yeah, I have to adapt to a different driving style and everything, but the progress is looking rather promising this weekend, so yeah, I think it's going in the right direction, and I can't wait for the following rounds in the championship as well.
And Charles, do you have any ideas about what you're going to be doing, you know, into 2025 after Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe? I imagine it's probably in Porsche machinery.
Yeah, so we're currently looking at doing the Italian Championship, so I think we're really looking forward to that as well. And yeah, I think that's going to be the move. And but for now, my focus is just on this current championship at the moment.
Amazing. Of course, the Porsche Carrera Cup Italy, very, very competitive, but a good way to get your competitive juices flowing at the start of the year in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe.
Yeah, of course. And the good thing is, I mean, I've got a teammate and I've got a reference driver as well. So I think it's going to be pretty promising, and I'm looking forward to it.
Charles, we're looking forward to seeing you going out on track. Good luck this afternoon. We hope it goes well for you, Charles. Amazing to have so many drivers from so many different locations. We've got drivers, of course, from Europe. We've got drivers from Africa. We'll hear later on from some drivers from America and Venezuela and all over. And it's great to have such a mix of drivers. And I mean, it's great to see that all those drivers choose the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. We're just walking our way further up the garages now, garage number 28, so we're walking over towards Neuhofer, the two Neuhofer drivers, one in the sport division, one in the club division. They are father and son, Marcus and Felix. Marcus in the 285 there, was just out in the club division qualifying, and his son Felix Neuhofer in the pro division. They are, of course, both very passionate about their racing. It's great to see that father and son can go racing on the same race weekend. You know, something that not many people get to do is race in the same race weekend as your family, and they're both having a good time of it. Javier Ripoll Jr. back for another season. Javier racing for the Est1 team. He's a very entertaining driver, really, really friendly face around the paddock, and also a very, very strong driver as well. If I just head over to my notes, Javier Ripoll Jr. last year was one of our strongest drivers in the AM category. He came third in the AM last year, had 2 fourth places, and races a lot in America, where he is largely based these days. Originally from Venezuela, but lives these days, I believe, in the east of America, in the Florida area. So lovely climate around there to go racing. And then his teammate Angelo Fontana as well. S1 Racing were taking part in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe karting event last night, which I also attended, which was good fun, part of the social setting that is part of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and they were the team that managed to take victory. A lot of the other teams are slandering them, saying their kart was the fastest, but I'm sure it was all striving skill. Another driver for S1 Racing Team who is rejoining the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe in 2025 is Alex Ryman. Alex, of course, was in the Pro-Am category last season, but has stepped up to Pro this year. He was one of the strongest drivers in Pro-Am last season. He was fifth or had 5 category wins in Pro-Am, was third overall, and also raced in the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux in 2024, and also guested in the Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Deutschland a few times over the last couple of seasons. I'm sure he'll be looking to potentially do that once again. Joining us in Garage 24 once again is the Ombra Racing Team. 2 very strong drivers in here, both in the Pro grouping, if I'm not mistaken. We have Anthony Imperato, who was racing with us last season in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and then the car to the left with the yellow flashes on the blue is Luciano Martinez, if I'm not mistaken. It is Luciano Martinez. Luciano, a very, very competitive driver, racing for the Ombra Racing Team. I spoke to him, and he's looking for some strong results. He was quick in testing. It was very, very strong, and we'll be looking forward to seeing him come to the field. Of course, Ombra, a strong team. We had drivers like Ollie Gray last year, and with some strong results, and they know they can produce a good car, and with good drivers, I'm sure the results will come. Good to have them back on the grid. Moving up even further, we're now at Karainen with Henri Tuomala, the Finnish driver. So again, another area of the world that we have drivers from is northeastern Europe and the Nordic countries. Henry was with us last year, joins us once again. Very distinctive livery, dark colours with the purple. I think that's his calling card. I believe he had a purple livery last season, very easy to spot. Henry, a very experienced driver, and was leading the way in Pro-Am for a lot of the practice sessions. Schumacher CLR. Now, we were headed over here after the Sport Division qualifying, because they have had a very, very strong Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe start, of course, with pole position in the sprint class or sport classification with Chester Kiefer, and then third place for Flint Schuring, who's joining us for a second season in a row in the Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Very distinctive cars, looking very professional. Of course, Schumacher CLRT are a well-renowned team in Porsche racing, having won many, many races in championships and other series like Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Deutschland. They've also raced, of course, with in the Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup as well, taking championships in that, and they're going to be very, very strong this season, both in this championship and others. I was hoping to grab a word with Chester Kiefer, actually, and let's see if I can pop my head in and see if they're around. Do we know if Chester is around? Is Chester about to chat to? Is he here? He might be in the... Oh, I think he's eating. So we'll come back to them later. Thank you very much. Always worth checking with the mechanics. Sometimes the drivers hide in the back of the garage. It's good to bring them out. Alexander Dobik joining us once again for the Hideka Racing Team. Very, very distinctive. Probably one of the easiest liveries on the grid to spot. Fluorescent yellow, grey and black flashes. A wonderful looking car. Great to have them on the grid. If you're trying to find Alexander, it'll be easy to spot through the live pictures brought to you by Alpha Live in this racing season. And then moving up, we are now on garage number 19. I have to check my garage list with Volcano Motorsport, who managed to get pole position in the club division. Of course, we spoke to Evgeny Leonov just a few moments ago, just before this lunchtime grid walk started. Very, very strong showing from him. Only about half a second away from pole position in terms of lap time of the sprint division was Yevgeny, so that shows the quality of his driving in that session. Worth noting the differences between the cars that we have in the sport division and the club division. So sport, of course, we have Porsche 911, 992 GT3 Cup cars, no ABS, no traction control, a pure raw driving experience, as we heard from a lot of the drivers who we've already spoken to. And then we move to the AM category in the club division. Drivers are allowed to use traction control and ABS on their 911s, and then the second division in the the club division is the GT4RSs. There's only 2 of them at this round. Hopefully we'll have a few more, but they are the slightly different looking cars. They're in the GT4RS. Now, moving up to PG Motorsport, 2 very friendly faces who I spoke to yesterday. We've got Nick Ho and Mace as well. Why don't we grab a word with both of you? Just head on out of the garage so we can get a bit of light on yourselves. Let's start with Mace Muller. Mace, a driver from the Netherlands. You're not a huge amount of experience in these 911 GT3 cars. Talk to us about what you've done before.
Yeah, so I've done the Sprint Challenge Benelux in the GT4 and I became champion in that class. And 2 days ago for me was the first time in this car, so it's a lot of adjustment and just seeing the progress, and it's getting better and better and better. So yeah.
Things are trending in the right direction. When I spoke to you yesterday morning, I said, "How's things going?" You said, "Okay, but going in the right direction." Are things still on the up?
Better and better, yeah. So this morning we had qualifying and it went decent. My fastest lap was with track limits, so that wasn't the best, but yeah, it's still a decent time.
Amazing. I'm actually hearing in my ear that there are a few spits and spots of rain from our camera operators around the circuit, just a little bit. Does that fill you with hope or with dread?
For me, hope. I'm starting from the back, so let's just get some chaos in the front, and then maybe I can get some positions out of it.
Amazing. Well, Mies, don't go away because I'm going to chat to Nick, but I'm going to bring you in a second. Nick, just come on in. It'd be great to chat to you. Nick Ho, also from the Netherlands. You're in a very striking livery here, yellow and black, with the McDonald's livery on the side. Nick, tell us a bit about your experience up until this weekend.
Last year I did Currica Benelux, and this is my first year in the Southern Europe. Yeah.
Amazing. And of course, you were in the 911 in the Benelux Championship as opposed to Mace, who was in the GT4, correct?
Yeah, he was, yeah.
And you're not just concentrating on racing, because I hear that you're studying hard behind the scenes when you're not at the racetrack as well.
Yeah, I'm studying as well. I'm doing business administration, but I spend more time preparing for races than I do studying.
Got your priorities in the right place. I'm going to bring Mace back in, actually, if that's okay, because when I was chatting to you guys yesterday, it seems like, or you said to me that you used to race together a few years ago. Do you want to tell us a bit about that? When did you used to race together?
Yeah, we drove together in go-karts in Ayami Series Benelux. And we were always competing against each other, and now we're driving in the same team, so that's pretty fun. Yeah.
That must be pretty cool, and I can see you guys get on as well, which must make race weekends pretty enjoyable.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's nice to have a more experienced teammate as well, because it's like a lot of learning, and Nick knows like what I go through now, so that's very nice. Yeah.
Amazing. Well, Mace, Nick, thank you so much for chatting to us. We'll let you go and enjoy your lunch, chill out, ready for the race this afternoon. We'll see how they get on. They're both racing for the PG Motorsport team, and I can confirm the drops of rain that we're hearing from on the circuit, because I can feel it on my face now. Not enough to worry the drivers in terms of wet tyres just yet, just a spit and spot here. It's actually still quite bright, but the cloud cover is definitely coming down. We've got Chester Kiefer over there. Chester, can we grab another word? Of course, we grabbed a quick word with Chester right after qualifying, our pole position driver in the sport division. But it'd be good to chat a bit more about his experience previously, what he's done, and what he's hoping to do with his career. Chester, come on in. Thanks very much for taking a moment to chat to us once again. We caught you right after your very successful qualifying session, provisionally pole position, of course, for the sport division. Let's just hear a bit about what you've done before this racing, because I know that you're not actually that experienced in terms of in racing with a roof on.
No, not at all. I started karting in 2022, and last year, the 2024 season, I did a season of single-seaters in the French Formula 4. So that's without a roof, single-seater, open wheel, much different because the car is much lighter, has much more aero to it. And then this year we got the opportunity to race with Schumacher CLRT, and so we took it, and that's why we're here.
Amazing, and you've clearly learned pretty quickly, because starting racing in 2022 to then single-seaters to now Porsche 911 Cup cars, you couldn't have more diverse learning experience. So, what's the secret to learning these cars and tracks and gaining that much speed that quickly?
Yeah, it's all about the working process that you do with a team. You take your time, you look at a few things at a time. You can't pile up too many things at once, otherwise you'll get lost when you're out on track. So it's step by step, slowly, no rush, and with time comes great things.
Well, Chester, thank you very much for taking a moment to chat to us. I could see that you're out looking at the weather. Does the few spots of rain worry you at the moment?
No, it actually is an advantage to me.
Well, that's great to hear. Do you think you've got a good feeling for the car in the wet then? Have you had a chance to drive these cars in the wet actually?
Well, this is my first proper 3 days of proper driving. I've only had 2 test days overall before, one in the wet at Spa, so was able to kind of learn how to drive the car in the wet, and so we'll see what the race brings.
We will see what the race brings. Of course, you've got a lot of competition around you, very experienced drivers. Ariel Levy, our previous champion in 2024, starting alongside you. But, you know, epic to hear that you're ready for the fight.
Yes, I'm ready for the fight, and bring it on.
Bring it on. Chester, I'll leave you to your lunch break. Thank you so much for taking a moment to chat to us once again. Great to have Chester with us. Of course, he's our pole position driver in the sport classification on his debut. I mean, he's pole in rookie and pole overall. Now we're moving up to the GP Elite team, of course, reigning champions with Ariel Levy. And we've also got Jonas Greif here. Jonas, a very experienced driver in these 911 Cup cars. I'll just come this side. Jonas, talk to us about your Porsche Sprint Challenge Europe experience so far.
Yeah, it's a great weekend. It's great to race in the sun. Even it's a bit cold today, but yeah, I never had such a short winter break, so it's really cool to be here. And for me, it's really important because I did GT Masters last year with the ABS car, so it's hard to come back, but I will accept the challenge.
Because I believe you have driven the Porsche Carrera Cup cars before, and you've taken a break away from it, and now you're coming back to it. And I believe it's your plans for this coming season as well to race in the 911.
Yeah, definitely. I decided to come back because for me, I feel most familiar with the Porsche, also with the series, and this year I will drive Germany as well with GP Elite. It's an honor to drive for this team, and I will give my very best.
A very successful team, no doubt. Of course, Ariel Levy, your teammate in this championship, won this championship last season. They're well renowned around Europe, and you're clearly straight back up to speed because you were, right up there in terms of practice and qualifying as well.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I think it's really hard to come back. To use this new tire, it's quite different than in GT Masters, but I know if I'm working hard every session and if I'm getting better and better every session, I will be at the end of the season well prepared for Carrera Cup Germany. That's the most important thing, and I have really good teammates to learn from. So yeah, let's go.
Absolutely, and the fact that we can get race experience in the winter as well as opposed to just testing, there must be some value in being able to race, not just finding lap time on a test day.
Definitely, I think the most important thing is to race and not to have hundreds of laps for one lap time. To have the pressure in the qualifying, to have the pressure in the races. So yeah, let's race.
Amazing. Right, Jonas, I'll leave you to your lunch break. Thank you so much for taking the time to chat to us. I'm hoping to grab a word with our reigning champion, Ariel Levy, who once again was rapid, topping almost every practice session. Ariel, come this side for me, just so we can chat on the camera. Hello. Yes, anyone you want to say hello to at home?
Yeah, my family and friends, hello, thank you for supporting me, and of course the sponsors, thank you very much for bringing me here, and yeah, let's have a good one.
Absolutely. Ariel, back once again, of course, champion from 2024 in this championship. You've had a very successful season in other championships as well. I believe you guessed it in the Mobile One Super Cup, you're in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Deutschland as well, and you're back again this winter in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, so you clearly felt it was good preparation for your season last year, and you're back once again.
Yeah, well, first of all, I believe that this championship is generally a very good one. I think, yeah, everything works as it should. But I also think that for guys who are racing Porsche GT3 Cups in Europe, this is the best opportunity to improve themselves on the winter. So then, of course, I'm here.
Amazing. And here once again, and with no lack of speed whatsoever, you topped a fair few of the practice sessions, and if you weren't top, you were right there in second or third place. And then, of course, missing out on pole by just 1/100th of a second. That must have been so close, but so far.
Yeah, honestly, when I came in the pits, I thought that my lap should have been a pole because I felt, wow, that was an amazing lap. And then I understood that I was second by 0.01. I said, come on. Yeah, but for sure I'm happy about it still, and let's see what will happen in the races.
Interesting dynamic, though, because, of course, you're a very experienced driver in these cars. You're experienced in this championship, of course. We saw you last year. And then Chester Kiefer jumped in, rookie driver, and has managed to match your lap time just slightly faster. It'd be interesting to see how he races, because of course he's not raced in these cars before, I don't believe.
Yeah, well, I cannot know how he will be in the races. I would say props to him. I mean, of course, that's a good lap, and especially as a rookie, congratulations. And yeah, and then let's see what will happen in the race. We cannot know.
No one can know, but I'm sure you'll give it a good go.
Yeah, I'll give it my best for sure.
Amazing. Ariel, thank you so much for taking the time to chat to us. We'll let you keep warm because it's not particularly warm out here, and grab some lunch. Ariel, of course, racing for the GP Elite team. He raced for them last season, was very successful, took in many wins in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Back again, and now another familiar face to many, Dirk Schouten. Dirk, if you don't know Dirk, just once I finish this lunch break, just go on YouTube, have a little Dirk Schouten, and you'll find plenty of excellent onboard videos. Are we going to see any onboard videos this weekend from the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe?
Yeah, for sure. I have my camera in the car, so we're gonna make some epic stuff. Hopefully we can fight to the front. Would be nice to get some overtakes in, and yeah, let's do that.
For those who don't know Dirk, I think 364,000 YouTube subscribers, isn't it? Or 320,000 Instagram followers, from a lot of people following your racing career so far. Just talk to us about that racing career if they haven't seen what you've been doing.
Yeah, so I started my racing career 4 years ago. Always had to do it with sponsorships, so it's quite difficult, but we manage it with social media. And I push really hard on social media. Now I got a following, so I can offer some promotion for my sponsors. And this is the way I do it, and I like it. And yeah, it keeps me racing, so I have to.
And keeps everyone at home entertained. I mean, I've watched your videos. It's great to see. I mean, many people would love to be in your position, driving these awesome cars around the racetracks, and they can kind of live through you vicariously by watching all of your racing through your own eyes. I must say it is very interesting. Talk to us about what your plans are for this coming season.
Yeah, so for now I got a really nice opportunity to race for lap time performance, and I need to see if I can continue the whole season in Sprint Challenge. I like it right now because you get a lot of driving time, which is really nice. But I have to see with my sponsors, my current partners, if I can manage it, and also work for my summer plans, which are still uncertain. So I'm not sure.
I'm sure we'll see you on a grid somewhere, but also don't forget, yes, you've got all the followers, but you can back up the driving. Champion in 2024 in the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux. That must have felt pretty good.
Yeah, that was just one epic season. How we managed to do it with limited budget, but still be at the front. And yeah, it was just a mega season, and I want to continue in 2025 and hopefully get some great results and move up the ranks in the Porsche ladder. So
amazing. Well, we look forward to it. Dirk, I'll let you go and get yourself warm, because I can see when you've got your sponsors out, you're standing here shivering. It's not the warmest. Good luck in the race. We'll see how you get on. Dirk's car, bright white there, the number 34 if you're looking out for it. And then his teammate is Reinhold Krano. Actually, I'm hoping to grab a word with Reinhold racing in the AM class. Reinhold, come on in. It'd be great to chat a word. Reinhold, we had a quick chat yesterday.
Yes.
You've come all the way from Canada to race at some of the Europe's best circuits in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Talk to us about your experience at Portimão so far.
Oh, it's an amazing track. It's got so much elevation change, and it's super technical, so it's very challenging. It's a great way to warm up for the coming season in North America, so I'm really excited to be here. It's a lot of fun to drive. It's probably one of my favorite top 5 tracks now. So
many people are saying the same. I'm slightly jealous that you guys are getting to smash around here in 911 GT3 cars. Talk to us about that season in America. Of course, you're from Canada. You mostly race in North America. What are your plans for the season ahead?
We're doing the North America Sprint Challenge and the North America Endurance race, so that starts in Sebring in March, I think. So it's I think a 6 weekends of racing and 4 weekends of endurance.
Another epic circuit. I've never been to America. I haven't had the chance to experience that. Driven many laps on the simulator around Sebring. I imagine the suspension gets a good working through there.
Oh, absolutely. You're bouncing around a lot for sure, but the Cup cars are pretty stable on them, so you just have to eat it and go and keep the throttle down.
Keep it pinned, absolutely. And also, just talk to us about your qualifying this morning. How did it go for you?
It was okay. It was my personal best, so that's all right, but I had a better lap going, but then I hit a curb. That happens in qualifying, and I was a little bit too excited, I think, but first time here qualifying, so it was a lot of fun and I really enjoyed it.
Well, I can see from the smile on your face. Reinhold, thanks for chatting to us. We'll see how you get on this afternoon. Reinhold, the 233 in the club division, racing in the AM class. We're now moving up the grid now. We're garage number 11, so we should be at the Proton Huber competition. Another big contingent from Proton Huber, one of the bigger teams. We had Team GP Elite and then Proton Huber, stalwarts and very successful teams in Porsche racing, and also successful in terms of numbers and also results. Peter Wills, of course, was a championship challenger in the AM championship last season. He's back again, different livery this year, black and yellow as opposed to his blue that he had last year. Eric Santos also in the AM category. And then in the pro group, we have drivers like Sasha Norden. I'm going to come this side, Sasha. Sasha, great to have you in the championship once again. Thank you for taking the time to chat to us. You've definitely made a step up this year, I think, in terms of pace. You were close to the front, but this season so far, especially at Algarve, every session, every practice session, qualifying as well, top 5 pretty much every time.
Yeah, Piers, so good to see you. Yeah, it's unbelievable. The progress I've made over winter is something I'm really, really proud of. Also really happy to share it with the team here. And yeah, I don't know, I just came to love this track, so I guess that's it.
That helps, of course. Loving what you do is sometimes the key to success, but it's not the only key to success, because I know that you've got some good people in your corner this year that have really helped you take that extra step forward.
Yeah, I'm very proud to work with Larry this season.
Larry, just for those who don't know who Larry is, who's Larry?
I mean, if you're watching Porsche and you don't know who Larry is, you should definitely go watch. No, Larry Tenforde, Super Cup champion, Carrera Cup Germany champion, just one of the best drivers in the season and all around. It's it's unbelievable to work together with him. He's just he really pushes me, and he also pushes Flint, so Flint also joins him, and it's amazing to work with him.
Oh, amazing! And we were chatting off camera this morning about how he's been helping you, and it's not just like the nitty-gritty of brake later, turn here. It's also a lot about how you go about you're preparing for the races and also the mindset and things like that. That must be important.
Yeah, it's basically like learning basketball from Kobe Bryant. You know, there's one person that's really, really good at it, and they have a mindset and they work really hard, and he brings that mindset to me as well, which is unbelievable. So yeah, very, very proud.
As you should be, and of course only half the job done. Qualifying's out the way. You've still got some racing to do. I'm looking forward to seeing how you're getting on. You must have high hopes for this season.
No, not really. I'm just here to practice. So I'm gonna do an exciting announcement later on this year, and I just want to get better and better, and that's the reason why I'm here. So we'll see how it goes. Just here to race, just here to learn a lot of different stuff. There's some really, really good drivers with Ariel Levy, last year's champion, and Chester also going really, really fast. Of course, the guys at CLRT. So we'll see. We're just here to race, and it's going to be really fun. So that's it.
It's going to be great on the circuit. It's going to be great to watch. Of course, everyone watching live at home. We're going to have some onboard cameras in the fight as well. I think Ariel's got an onboard camera in there, so he'll be. If you're around him, we'll see some of that. Of course, that just concentrating on yourself must have been something that Larry is helping you with. Just focus on the right things.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, talking about the people at home. I think my girlfriend's watching together with her family, so a quick hi. And my mother's probably also watching, so also a quick hi. Sorry for wearing the cap. I know you hate it, but I needed it. For focusing on myself and focusing on the races, that's the most important part, and that's where we're going to win. And we're not going to win by focusing on becoming P1. We're going to win by focusing on ourselves, so that's what we're going to do.
Wise words indeed. Well, Sasha, thank you so much as always taking the time to chat to us. We'll let you keep warm, get some lunch in you, ready and fueled for the next race. Oh, let's grab a word with Peter Wills. Philip Wills, sorry. Philip, amazing. Sorry, I couldn't quite see you there. How are you?
Yeah, I'm great. I'm total fit.
Yeah, Philip.
I've trained 6 months on the road for this and for the whole year. And a lot of fitness and training and mental training. With a very good guy, Willem van Kleef, he trained me, and also Vincent van der Valk from the sim training. He's working also with pros from JP Elite, so they learned me a lot, and I improved quite a bit. So it's a strong field.
Very strong field, especially Evgeny, who was very, very fast in practice and qualifying.
But okay. I'm very happy with the result because we improved all the time. First day we had some problems with the car, with some alarms, electronic. But the second day, everything, they did a very good job. So, and I increased with 1 second so we will see on the grid now when we start how far we get. And this year I will do with Huber, Swiss Cup also, totally in Southern Europe. So, and yeah, let's fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed for you. Thank you so much for taking the time to chat to us. I know you've great to hear how hard you've been working behind the scenes, because this is something you're really passionate about, I can tell.
Yeah, for me it's not only a hobby, it's more a passion. And the people, the environment from all the people is so nice. It keeps you young. Yeah. So for me, it's very important also in my private life.
Amazing. Well, Philip, congratulations on a good qualifying so far, and we'll see how you get on in the races.
Yeah. Sure, thank you.
Amazing. Philip Wills there, of course, as I mentioned last season, was fighting for championship wins. We've got time just for maybe one or two more interviews. In fact, why don't we just grab a quick word with Josh Stanton. Josh racing normally in the Porsche Carrera Cup GB, back once again in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. I was chatting to you yesterday, and I heard from your dad that you haven't actually had much running since for a few months, and you're just dusting off the cobwebs at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. It's a heck of a place to do it, really, around here. It's it's kind of knock hill on steroids and a bit of combination of everything else, really. But yeah, awesome track and enjoying getting stuck back in.
Yeah, absolutely. And those cobwebs were being dusted off, because I know you started the practice sessions a little bit further down than you're used to, but by qualifying it was looking pretty promising.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was. You know, we're a day behind everyone. Essentially, they all get the extra test day, which unfortunately we can't do. So yeah, it's we started off a little bit further back in practice, but we're up there now and looking forward to getting stuck in.
Josh, always getting stuck in. Thanks for taking a second to chat to us as well. Josh, another one of our British contingent, racing for Team Proton Huber. And talking about Brits, we have a British team here this weekend with Team Parker Racing back again in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Sid Smith in the bright green sponsored car is back, and he'll be racing in the Pro division, the Pro category in the Pro class, and also is having an onboard camera, so you can watch onboard Sid Smith, see all his driving inputs. We'll be cutting to him throughout the races. Hopefully he will be getting involved. And then in the club division we have Lee Mole in the light green or yellow car there on the right hand side. He's in the AM group. Lee, another very experienced driver from the UK. And then we're moving to one of the last garages in the pit lane. In this garage we have Eric Wagner. Eric, another driver from the US. You can see if Laura, our camera up pans to the left, you'll see his helmet in the star-spangled banner there. But Eric, I spoke to you yesterday. Great to catch up with you again now on the live stream. Just talk to us about your experience. I know that you're loving life here in Portugal at the moment.
Oh, it's awesome. The Porsche group here with the Sprint Challenge, super well organized. Couldn't be happier. These guys are great. I love it. Yeah, and the track is amazing.
Amazing indeed. And we were talking about amazing tracks in the US as well yesterday, which you get to race a lot. Talk to us a bit about your experience up until now.
So just my driving experience.
Yeah, just a little bit.
I started out in Radicals. Very good car to learn in. For people who haven't been in one, it's very drivable, very forgiving. So I did that series for several years in the US. And then I switched to learning Indy Pro and some other open wheel stuff. I'm currently driving an M2 at the Concourse Club in Miami. I was second in that last year. We've got another season this year. I wanted to learn something new, so I chose this Porsche, and it's definitely different.
Absolutely, very different to a high downforce, low weight car, which I know that your driver coach Sam Yongian, who's been helping you a lot with that, you were very impressed with the way he's been helping you.
Oh yeah, he's unbelievable. His ability to communicate is unreal. So super impressed. And I have to remind myself he's 19 years old. Yeah. The kid's unbelievable. Like, there's just some people that are really good at communicating, and he's got it down pat. This team, Enrico Fulgenzi, has got the car set up perfectly. So yeah, I'm on top of the world.
Unbeknownst to you, actually, I was watching your qualifying session with Sam beside me, and he said that he's been really impressed with your progress. Getting, I think, 6 seconds since the start of testing, was it overall?
Yeah, I had no idea how to drive this car. It's very different, but he was able to simplify it for me and really lay everything out, and we made some great progress. So I think we're set up well for the race. We're like mid-pack. That'll give me some good opportunity to practice, and then as this series progresses, definitely I can get faster every race.
Eric, great to have you in the championship. Thank you for coming over. We hope you have a good time in the championship and enjoy the racing later on.
Thank you. Thank you.
Eric Wagner there for Enrico Fulgenzi, a great driver. And then the last team on the grid, AF Motorsport, which is Andre Fernandez and Kuna in the 888. And that is the whole pit lane done. We've managed to chat to a lot of the drivers, so thank you to every single one of them for coming out and letting all of you at home hear from them and find out about them, what their hopes are for the season in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe and going forward. We have some excellent racing coming up this afternoon. 4 races in total, 2 for each division. We've had some very, very close qualifying battles, and it's all coming to you starting from just after 1 p.m. So Brian will be taking you through that, and we'll be getting all the post-race reaction with that down here in the pit lane. So join us once again at just after 1 p.m.
Round one of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2025. We are getting ready for the first race of the season in this fantastic championship. They say that summer wins are made in the winter, and it was this event last year that we kicked off Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and we went on to see Ariel Levy win the overall championship. And then he went on to be a race winner in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany. Many of the other stars as well that featured here last year going on to do such great things in their respective championships. We had 20 drivers who have won a race in their Southern Championships who took part in last year's Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. We had 27 drivers who ended in the top 5 in their Summer Championships, 18 drivers who ended in the top 3, 31 drivers who achieved one or more podiums in their Summer Championships, and 216 podium finishes in total by all drivers in their Summer Championships. This is why Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe is the championship that drivers want to kick their season off with. But this is not just glorified training. This is a championship in its own right, and every driver wants to win. And we saw that in qualifying this morning, a fantastic qualifying session. Very, very close. Eventually, the pole position going the way of Chester Kiefer on his debut in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. The driver who last year was racing in French Formula 4, he had a couple of wins, finished 4th in the championship, reminding me very much of one Mr. Robert De Haan, who we saw a couple of years ago. He went from open wheel racing into Porsche and is now very much a race winner and a championship challenger in the series that he competes in. And you just look at Chester Kiefer and you feel something very, very similar unfolding. But alongside him on the grid, it will be Ariel Levy, the defending champion, the first driver from Israel to ever stand on the top step of a podium in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany, one of the toughest championships in the world. Behind Chester Kiefer, keep an eye on Flint Scheuring, the young Dutch driver, the younger brother of Maurice Scheuring, in the identical car to Chester Kiefer. They are both racing Schumacher CLRT. I mean, all the cars are identical, but prepared by exactly the same team, so very identical. And he will be looking to make a jump on his teammate at the start of this race. It will be a clutch start. Another contender, Sasha Norden, lining up on the outside of row 2. The driver who took his first ever win in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux last year, one of the absolute up-and-coming superstars in Porsche racing. On the 3rd row, Domas Radonis and Sid Smith, both contenders in their own right, and they could well be there or thereabouts when this pack of cars emerge out of turn 1 at the start of this race. It is an absolute thriller in the making. So much talent up and down this grid. We've got a few minutes before we get things underway as we look at the cars now starting to form on this grid. If you're new to Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, we say welcome along. I hope you're going to enjoy it. If you're a returning watcher, I hope you're going to enjoy it too. We are broadcasting to the circuit. We are broadcasting on the internet. We're streaming live on YouTube, and we are broadcasting around the world on TV as well. We say welcome along. Prepare to have your socks blown off as this mighty field of Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars burst into life, each one of them with 510 brake horsepower. The 4 litres of naturally aspirated, water-cooled, flat-6 boxer engine rises to a crescendo. The noise will be deafening. And then they will head into turn 1 on this circuit, which is tricky by any stretch of the imagination. We are in Portimão. We are in Portugal. We're on the Algarve, but we're not enjoying your traditional Algarve weather. We had glorious sunshine for all of free practice and testing over the last couple of days. But today, as was the case with this round last year, we have awoken to gloomy skies and pretty cold temperatures, something in the region of about 10 degrees centigrade, which means that getting heat into the tyres, getting the cars up to temperature is proving to be somewhat tricky. And getting this field around the first lap on those cold tyres will be a spectacle to behold because, of course, tyre warmers are not permitted in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. So it's going to be very much the drivers driving, you'll feel like, on ice for the first couple of laps as they get the heat into those tyres. Chester Kiefer, well, we heard from him during Piers Pryor's excellent lunchtime grid walk, or his pit lane walk. He had a chat to Chester Kiefer, and Chester said that he wouldn't mind if it rained. Well, you're on your own with that one, mate, because the rest of us want to stay dry. But he actually quite likes the wet weather, which is a very sobering thought for those that are going to be challenging him, because on his debut in Porsche Sprint Challenge racing, to be wanting the wet weather and to be on pole position, that does mean that he is going to be something quite special to behold. But Ariel Levy, who starts alongside him, will be ready to challenge that car, the number 88, into the first turn. We have three categories in the sport division. Of course, we have the sport division and the club division in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and we are starting with the first of two races for the sport division. The first now, the second will be later on this afternoon. And within the sport division, we have three categories. We have the pro category, and drivers up to gold are allowed. We have the Pro-Am category for drivers aged 30 plus without professional motor racing backgrounds. And we have the rookies, drivers who have competed in no more than 4 cup races and are 25 years old or younger. Right, we are going to head down to the grid after the excellent pit lane walk with Piers Pryor. It's now time for the grid walk. Piers, you've done a great job. We've got more news coming from you, I expect. Let's hear what you've got to say from down on the grid.
Same to you, Brian. You've done an excellent job so far. I'm going to have a quick word with Chester Kiefer, our pole sitter, ahead of his first race this season. Chester, just some emotions on the grid. How are you feeling?
Well, currently quite calm. Just waiting for the race to begin. So focusing on, and we'll see how it goes.
We will see how it goes indeed. It looks like the threat of rain has at least escaped for now, so a dry race ahead. I know you were happy in either of those conditions. Car felt good on the formation lap?
Yeah, car felt good, brakes felt good, so we're ready.
Can see the focus in your eyes. Chester, good luck in the race. Thanks for chatting to us. Cheers, Chester. Thanks, guys. The Schumacher CLRT team letting me just butt in there. We chatted to Ariel a couple of times already. We haven't had a chance to chat to Chester's teammate at Schumacher CLRT, Flint Schuring. Flint was getting his lunch in. Am I okay to have a quick word, Flint? Flint, how are you feeling ahead of the first race this season?
Yeah, very well. I have a nice view in front. So try to get a good start and see where we get.
Flint, of course, Schumacher doing a great job in qualifying. Yourself in third position, your teammate Chester in first place. Should be a good opportunity for a good result for the team, but I imagine you don't want to stay in third place.
No, yeah, of course you want to win, so yeah, I'll see what I can do.
How is the racing going to go down around here? Do you think it's going to be an opportunities for overtaking, and if so, where on the track are we going to be looking out for those moves?
Yeah, I think you can overtake here quite a bit, but it's difficult with some dirty air. But turn 3 is definitely a possibility. But yeah, you have a lot of slow corners after quick corners where you can't really catch up. So it will be difficult, but there's always some racing around here.
We've seen you make a few moves in the past, so I'm sure you'll try your best out there. Flint Schuring starting in third position, so it is pole position from Chester Kiefer, the rookie. Second place, Ariel Levy for GP Elite. Third place, we just spoke to Flint Schuring. Fourth place, Sasha Norden, who we spoke to a few moments ago in the lunch break as well, so we'll move on from him. Domas Raudonis, and again for GP Elite, another very strong qualifying. Domas, can we have a quick chat? No, he doesn't want to chat, so that's okay. Domas, new to this championship this year. He's racing for the GP Elite team. Of course, GP Elite second place with Ariel Levy, Domas in fifth place. Sixth is Sid Smith. I'm hoping to grab a quick word with Sid if he's all right. Can I jump in and chat to Sid? Brilliant. That's a nod of approval from Sid. Sid, strong qualifying from yourself. Well in the mix here. What can you do in the first race of this season?
Yeah, so I'm really happy to be here on the grid. we've done so much work with the team over practice to kind of make the car perfect. It all came together in qualifying. I mean, it's so close here. I could have been here, I could have been on the front row. So I'm happy to be in the mix of it, and I guess all I can say is I'll give it absolutely everything and then see where that takes us.
Absolutely. We'll be enjoying watching you both from the TV cameras, but also from the onboard camera, which is just over your right shoulder. So a lot of the viewers at home will be able to enjoy your lovely driving inputs during the race as well.
Perfect. Yeah, I think it's always good to have this level of kind of coverage. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but we'll soon see. No, but it's great that it's all so involved now, and you can just see kind of first person what's actually going on throughout the race for me, because it's definitely a tough race.
Well, I've heard that the onboard camera is good luck, so hopefully that'll bring you some good luck. Just got 1 more minute, 3 minutes, so I can do one more interview. We've heard to Derek Schouten, strong qualifying from Almeida. Let's have a quick word with Hjelte Höfner as we leave the grid. Hjelte, can I jump in, Hjelte? Quick word? Yep, brilliant. Hjelte, we spoke on the lunch break again, his first race in the 911 car. Hjelte, what are you feeling right now? Nervous, excited, or calm?
I'm excited to race at the most fun track in Europe, in my opinion.
Amazing. I can see the smile on your face. We'll let you get to the race. Good luck in your first race in this championship. See how it goes.
Thank you.
Brilliant. That's Hjelte Höfner, a rookie in the championship, a very inexperienced driver in the scheme of racing because he's only 18 years old. But I'm going to hand back over to Brian Oliver, who's going to run you through this first race of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2025.
Thank you, Piers. A great job as always. You go get yourself warmed up now. Look at that grid of cars ready to go. You could just hear it in the voices of the drivers. You can hear some of them quite nervous and a lot of pressure on Chester Kiefer, particularly in that pole position on his first race. It's going to be all about the launch. This, of course, is a standing start. And just to clarify, I know this has been asked a few times, these cars are running with no ABS. It is all about getting it right with the left or indeed right foot, depending on how you drive the car. Look at that. There's almost like a haunting silence as the cars just sit there on the grid, and in a few moments the instruction will be given and the Porsches will all burst into life. Those mighty 4-litre engines, such a distinctive sound, will burst into life. I should think many of the drivers will be keen to get this race underway because there is rain around. There has been rain forecast, and these will be an altogether different experience if the rain does start to fall. Right, you can see the board has been raised, the 1 minute sign. You heard on board from Ariel Levy, the engine now just ticking over, and in a few seconds the tyres will light up as we start the formation lap. It will be the critical time for these drivers to generate heat into the tyres and into the brakes. You get the heat into the brakes, it soaks through the wheel rim and into the tyres. What you want is to have as much grip as possible when you arrive at speed into turn one during the first racing lap. It isn't just a formation lap where you're tootling around looking at the Portuguese scenery. It's all about getting the car into the operating window. But the cars will be a little bit short on grip for the first couple of laps while the heat is generated. Remember, no tyre warmers are allowed. We are at the Portimão circuit here in the Algarve circuit. That is 4.653 kilometres around. That equates to about 2.891 miles. We have 15 turns, 6 to the left and 9 to the right, racing in a clockwise direction. There is an awful lot of undulation, 30 metres difference between the highest and the lowest as we have a look at the grid. Chester Kiefer, Ariel Levy, Flint Schering, Sasha Norden, Joe Mastrodonis and Sid Smith, keep an eye on them. Also, Rodrigo Almeida, what a great debut for him. And Dirk Shooter down in P8, the reigning Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux champion. Also, Draker Janssen, he would have been doing his ring dance ahead of Hjelte Höfner, Matthias Ferreira, Nick Ho, Henry Tuamala, Charles Visser, Josh Stanton got a grid penalty for violating Park Ferme alongside Jonas Greif making his return to Porsche Racing in 2025. Next up, Alex Ryman. He's a long way back. A lot of work to do from there. He has Felix Neuhofer for company. Then it's Thomas Cangro, Mace Muller, Luciano Martinez ahead of Anthony Imperato, with Ziad Gueris bringing up the rear. We mentioned Henry Tuamala midway through the pack. He's the leading Pro-Am driver. Our leading rookie driver is our pole sitter as well. Chester Kiefer, the name on everybody's lips, but Ariel Levy will be poised and ready to try and ruin his dreams. So on this formation lap, cars now currently heading towards turns 13 and 14. You just get a slight impression of the undulation on this circuit. There are several places, 4 in particular, which are a blind crest. The cars will be coming over those hills at full speed and a blind crest. It takes a lot of courage to keep your foot buried on the accelerator when you don't know what is the other side of that hill. So the drivers will be needing to dig deep with the nerves. Now, Chester Kiefer doing a good job because he's weaving to get the heat into the tyres, but what he doesn't want to do is get to the grid too quickly and be sat there with the engine running and, more importantly, the tyres cooling down while the back of the pack forms up. So he'll want to keep the heat in the tyres, weave and get that heat into the brakes as well, but not get to the grid too early. You can see the rest of the cars behind. Such a quality field of cars. It is round 1 of 8 for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division. This race, it's a timed race. It's not done by laps, it's done by time. It is 30 minutes plus 1 lap. So when the clock strikes 0, the race leader will complete whatever lap they're on, and then there will be an additional lap after that, and that will be the time for the checkered flag. So the cars now forming on the grid, and you can see Chester Kiefer is there. Keep an eye on Ariel Levy. He's done more laps around this circuit than his fellow front row starter. The rest of the pack now just forming up. So we wait for clearance from the back of the pack. The man with the green flag will let us know that all is good, and we will be ready to go racing. Are you ready? Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2025. We're waiting for the lights to go out. We are go! A great start from Chester Kiefer. He moves across to try and block Ariel Levy, but look at Flint Schering trying to come round both of them. Ariel Levy looking to the inside, looking to the outside. Chester Kiefer trying to make the car as wide as possible. The rest of the cars filing through the first turn, but it's Ariel Levy who takes the lead, getting the jump on the number 88 car in towards turn 3. They come. It's Ariel Levy, our new race leader, mugging Chester Kiefer off the front of the pack. Here they come down the hill. Our new race leader, Ariel Levy. Now Flint Schering challenging on the inside of Chester Kiefer for that second place. Chester dropping back. He is also now coming under pressure from Sasha Norden. Sasha Norden up into that third place. Everybody else now filing through. Side by side is the challenge for that fourth place. Riding on board with Dirk Schutten, the reigning champion in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux. He's got a bit of work to do from there. We've got a yellow flag at turn 1, so it looks like somebody hasn't made it. I think it might have been Thomas Cangro. Yes, it is. So Thomas Cangro, you saw him there with the hazard lights flashing. Not the start of the season he wanted. Everybody else keeps going. You can see the clock at the top of your screen. It is 28.5 minutes plus 1 lap of this, the first of 8 races in the sport division for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Dirk Schutten on board with the number 34 car. He's in the traffic at the moment, making his debut in this series. But look at the lead that Ariel Levy has pulled out already. He got the jump into the first couple of corners and he's moved clear. So Flint Schering up there as well. The rest of the cars coming through. There's Dirk Schutten. There's Draper Janssen. Sid Smith in there as well. Riding on board with Dirk Schutten to complete the first lap. We get confirmation of those positions. Ariel Levy, a second clear of Flint Schering. Sasha Norden, Chester Kiefer, the leading rookie, down into 4th place. Dirk Schutten, good start from him. Up into 5th place. Draper Janssen, Sid Smith. Also Rodrigo Almeida, Nick Ho, Domas Radonis also there. See the car going wide. That's Thomas Cangro once again. So clearly some big issues for Thomas Cangro on board with Dirk Schuiten, looking to push his way forwards. Didn't qualify as far up through the pack as he wanted in qualifying, but making up for it now. A challenge for position further back. Josh Stanton, after his penalty in qualifying, moving his way forwards. He's got Matthias Ferreira just ahead of him. So the car's now settling down. The headline at the end of the first lap, it's Ariel Levy who leads the way in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Race 1, but positions are being challenged all the way up and down the pack. The gap is just a little over 1 second between first and second place. Flint Schuring, though, will just be biding his time. Again, we have to be careful. Tyres are restricted. Just 2 sets of tyres for quali and race for both rounds this weekend. So drivers need to look after them. There are no pit stops, no scheduled pit stops in a sprint challenge race, unless of course it rains. So whatever tyres are on the car, they need to last to the end of the race. You go too hard, too soon, you may leave yourself vulnerable at the end of the race. So it's all about pacing yourself, looking after the equipment. But Ariel Levy now opening the gap to 1.2 seconds. Here they come down the hill into turn 1. They reach speed to about 265 kilometers an hour before hitting the brakes in 6th gear. And then that first corner taken in 3rd gear at about 130 kilometers an hour as Sid Smith and Draker Janssen now challenge for position. Sid Smith making his move for 6th place. At the front, Ariel Levy appears to have this under control. Keep an eye on Sasha Norden, who is moving his way forwards up into that 3rd place. Chester Kiefer in 4th place, the pole sitter in his debut in Porsche racing. Other challenges for position further back. That was Felix Neuhofer, who was looking to move his way forwards. Ahead of him was Luciano Martinez. Up the hill they come. Once again, the blind crest. A couple of the cars going a little bit wide, kicking up a bit of dirt. To remind you, track limits are critical here at Portimão. We have seen many drivers falling foul of the stewards. Now look at Sid Smith to the inside of the reigning champion in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux. He is a man on a mission. Sid Smith in the number 55 Team Parker racing car. We're riding on board with him now. A man who is moving his way up into 5th place. Great stuff from Sid Smith, the number 55 pilot who comes from the UK. Last year was 2nd in the Pro-Ams in Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain and looking to make his mark in this race. Now Draker Janssen, he and Dirk Schuiten had many battles together last year in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux, now fighting each other for 6th place here at Portimão in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Draker Janssen, although he now has the attentions of Rodrigo Almeida in the number 18 car. Rodrigo in the back Autotech car. There's contact between the two of them. Almeida goes spinning. Almeida across the track. Now Janssen manages to avoid making further contact with him. Almeida's able to rejoin, but I reckon our stewards are going to want to take a look at that. What a shame. Rodrigo Almeida, the driver who's come up through the ranks of GT4 racing, having a moment there with Draker Janssen. He regathers it. Looks as though he's managed to escape any damage, but all that hard work in qualifying, and he now drops back down through the order. At the front, Ariel Levy continues to open up that gap. 1.378 seconds as we ride on board with Dirk Schuiten in 6th place. Sid Smith, man on a mission, now closing in on Chester Kiefer in that 4th place. Our pole sitter in 4th place at the moment. Ahead of him is Sasha Norden. Down the hill we come. 23.25 minutes remaining of this race. Let's have another look here. Let's see what occurred. We're looking at that was the moment there. I believe there was contact between Draker Janssen and Rodrigo Almeida, and now Almeida pulled up at the side of the track, but we need to take another look at that to confirm it from the camera angle on board with Dirk Schuiten. But such a shame. It looks like Rodrigo Almeida is done for this race. There'd be a massive flat spot on those tyres as well. Now, the question is, are we going to need a safety car to get his car out of the way? Ariel Levy will hope not, because he has opened up the gap at the front to 1.8 seconds over Flint Schuring. The two drivers who have been fighting each other. In fact, we've gone full course yellow. So the cars are now being instructed to reduce their speed. So every driver now needing to reduce their speed under the full course yellow. The gap should remain the same. Now we're going to see if we can have another look at the incident that has brought out this full course yellow, and we will try and see what actually happened there, whether there was contact or not. At the moment, strictly no overtaking. The speed is reduced. Right, let's have a look at a replay here. So Almeida on the inside, Draker Janssen on the outside. Janssen cuts to the inside. Almeida goes to shut the door, maybe the slightest bits of contact. And I have to say, Almeida did very well not to be collected by a car behind. Such a shame for the driver from Mozambique. He's racing for FAC Autotech, who are a fairly legendary team in the world of Porsche racing. Both Alex Fack Sr. and Alex Fack Jr., who run that team, and Alex Fack Jr., a race winner in his own right. And he will be looking on, and they would have been watching that from behind a pillow, I should think, because a scary moment as the car is broadside across the track, but it looks as though it's escaped the damage. But it does mean that Rodrigo Almeida has retired from the race. The car will be retrieved, and he will come back, hopefully, in round 2 later on this afternoon to do it all again. In the meantime, the speed is significantly reduced under the full course yellow. Absolutely no overtaking. And there's Dirk Schutten. He's probably thinking, I could just nick past Sid Smith. No one would know, would they? Yes, they would. The stewards monitor this very, very closely, and anybody speeding under a full course yellow will get hit with a very heavy penalty. At the time of the yellow, it was Ariel Levy who was leading the way. 1.8 second is the gap over Flint Schuring. Sasha Norden in 3rd place. In 4th place, our pole sitter, Chester Kiefer. Also, our leading rookie, as denoted by the blue box on your graphic at the side of his name. The charging Sid Smith in 5th place ahead of Dirk Schutter. Nick Ho making good progress there in 7th place. He managed to keep out of that battle. Right, safety car has now been deployed. So safety car is out. So the race stewards have decided a safety car is needed. It means that all of those gaps are going to be closed up. And Ariel Levy will not be chuffed about that, because a gap that was nearly 2 seconds is now going to reduce to nothing as the safety car comes out. Here it is. So safety car is now on the track and will lead the field around, and will pick up the leader as Sid Smith giving the instruction to go on by. The safety car will wait till Ariel Levy comes along and will pick him up. The cars then, all the gaps will disappear and they will return into single file, and Flint Schuring will be rubbing his hands together at the prospect of having no gap between himself and the Israeli driver in front of him. But Sasha Norden, just keep one eye on him. He is a driver who just seems to get better and better whenever we see him race. He's man on a mission this year. We hear rumours of where he might be ending up racing in 2025, but we'll let him confirm that himself. But he is running for Proton Huber Competition, the legendary team that is run by Christoph Huber and Christian Reed. And they, of course, prepared the car of Larry Tenforder, who won the championship in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany. He's a Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup champion, a legend in the world of Porsche racing. And he has set up the Larry Tenforder Driving Academy. And guess who's in 2nd and 3rd place? Yes, 2 of his young proteges, Flint Schuring and Sasha Norden, are both being tutored and coached by Larry Tenforder this weekend. And I'm told that what they're learning from him is worth its weight in gold. I think there'll be a queue, as long as your arm, of drivers wanting to join the Larry Tenforder Driving Academy very shortly, because the man who is the most successful in Carrera Cup Germany, who is now imparting his wisdom to the next generation. And that is proven by the fact that his drivers are second and third. But leading the way, defending champion. Oh, there's Rodrigo Almeida. That's a nice speedy way back to the pits. Ariel Levy, who is racing for another legendary team, Team GP. We're going to have another look at the start of the race. We always got our eyes on the very front row at the start. It was good to see what happens further back. It was a great start from Josh Stanton. I think he beat everybody out of the blocks there. It was a good start initially by Chester Kiefer, but this is where Ariel Levy looked to the outside, then ducked back to the inside. He had Flint Schuring on the outside of him. Then he saw that nice big gap into turn 2. Filled it with the Team GP Elite Porsche and was through into the lead. And Chester Kiefer very much been hung out to dry as the rest of the pack came filing through. Right, that is towards the back of the pack. That is Felix Neuhofer that we're looking at. The cars circulating as we are getting ready to go back to green very shortly. In a few moments, the lights will go off on the safety car, and I've just been shown a red flag. So a red flag has appeared on the timing screen. I thought we were about to get going, but we've got a red flag that has come out. Now, I don't know why, so we'll have a look and see whether there is any indication as to why that might be. But the red flags are out. It means the cars are going to be brought to a stop. The clock stops at 16:38, but I've had no indication as to why the red flag might be out. So that will bring the cars to a stop, and looking at the timing screen, the only car that wasn't moving was Rodrigo Almeida. We saw him going back safely. Thomas Cangro is he's a couple of laps down, but I think he is all okay. So we've had notification that the session will resume, but I'm not sure why the red flag has come out. Dare say that will all come out eventually. The only car we have lost so far is Rodrigo Almeida, and maybe there's some damage that has been done to a barrier somewhere. But whichever way, safety car now bringing the cars back to the grid, and back will be to a stop, and hopefully we can get this thing underway. Well, there is the Almeida car, and maybe the race directors have decided that the car is in such a vulnerable position that in these conditions, having cars even running behind the safety car may be too much of a hazard when you've got people out on the track working. We've seen it here in these chilly conditions. We saw it last year, and we've seen it in quali this morning. Drivers, particularly on the exit of the pit lane, getting on the power, back end of the car, snapping around, and with little heat in the tyres, grip is very much at a premium, and it may well be that the race directors have decided that with people working on the track, with temperatures cold, therefore tyres cooling down, the best option is to not have cars moving past staff who are working on the track. Whichever way, I don't think this is going to be a particularly long stoppage. So I'm hoping that we will be able to get going fairly soon. The fastest part of the circuit is in towards turn 1. The drivers are in 6th gear, about 265 kilometers an hour at racing speed. But there's some windy old parts of the track as well. It was up at turn 4 where, I think where Rodrigo Almeida was stopped up near turn 4, which is a blind crest, one of several blind crests on this circuit. Part of the track that is taken at about 150 kilometers an hour in 3rd gear at racing speed. But again, safety is everything. It's very important that we protect not only the drivers, but certainly all the amazing people that work around the circuit, retrieving these cars. Our flag marshals, safety is paramount. There is the FAC Autotech Porsche. And that is currently being lowered very gently. An awful lot of money's worth of Porsche there being lowered onto the back of the truck. Mention FAC Autotech. They're a team that have been around for many, many years. And Alex FAC Jr., who won the Pro-Am Championship in the ADAC GT Masters, a fantastic GT3 championship in Germany last year. And also here in the capacity as a driver coach this weekend, and I expect will be imparting his wisdom to Rodrigo Almeida. Hopefully, there's nothing too terminal wrong with that car. Some people out on the terraces trying to stay warm. Right, we've got notification that the restart is going to be within the next minute. I think in probably about 30 seconds or so. So really a short red flag. And the clock will get running again. It's actually ticked down a bit already. So 37 on the timing screen. So I think there might be 30 seconds more than on the graphic, but whichever way, about 16 to 16 and a half minutes remaining of this race. So approaching the halfway point, of course, all that hard work, getting the heat into the tyres, into the brakes, getting everything up together, and everything will have cooled down while the cars are static. So we may well get a couple of laps, certainly at least one lap behind the safety car. It will be a rolling start, so we only get the clutch start at the start of the race. Then when the direction is given by the race steward, the lights will go off on the safety car. That will be the indication to Ariel Levy that he will then take over the pacing of the race, and it will be his decision when he hits the accelerator. Once the safety car is out of the way, the only rule for Ariel is don't overtake the safety car. The rule for everybody else behind is no overtaking until you reach the start-finish line. So I should think, well, I know Ariel has done many of these restarts in the 3 years that he has been racing cars. Yes, 3 years ago, he had never even raced a car, and his rise up through the ranks has been fairly monumental. Of course, a real crowning glory was winning the championship here in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe last year. So we are under yellow flag at the moment, and we are back under racing conditions. So safety car, I'm told, is going to be doing one outlap. So will almost certainly duck in at the end of this lap, and we will be racing once again. And Ariel will want to catch Flitz Schuring napping if at all possible. He'll want to be on the accelerator at about the same time that Flitz Schuring isn't, and therefore get the jump and open up a gap. But Sasha Norden, Chester keeper there, keep an eye on Sid Smith as well. Dirk Schuten there in 6th place. He's worked his way forwards a little, but a relatively quiet race by his standards so far. But you discount Dirk Schuten at your peril. He is there or thereabouts, and he will be ready to bounce. Right, safety car will be in on this lap. So hopefully Ariel Levy has generated a little bit of heat into those tyres, and he will have the grip when they approach the first corner. You can see now the safety car has pulled off into the distance, so Ariel becomes the de facto safety car. It's his decision when to go. He can't slow right down and back the pack up, but as long as he keeps it going, it's his call when he wants to go, and he will be weaving. It's his decision how much he wants to weave, how much he wants to use the brakes. It will be Flint Schuring's job to keep his eyes glued on the GP Elite car in front of him and to be on the gas as soon as that car goes. You can see Ariel weaving, everybody else focused on the car in front, waiting for that moment when he goes, right, now Ariel hits the accelerator. Good job done by there. He'll come out to receive the green flag in just a few moments, and he will then be resuming his place. There we go, there's the green flag at the lead of this race. Look at Sasha Norden challenging for second place on the outside into turn one. Flint Schuring doesn't look like he has much he can defend with there. Sasha Norden trying to go the long way around turn two, now into turn three. Now Flint Schuring coming back He has the position now. Sasha Norden cutting back to the inside to try and find a route on the inside of Flint Schering. In the background, Chester Keeper looking to cash in on it. Dirk Schutten wants revenge on Sid Smith just in front of him in the green and white car. But look at this for second place. Now Sasha Norden on the inside into turn 5. It'll be a climb up the hill. A good exit out of this corner is essential because the next corner taken absolutely flat out. So has Sasha Norden got that position from Flint Schering? Yes, he has. Flint Schering relegated down into third place. Dirk Schutten watching it all unfold in front of him. Meanwhile, Alex Ryman, Josh Stanton challenging for position further back. We're on board with Dirk Schutten here. Schutten in that 6th place, looking to move his way forwards. The cars all bunched together. A great opportunity to make up positions. A great opportunity to throw it all away. Just over 12 minutes plus 1 lap remaining of this race. The first race of the season. Defending champion Ariel Levy leading the way at the front of the pack. In 2nd place, Sasha Norden having overtaken Flint Schering, still fighting further down the pack. Levy seems to have this covered off at the moment. We'll see what the gap is when they cross the start-finish line next time around. Absolutely flat out along the straight. They will come up to that 265 kilometers an hour in 6th place. That's what it looks like from the perspective of Dirk Schutten. Then the heavy braking into the third gear, first corner, and then into 4th gear, second corner. Lots of drivers having a little look, looking to pick up a slipstream as they head into turn 1. That's Felix Neuhofer having a little look on the inside of Henry Tuamala. That's the view from turn 3 at the moment. Everybody making it around, and Neuhofer to the inside of Tuamala. He steals the position away. Tuamala not really needing to put up too much of a fight here. He is the leading Pro-Am driver, as indicated by the white box next to his name on the graphic. He is more interested in the other Pro-Am drivers. Still positions being fought for. Charles Visser, the driver from South Africa, also pushing forwards in the number 7 car for target competition. That is in 16th place. So every last point counts here in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Points are paid down to 15th place, so there's no settling back on your laurels. Ariel Levy at the moment 1.2 seconds is the gap between first and second, so looks to have Sasha Norden covered off. We said keep an eye on Sasha Norden, the man who is pushing forwards. Now what can he do about the 1.2 second gap between himself and the race leader? Flint Schering about 6/10 back, and then Chester Keefer, Sid Smith there as well. So Sid Smith about 5/10 of a second, about half a second back from Chester Keefer at the moment. This is the view that Ariel Levy was dreaming of when he went to bed last night and when he woke up this morning. An open track in front of him and all of his opposition behind him as he looks to become the first driver ever to successfully defend a championship in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. The driver from Israel leading the way at the moment, but Sasha Norden pegging him back by a couple of tenths of a second. This is not over yet. 9.5 minutes remaining, plus 1 lap in the first of 2 races for the sport division in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe here today. Sid Smith now having to look a little in his mirrors at Dirk Schutten. There's Nick Ho, Josh Stanton. Just ahead of them was Domas Radonis on board with Sid Smith. Once again, the driver from Essex in the number 55 car. Started off in the world of mini stocks racing, something very, very different. So Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, whatever it takes, he's working his way up the motorsports ladder here at Portimão in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Ariel Levy, 1.013, that was the magic gap. He's into sector 3 at the moment. The fastest of anybody though in sector 1 on that last lap was second place Sasha Norden. He was about 1/10 quicker than the race leader in sector 1 of the last lap. On the next sector, Ariel Levy was fractionally faster than Sasha Norden. You can see the gap there. So Ariel Levy looks to have this covered off at the moment. It'll be good to see what the gap is when they cross the start-finish line in just a few moments. Here we come along the start-finish line once again. down to 0.775. Sasha Norden is on the attack. Flint Schering in third place. Chester Kiefer, the pole sitter, is in fourth place. He's the leading rookie, as noted by the blue box around his number. Second in the rookies is Matthias Pereira, who is down in 12th place. Third in the rookies is Jelte Hufner, who is just behind Pereira. So the challenge is all the way further back, and that is Jelte Hufner fighting with Pereira as if on cue for that position. It is Jelte Hufner who is in the number 919 car. Ferreira in the 27 car, not able to challenge now at the moment. 919 moving his way up through the pack into that 12th place. Now the 27 car fighting back for position. So everybody challenging for their respective championships to the inside. 27 sees a gap, but not able to make it stick. So Matthias Ferreira still in that 27 car, still in that position. Down the hill we come. The gap for the leader coming down even more, because second place Sasha Norden has just taken another couple of tenths out of Ariel Levy's lead. We've got some warnings that have been issued. Alex Ryman has been given a warning for track limits on turn 4. Alex Ryman currently in 11th place for S1 Racing. Of course, Ryman, who is the outgoing Pro-Am champion in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. There is Nick Ho, always there, just consistently nibbling away in the number 98 car. He's in 9th place at the moment. Look at that, the leader, first and second, almost running together. Sasha Norden with the fastest lap of the race, a 1:44.323. So Norden taking this to Ariel Levy. Are we going to see a challenge for the lead with just over 6 minutes plus 1 lap remaining? There is Dirk Schuten still in that 6th place. Sid Smith still ahead of him. There's Chester Kiefer up there as well. This is the race leader, first and second. Down the hill they come towards turn 5. A good exit out of this corner is essential. Sasha Norden looking to have something of the upper hand in terms of pace, but he's got to find a route past the number 25 car. Ariel Levy is a real talent at defending as well as attacking, and he is in the lead of this race by 0.466. What can Sasha Norden do to get past? On board with Ariel Levy at the moment. It's a nice clear track in front of him, but he will be aware that his mirror is full of red and white number 21 car, the Proton Huber competition of Sasha Norden. Chester Kiefer still in that 4th place, the leading rookie. So here's our race leader, first, second, absolutely nothing between them. Sasha Norden with the fastest lap of the race, a 1:44.323, the fastest lap of the race, showing his intent on the timing screens. Can he do it on the track? Still, Levy has this covered off. He's just got to hold on for about another 4 3/4 minutes plus the obligatory 1 extra lap at the end of the race. Third place now, a little bit too far back to challenge Flint Schering. It looks as though third is about as good as he's going to get. The fastest lap is Sasha Norden, confirmed on screen, 1:44.323. The gap when they crossed the line last time was 0.415 of a second. Very, very little in it. Just one mistake from Ariel Levy and he will surrender that lead. He needs to be driving, looking up front, not looking in the mirror too much, not being distracted by Sasha Norden, who is monstering him all the way for the top step of the podium. Flint Schering is there, too far back to challenge, but just about there. If these two cars get together, Schering will be through and will steal past both of them. Ariel Levy, focus as he sees the empty track in front of him. Don't look at the mirror. Sasha Norden staring at the GP Elite Porsche just in front of him. Track limit warning has been given out once again to Alex Ryman, also to Felix Neuhofer, as Sasha Norden has another look to the outside in towards turn 5, the Torre VIP corner. What can Ariel Levy do to defend? What can Sasha Norden do to get past? Ariel Levy will see the red and white car in his mirrors, filling them full. Norden looks to the outside. Will he take the first win of the season? He ducks back to the inside. The two cars running side by side. Can Sasha Norden make it stick? No. Levy still in the lead, 3.25 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Ariel Levy back in the lead of this race, but suddenly Flint Schuring is back in the game. He's closed in while first and second were fighting each other. It's allowed third place to close in on both of them. This two-way battle for the lead is suddenly a three-way battle for the lead. Less than 3 minutes remaining plus 1 lap. Again, Sasha Norden looking to the inside into turn 1, trying to distract Ariel Levy, trying to make him miss a braking point. Into turn 2 they come, a 4th gear corner taken flat out. Then into turn 3, a 1st gear corner taken at about 55 kilometers an hour. Flint Schuring keeping them very, very much in sight. 2.5 minutes remaining plus 1 lap. Someone has kicked up a bit of dirt. Sasha Norden challenging once again for the lead. Ariel Levy still in front at the moment. Flint Schuring now flashing the lights. Suddenly, Sasha Norden is aware that if he challenges for the lead and it doesn't stick, he's going to let Flint Schuring through. The first 3 running absolutely nose to tail. This is why we love Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Brilliant stuff. Flint Schuring to the inside of Sasha Norden. The 2 cars almost make contact. Sasha Norden has it covered off. Remember, both these drivers coached by the same driver of Larry Tenforder. The 1, 2, 3, now 4th place Chester Keeper also coming to join the battle. The 2-way battle for the lead became a 3-way battle. Now it's a 4-way battle. Ariel Levy holding on by the skin of his teeth with 1 minute and 40 seconds plus 1 lap remaining. In towards turn 13 he will come, and in towards turn 14 our leading rookie is still Chester Keeper, our leading Pro-Am driver still Henry Tuamala. But our eyes are glued to this lead battle. 1, 2, 3, 4, all running together on the track. Who is it going to be? Advantage Ariel Levy at the moment, but Sasha Norden will not need half an invitation to get his nose in front of the number 25 car. Along the pit straight they come once again, the gap down to 0.366. Like a piano accordion, the gap opening and closing as they go into the corners. Ariel Levy in control at the moment. We're into the last minute of timed racing, so it's going to be this lap plus 1 more for this, the first race of the season for Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Sasha Norden will be aware that time is running out if he wants to take the top step of the podium. Ariel Levy will be aware that he just needs to make the number 25 car, the widest Porsche in the whole of Portimão, and that's exactly what he's doing. Don't go deep into the corner, he leaves a gap. Sasha Norden appears to have better traction out of the corner, able to take a tighter line. Flint Schuring drops back just a little for the time being. Chester Keeper in there as well. Do we have any more surprises up our sleeve, or is this the order they're going to finish in? 15 seconds of timed racing. They're up at turn 9 at the moment. So about a lap and a half left of this race. Ariel Levy, he's led every lap of this race. He got in front in the first couple of corners of this race, and he has led all the way. Can he make it now to the checkered flag? Can he hold off Sasha Norden? The race stewards have been looking at an incident between Thomas Cangro and Alex Ryman, but we are staring at the 1, 2, 3, 4 at the front of this race. Henry Tuamala in 15th place, the leading driver in the Pro-Ams. The leading driver of the race still Ariel Levy. He's out of turn 15 for the penultimate time, so he's now about to start the final lap of the race as he comes across the start-finish line. Now, Sasha Norden, what can he do with 1 lap remaining? Distract him, that's what he's trying to do. Flashing the lights, looking to the inside, filling the mirrors. Schuring has dropped back a little. It seems to be now a 2-way battle for the lead. Ariel Levy keeping it all together, drawing on all of his wisdom, all of his experience in his 3 years of racing as he holds on to the lead of this race. Sasha Norden, has he run out of ideas? Sid Smith in 5th place, a solid job from him, just 3.3 seconds back from this race lead battle. But there's Ariel Levy into turn 5 for the very last time. Then into turn 6, taking 180 kilometers an hour in 4th gear, absolutely flat out. And then it'll be the 4th gear, turn 7, taking it 200 kilometers an hour up towards the blind crest. The cars climb up the hill. All they can see is the sky. Then the roller coaster comes back down again. Ariel Levy still in control. Sasha Norden now, is it just forcing Levy into a mistake in the last half a lap? Is that going to be his opportunity? Ariel Levy will be aware of the car behind. He just needs to focus on what's in front as he heads towards turn 13 for the last time in this, the opening race of the season. It looks like Sasha Norden has run out of ideas to get past, or has he? He pulls up slightly alongside, but Levy has this covered off. The 1, 2, 3 once again running absolutely nose to tail. But Ariel Levy out of the final corner in just a few moments. He's going to see the check flag in front of him. The clock has struck 0. Out of turn 15 they come. Ariel Levy is going to cross the start-finish line. A last lunge from Sasha Norden, but it's a win for Ariel Levy. He held on despite all the pressure from Sasha Norden. Flynn Schering rounding out the podium positions. Our pole sitter, Chester Keeper, in his debut in Porsche Sprint Racing, a very, very respectable 4th place. And also the winner in the rookie race. The rest of the cars coming across the line. Second in the rookies will be Jelte Hufner in 919. Third in the rookies, Matthias Ferreira in the car number 27. And the winner in the Pro-Am race is going to be Henry Tuamala in 1, 2, 3. The Finnish driver for Team Koronen will cross the line to win in the Pro-Am race. Fantastic stuff. What a great way to start the season in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And there is your result, of course, very much subject to confirmation. It's Sasha Norden, Flynn Schering, Chester Keeper, rounding out the Ariel Levy, Sasha Norden, Flynn Schering, rounding out the 1, 2, 3. Chester Keeper in 4th ahead of Sid Smith, Dirk Schutten, Draker Janssen, Domas Radonis, Nick Ho, and Josh Stanton. A great drive from Josh Stanton, came from near the back of the pack to finish in 10th place for Proton Huber competition. Also, solid drive to 2nd place in the rookies for Jelte Hufner and Matthias Ferreira in 12th place, the 3rd place in the rookies, ahead of Alex Ryman and also Felix Neuhofer rounding out the top 14. In 15th place, it will be Henry Tuamala who will win in the Pro-Am category, and he is ahead of Jonas Greif making his return to Porsche Racing, and Charles Visser in 17th, Anthony Imperato, then Mace Muller, Luciano Martinez in 20th, ahead of Ziad Giris, and then Thomas Cangro, Rodrigo Almeida. They were in the wars, of course. Almeida bringing out that safety car after the potential collision with Draker Janssen and recording a non-finish. Thomas Cangro finishing some 15 laps down as well, so I believe he was a non-finisher. So, wow, what a way to start the season. Brilliant stuff, and high concentration, high stress levels. The palms of my hand are sweating. I should think Ariel Levy, his heart will be racing, I should think, but he held on despite impressive pressure from Sasha Norden. Really, really good racing. Here are the rest of the cars. It's Schumacher, CLRT, doing a little show of power, coming in formation into Parc Fermé. Flint Schering in the front, and Chester Keeper just behind him in the identical cars. We'll try not to get those confused. They actually swapped numbers halfway through the weekend, which was enough to send me confused. But great drivers, both of them. And there is Ariel Levy, the race winner, Israeli driver, who just gets better from season to season. I remember when we saw him making his debut in Porsche 3 years ago, he was good. Not really a contender for race wins. The following year, he'd made a massive step up. Last year, he turned into a race winner. Of course, 2 years ago, he won in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux. There is Larry Tenforda, congratulating his driver. There is Sasha Norden, receiving congratulations from his team. And there is Ariel Levy. Yes, you had to work for that one, didn't he? And did what he had to do. Preserved the tyres and the brakes enough to get the car to the end. Of course, racing is the 2nd season with Team GP Elite, and some familiar faces from Team GP Elite. Torsten van Haasteren is one of the people that runs the show there, but a whole team of them that do a fantastic job. They know how to prepare a team. The Dutch team.
Yeah, that was really fun. Yeah, it was.
Oh, really good stuff from Sasha Norden, congratulating Ariel. And I can see Piers Pryor there. So we're going to hand down to Piers Pryor, who's there with our race winner.
Cheers, Brian. Congratulations and well done for getting through that one, because that was quite hard in the commentary box. I imagine the only person more stressed than yourself was this man here. Ariel, you soaked up a lot of pressure for those last 5 minutes.
Yeah, for sure it was it was full of pressure. I think also I was a bit unlucky with the situation because I was pushing quite a lot, and I believe I was the fastest before the safety car, and after the safety car I did not have enough tires to stay with the other guys speed-wise, but I think I made good decisions and I stayed in front.
I think you showed your experience in that race. Do you think that counted?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I think Sasha was faster than me in the end and made quite a good fight, but I think my decision covered me up, so that's good.
Amazing, and of course this time last year you're on the podium, 3rd place. This year, starting off the year with a win, that must feel pretty good.
Yeah, that feels amazing, to be honest. I think this cannot be a better start of the season, and also 2 wins in a row, it's quite nice.
Amazing. Ariel, we'll see you on the podium very shortly. I'm hoping to grab a word with Sasha Norden if he's still around, but he may have already headed up to the podium. Is Henry Tuamala around as well? No, I think that's it. So just Ariel leaving for now. I'm going to hand back up to Brian, then shortly we'll be having the podium ceremonies.
Thank you, Piers. Good job. Great to catch Ariel as well. Interesting to just hear his comments. He certainly, it felt like he had it under control. I mean, there was a lot of pressure. And I have to say, but it's truly heartwarming to see Sasha Norden just saying, I really enjoyed that. Congratulations. A lot of these drivers are friends, and I think Ariel has had many races with Sasha in the past, and I have a feeling they, two of them, well, they're going to be racing each other, hopefully, for the whole of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Series, and maybe more. I think watch this space. Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup beckons, of course, for Ariel Levy as well, hopefully. Lots to be looking forward to, but what a race that was. And Flint Schuring, he was there the whole time too. Right, we're going to take a little look at some of the highlights of the race. It was a good start from Ariel Levy, and Chester Kiefer, pole sitter. Well, he was the quickest out of the blocks initially, but it was in those first 2 corners where Ariel found the gap on the inside and worked his way into the lead. Lots of drama. Sid Smith, man on a mission, and Josh Stanton. I'm trying not to sound like a biased Brit here, but both of them were charging through the pack. That was Ziad Gieris going wide, and that was Rodrigo Almeida. This was a turning point in the race, quite literally, for Rodrigo Almeida, because he got turned. Somehow Draker Janse, every time I look at that, it looks even closer than it was the time before. But Draker managed to avoid damaging that rather pretty paintwork, his new livery for this year. Almeida will feel somewhat sore about that. It brought out the red flag. Fortunately, it wasn't for too long, and we were able to get things back underway. Ariel Levy looked like he was just going to clear off at the front, but Sasha Norden was man on a mission. He found a route past Flint Schuring. You got to get up pretty early in the morning to find a route past Flint Schuring at the best of times, but he did just that, and he got past and into that 2nd place and slowly closed in on our race leader. Henry Tuamala, in the meantime, was enjoying a wonderful fight with Matthias Ferreira for the lead in the Pro-Am race. And that was going to continue all the way to the end. But it was this fight for the lead that kept us absolutely on the edge of our seats. And Ariel Levy withstanding significant pressure. And at one point, Sasha Norden looking vulnerable in that 2nd place when he was fighting so hard. Flint Schuring closing in, and indeed Chester Kiefer, and hats off to Chester in his debut race for doing such a sterling job. There were other fights further back down the pack. Luciano Martinez and Mace Muller were going at it hammer and tongs, but it was the fight for the race lead that kept us gripped right to the very last corner, and even out of the last corner. I don't think Sasha Norden had quite settled for that 2nd place, because they came in to the final couple of corners with Norden absolutely glued to the back bumper of the number 25 car. Schuring there as well. They crossed the finish line with Schuring there in third place, Norden in second, but the win going the way, first blood, to Ariel Levy. And he pulled into Parc Ferme to receive congratulations from his competitors. And what a great way to start the season. Hey, guess what? We get to do that 7 more times this year. And if it's half as good as that, we are in for a treat. And hey, we even get to do it again later on today, because there will be a second race for the sport division later on this afternoon. Where we will once again have the fight for the win, overall win. We'll have the fight for the win in the Pro-Am race, and we'll have a fight for the win in the rookie race as we look down at the Torre VIP corner, fairly distinctive corner here at Portimão. Look at those grey clouds. It's not raining yet, but trying not to be a doom-monger there. So yes, brilliant stuff, and it means, obviously, that Ariel Levy jumps to the top of the championship and leads the way in exactly the same way as he finished last year. We're only in the 3rd year of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, so we've not had anybody successfully defend a championship yet. But this could be the year where it happens. Right, I think that Piers is down somewhere near the podium. Are you there, Piers?
I am here. We're just waiting on the last couple of drivers to join us, and then we'll be taking the podium ceremonies underway. But what a way to start 2025 racing in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. An amazing, amazing season. And I think we're just about ready for the first podium. You ready? Okay, so here comes the first podium of the year, and it was in 3rd place after an excellent drive. The number 99 from the Netherlands, Flint Schuring. Flint Schuring, everybody. Congratulations, Flint, of course, joining us once again in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And in 2nd place, after an excellent drive, Sasha Norden. Sasha driving for the Proton Huber competition, a brilliant, brilliant effort, putting the pressure on our eventual winner. But it was, oh, there we go, Sasha enjoying the moment. Happy with that 2nd place. But our champion from last year, Ariel Levy, taking the win. Congratulations, Ariel. Of course, taking so many wins last year. Ariel driving for the GP Elite team. A brilliant, brilliant drive. And once we step up on the podium, I think we are going to have a short national anthem. That was the Israeli national anthem for our eventual overall winner in the sport classification, Ariel Levy. The trophy is now being handed out by series manager Lars Plateau. That is Flint Schuring taking 3rd place, Sasha Norden in 2nd place. And as we mentioned just a moment ago, our eventual winner, champion from last year, Ariel Levy, taking the first victory of the year after an exceptional, well-managed drive, absorbing the pressure from Sasha Norden. A brilliant, brilliant first start to the season. And the drivers just get their photos in a moment. And then shortly, once they have had their photos, we will be heading over to the rookie podium. Rookie drivers are young drivers starting their racing career with limited experience. And we've got some brilliant drivers in the rookie category this year, as shown by Chester Kiefer. And to start with, the 3rd place driver in the rookie classification was the number 919 from the Netherlands, Hjelte Hufner. Hjelte from Norway, young driver. And in 2nd place in the rookie classification, the number 29 from Brazil, Matheus Ferreira. Matheus racing for Target competition. And now The winner of the rookie classification after an excellent pole position was Chester Kiefer. Chester is from Luxembourg and races for Schumacher CLRT. And we will now have the national anthem of Luxembourg. So that was the Luxembourg national anthem for our winner, Chester Kiefer. The trophy is now being handed out once again by Lars Plato, the series organiser. That was Hjelte Höfner in third place in the red suit. Then Ferreira in second for Ferreira. And then our eventual rookie winner, just missing out on the overall podium, but I'm sure he'll have many opportunities for that in the future. That is our rookie classification podium in the sport division. Now just time for some photos, so we can remember this moment for a few years to come. I imagine we'll be seeing a lot more of these rookie drivers in motorsport in years to come. Bright futures ahead of them all, I'm sure. And a nice little selfie, Hjelte getting his phone out. It's a very posh phone indeed. I think that's one of those that flips out and folds about. A moment to remember for all of them. And now up next, we have the Pro-Am classification. Pro-Am will be the final podium before we head over to the club division race. So podium will be for the Pro-Am classification now. And in P3, we have, from the Netherlands, Ziad Giris. Ziad racing for PG Motorsport. In P2, we have from the USA, Anthony Imperato. Anthony racing for Ombra Racing. And our eventual winner from Finland, Henri Tuomala. Henri races for Team Karainen. We will now have the Finnish national anthem. The Finnish national anthem would hopefully be played. Maybe they haven't quite got it just yet. But it was the Pro-Am classification. Third place, Ziad Giris. Second place, Anthony Imperato. And the eventual winner was Henri Tuomala. Here is the Finnish national anthem. There we had it. The Finnish national anthem, of course, well recognised from when Kimi Räikkönen was in Formula One. The trophy is being handed out once again. That was third place, Ziad Giris from the Netherlands. Second place, Anthony Imperato from America. And receiving the winner's trophy, once again, Henri Tuomala. We will be seeing all of the drivers we've just had on the podium, plus the rest of the sport classification, once again in just over an hour's time. The photos for the Pro-Am classification are happening right now, but just after that, we're going to have a very short intermission before we head over to the club division, which will be once again handled by Brian at home. And that is the first race of the season in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. An absolute epic race to start with. the rest of the season is anything like that, then we're in for a treat. But I'm going to hand back to Brian now to lead up the start of the first club division race in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe.
Thank you, Piers. Good job done by all. And we are now going to be getting ready for the club division race. So I think we're going to take a little break just for a few moments, and then we'll give your ears a little bit of a rest. I'm just waiting for confirmation of that, and then we will be ready for the club division race, which will be coming up in a few minutes' time. So the club division round 1, which takes place at 14:30 local time, and it is 14:23. So gosh, time flies quickly when we're getting ready to go racing. Okay, know what's going on now. So sport division done and dusted. So as Piers said, we will be back for another sport division race in about an hour's time. If you enjoyed that, then you ain't seen nothing yet, as they say. So we've got the grid now lined up for the club division, and in a few moments, hopefully we're going to see Piers down there. So we are now just gearing up and getting ready for round 1 for club division, Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe. Round 1 of the club division, Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe. And if you were with us for the sport division just now, you will know how competitive it is, how exciting it is. And we are expecting another race, which is going to be a bit of a nail biter. We had a great qualifying session in dry conditions, still dry as far as we can tell, but it was Evgeny Leonov who qualified on pole position nearly half a second quicker than Andre Fernandez. So in a very solid position. With the club division, as with the sport division, we have categories within that. And if you're new to Porsche Sprint and Carrera Cup type racing, this is quite normal, and I know it's quite hard for some people to get their heads around. We have 2 categories racing within this. So we have the AM category, that is for drivers who are aged 40 plus, and we have the GT4 class. Drivers in the GT4 class are running Porsche Cayman GT4 RS Club Sports. The AM drivers are running Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars. They're all in the same race together, but we effectively have 2 winners. We have a winner of the overall race, normally an AM driver, and we have a winner in the GT4 race. So it's kind of like a race within a race. The difference between this and the sport division is these cars have ABS. So that is permitted, whereas ABS is not permitted in the sport division. The other big difference is it's not a standing start. It's a rolling start for these cars. So they will line up side by side. They will go around on a formation lap, and they will receive the green flag when they come back round. So you can see that the cars are on the grid with the engines running, and I think we're going to probably get straight on with this race. It's time running out a little bit because we had that red flag earlier on, but it's good. It's back-to-back racing here. It's the 3rd season ever of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. The summer wins are made in the winter, and we've already seen drivers who are going to be featuring in the summer on the podium here this afternoon, and we're likely to see it again now once we get this race underway. It's race 1 of 8 for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, the club division. We've got lots of talent in this race. Welcome to the grid from India, Ajit Kumar. Now, I've been corrected. He is, in fact, a Collywood star, and so apologies for that. I won't do that mistake again. We should call him a professional actor. He's a superstar from India. Great to have him here in the number 28 car on the grid. We've also got so many other talented drivers. Keep an eye on Marabi Mekbabishvili, who is in his second season in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. So as you can see, we are already on the rolling lap, getting ready, the formation lap to get the heat into the tyres and into the brakes. We are at Portimão in the Algarve. And just to remind you, it's a circuit that's 4.653 kilometers around, 15 turns, 6 to the left and 9 to the right. One of the characteristics of this track is the amazing undulation, 30 meters from the highest to the lowest point. It has been described as a roller coaster. We heard one of the drivers at lunchtime calling it Zandvoort on steroids. It's a great description. But yes, it is an exciting circuit, and it's one that brings us great racing. Lots of blind crests. Let's have a look at the grid. It is Evgeny Leonov on pole position, and Andre Fernandez alongside Marabi Mekbabishvili and Philip Wills lining up fourth ahead of Lennart Imstra. Javier Ripoll Jr. was looking good in quali, down in sixth. Angelo Fontana, another one looking good for Estonia, ahead of Reinhold Kram. That's the first 4 rows of the grid. Then Tobias Vasquez, Limo from Great Britain, he was looking good in quali this morning. Jan van Roon, Alexander Dobbik lining up 12th. Marcus Neuhofer has Eric Wagner. We heard from him in the lunch break, didn't we? David Harrison lines up alongside Patrick Kuhnhaar. That's his 16th on the grid. 17th, Dominic Bastian has Peter Sander for company. Ajit Kumar, the very popular driver making his debut here, has Eric Santos alongside him, and then Ernst Inderbitzen, Kasper Hockeboom and David von Rosen. That is 23 runners and riders all set to battle here. We have 3 cars that are in the GT4 category, everybody else in the AM category. It is Kasper Hockeboom, David van Rosen and Patrick Kuhnhaar, who are the GT4 drivers. So they are in Porsche Caymans. Everybody else in the legendary 911 GT3 Cup car. It is a festival and celebration of all things Porsche. So on this formation lap, drivers will have been working hard to generate the heat in the tyres and into the brakes. When the brakes are hot, heat spreads through the rims of the wheels and into the tyres as well. Tyre warmers not permitted in Porsche sprint racing. So a critical lap. The cars are now forming up side by side for what will be a rolling start. It will be 30 minutes plus 1 lap of racing, and the cars will need to be side by side. They will need to pass through their grid boxes so as to not record a false start. You can see the pole position car of Evgeny Leonov. He has 917 of Andre Fernandez, who has dropped back a little. Now I wonder whether the steward might have something to say about that, because Leonov is a long way ahead, and in fact it looks like the start, no, it has been aborted. So you can see the yellow lights flashing. We've got a green light on the screen, but I believe the start is being aborted. The cars are meant to be side by side as they cross the start-finish line. I saw the lights flashing, so I think it is being aborted, and the cars will need to do it all again. So not a great way to start. Oh, actually, a message has come up, start under investigation. So I'm just trying to work out, we are under green flag. I saw the lights flashing, but clearly the start is going to be allowed to go, but it may well be that if things continue, Evgeny Leonov may well be adjudged to jump start, or indeed Fernandez might be adjudged to have held back too much. So element of confusion here, just as the cars complete their first lap. I saw the lights flashing, but then they went off again. So I think we are, in fact, still under racing conditions. It still says green flag on my timing screen. So our race leader, Evgeny Leonov, ahead of Andre Fernandez and Marabi Mekbabishvili. And yes, we are up to speed. So ignore what you heard before. We are racing, and the cars are now circulating around turn 13 and 14 and to complete the first lap of the race. But there will almost certainly be an investigation of some sort into that start. That was certainly not what was expected by the race organisers. We've got one car streets ahead of everybody else. There is the race leader, and is Evgeny Leonov in car 16. And the car that is behind, I think that's Morabi Mekvabishvili, who has jumped up into that second place. Right, across the line we come. Yes, it is Mekvabishvili in second place. Now challenging into turn one. Sees a gap on the inside. The other front row starter, Andre Fernandez, back in third place. So after a confusing start, we are now running. It is Leonov leading the way for Volcano Motorsport. Morabi Mekvabishvili in second place. As I mentioned before, it is a 30-minute race plus 1 lap, but drivers need to make sure the tyres go the distance. It's helped by the fact that it is quite a cold day, so the cars will be a little bit more durable. Keep an eye on Philip Wills in 9.12. He's currently in fourth place. He's in the traffic, but looking very eager. We're going to let the cars just settle down a bit, and then we'll get to see what the positions are. And we've also got one eye on the outside, on the safety, on the messaging screen from race control in case of any penalties that might be incoming. I'm also getting news that there is potentially a little bit of drizzle in the air, as if our lives weren't confusing enough as it was. S1 drivers have reported that there is some drizzle. Now, not enough to affect traction or to cause any problems, but I do believe the anticipated wet weather is in the air, and anything more and it might start to really throw the proverbial cat amongst the pigeons. So Leonov leading the way, Morabi Mekvabishvili in second place. In third place, Andre Fernandez. You can see lots of pushing from further back to get forwards. There is Philippe Wills, behind him Angelo Fontana. Fontana, who has been looking very, very rapid here in qualifying today. Drivers going wide there out of the corner, the final corner, turn 15, where track limits have been such an issue in testing and in practice and in qualifying. So, Philip Wills in that fourth place. Angelo Fontana challenging from fifth place. Leonov looks to have a decent gap, about a second over Morabi Mekvabishvili in that second place. Right, we've got a full course yellow that has come out. We have a medical car out on track. Just looking, David Harrison is stationary, I believe. So David Harrison is the car that is stationary. The driver who is here being coached by Dino Zamparelli for race drive. Currently being shown at the back of the pack, and we've got a full course yellow. So the cars are instructed to reduce their speed. There can be no overtaking. The gaps, in theory, are meant to remain the same. And whether this leads to a safety car, as it did in the previous race, we will see. But at the moment, there is a medical car out on track, and we do have confirmation that there is some light rain in the air. But I don't think, well, we've gone red. So red flag is out. So again, as with the previous race, not entirely sure why we've gone to red flag, but the cars will return to either the grid or the pit lane, and the clock will stop. So we will find out at some point what the situation is there, but we know there is a medical car out on track. And of course, safety and the good health of everybody is paramount here, and so the organisers have decided to show a red flag. It means the race has stopped, the clock has stopped, the cars will come back to a halt. All the gaps obviously will reduce, and I've seen nothing about that start, which was, I think it's fair to say, fairly shambolic. But whilst we're doing that, let's have a look and see how we're doing in terms of the leaderboard. Evgeny Leonov was the race leader. Morabi Mekvabishvili, Andre Fernandez. That's your 1, 2, 3. Philip Wills was in fourth place ahead of Angelo Fontana. Javier Ripoll Jr., Tobias Vasquez, Janja van Room into 8th. Lennart Himstra was in 9th ahead of Lee Mole, rounding out the top 10. Then Alexander Dobik, Reinhold Kran, Patrick Unhar. And Patrick was the leading GT4 car, ahead of Markus Neuhofer, Eric Wagner, David von Rosen, Dominic Bastian, Peter Sander, Ajith Kumar, and his very vocal fan club, Share the Love, Ernst Inderbitzen, Kasper Hockerburn, and Eric Santos, and then David Harrison, who is showing as a non-runner at the moment. So the car's coming into the pit lane. So apologies, can't bring you any more information at the moment as to why we have the red flag. It could well be that the Harrison car may well be in a barrier somewhere, or it's when we've got staff out on track. We saw it in the sport division earlier when we've got marshals out on track, particularly in these cold temperatures where grip is very much at a premium. It's really important that we don't have cars running around where there are people like to be on tracks. We don't want any dramas. So as always, safety is the top priority here. So as the cars come into the pit lane, and the windscreen wipers aren't running yet, but that's good. So our race leader was Evgeny Leonov for Volcano Motorsport. And you'll recall, if you were listening to the interview with him earlier on in the show, that he was here in the GT Cup Europe in the Pro-Am category last year and spun away what was almost certainly a certain win, and wants to put that right, and is going to be hoping that the stewards don't intervene after that start. Right, the red flag was due to a track repair. So no issues with people. It's a track repair that needs to be done. So the clock is stopped. The teams are allowed to work on the car, but the session is under red flag, and there are some repairs that need to be done around the track. And I'm wondering whether we did have a connection with a barrier somewhere, and maybe that needs to be sorted. So a good opportunity to just take a breather. We all need one of those, don't we? And stick the kettle on. It's probably not going to take too long, this, particularly as we want to get this back underway before any rain comes along. So you can see the cars in the fast lane of the pits, just queued up. So Evgeny Leonov was the leader. Marabi Mekvabishvili was in second place, and of course we saw him last year. He was 7th in the AM Championship. His best result was a 5th place at Estoril. So if things remain as they are, he's looking good to eclipse that. Year before was doing a GT3 Cup Middle East. He's also been in the 24-hour GT series, and that was back in 21 and 22. So driver registered from Bulgaria, and in second place, solid drive from him. Another of the Proton Huber guys in the team run by Christoph Huber and Christian Reed. The Veloso Motorsport Porsche 917 in third place, Andre Fernandez, and he is from Portugal, so local for him, and was in last year's Porsche Sprint Challenge Iberica. Was also in the GT3 Cup Portugal in the AM category in 2022. So that's your 1, 2, 3. And I'm just looking to see if I've got any more updates on what is occurring out there. I don't know if Piers is around at all, whether he's got any news for us. Meanwhile, I'll just keep running down the order. Philip Wills in 4th place, another Proton Huber car. It's good to see him. He was in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux back in 2023, and was in the Sprint Challenge last year and the year before. And Philip Wills, he won in Estoril last year. He had a 6th and a 4th place at Valencia, and is a pretty solid driver, and was looking good before the red flag came out, as was the case for Angelo Fontana. And I saw him, he was, if I remember rightly, last time I saw him, he was at the Nürburgring in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany, and the Est1 driver from Venezuela, teammate to Alex Ryman and Javier Ripoll Jr. He looking pretty racy, and there's very much challenging for position, but when the red flag came out, was in 5th place. So, yeah, he was the 5th place car, and in 6th place, another of the S1 Racing cars, Javier Ripoll Jr. Right, Piers, you got any news for us down there?
Well, actually, unfortunately, not as much as you're probably hoping for. I've spoken to David Harrison, or Harry's team. They are not entirely sure what's going on either. So for now, drivers are lined up in the fast lane of the pit lane. Of course, as we know, in the parc fermé conditions, so the drivers can open the door and chat to their team, but they can't take on any fluids, there can't be any setup changes, definitely no tyre pressure changes. But I think it'd be a good opportunity maybe if we can duck in and have a quick word with any of our drivers. I'll see if we can have a word with Ajit Kumar, if he's happy to have a word. Ajit, are you happy to have a chat? Yes, he is. Brilliant. Of course, Ajit has a lot of followers listening in, hopefully watching at home. If you are watching, comment on the live chat. Ajit, great to catch up with you during the race. How's it going for you so far?
Pretty good. I'm happy to be here to gain experience. And yeah, so far it's been good. Can't be happy. Can't be happier, sorry.
Can't be happier, of course. You've got a lot of followers. They're all commenting on the side. Have you got anything you want to say to them?
I just love you all. Ellarum ஆரோக்கியமா சந்தோஷமா வாழுங்க. Love you all.
Amazing. Well, Ajit, we'll leave you to concentrate and get ready for the second half of this race. So good luck in that. Great to have Ajit Kumar joining this championship this season. Of course, a very well-followed man. We've got Peter Sander here. Peter in his first, I think it's his first race weekend, if I'm not mistaken. He's got a very, very limited experience. So Porsche Sprint Challenge attracting drivers who are very experienced, very, very skilled, and other drivers who are just starting their racing journey, which is amazing to see. Dominic Bastian there, just a few running repairs for the drivers here. Just walking down the pit lane, past David von Rosen and Eric Wagner, who we spoke to earlier on. It's not David von Rosen, it's Marcus Neuhofer here as well. Marcus, of course, as we mentioned on the pit walk, is him and his son are racing together. We're just hearing there is actually the car that was caused the red flag has cleared the circuit, so hopefully we'll be getting to go green very, very shortly. All the drivers just getting back in the zone. It's quite tricky as a driver in a red flag like this when you don't know exactly when you're going to go green again, because you can take a moment to switch off, relax, talk to your team and think about the race ahead. But also then when the light does go green and we're back behind the safety car, it's a very quick mental reset into trying to go racing again. Jan-Jaap van Roon here is in a very, very smart looking livery. Good to see him driving this weekend. And apparently we're not long away from a restart. Javier Ripoll Jr. here joining us once again. He was, of course, in the series last year. Shall I come in and grab a word with him? Is he happy to have a chat? Happy to have a chat? Yes, brilliant. Can I just squeeze through? Javier, we've spoken to you many times before. How is this weekend going for you so far?
It's okay. I mean, nothing major, nothing shitty. It's just in between. It's just the start was a mess. I mean, I lift up, lights never came green. I lift, and boom, everybody passed me. So, fuck, okay, let's race. So, I mean, it sucks because we could have been farther, but it's okay. At least we're all safe, and the race steals long, so let's push.
Yes, of course. There's a bit of a pause in the race now. An interesting psychological thing now where you have to sort of reset and go again. An opportunity for you to regain those lost positions.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's a couple passing zones and not much there. Tires are going to be cold, so we need to be careful at the beginning. And hopefully the leader this time makes it right, you know?
Amazing. Right, we'll leave you to it, Javier. Great to chat to you as always. Apologies for Javier's enthusiastic language there. He's, of course, very much in the zone, so a couple of choice words there, but, you know, it's all part of the fun. So apologies if you were offended by that. Philip Wills, who we spoke to in the lunch break as well, back again. Is currently in 4th position. I'm going to slip out of the fast lane because I'm hearing that we're very, very shortly going to be racing once again. So I'll hand back up to Brian Oliver in the commentary box.
Thank you, Piers. Good job done there. And yeah, apologies. Javier Ripoll. It actually was good to get his perspective on that start because like we were seeing, he was confused by it as well. But as he says, it's kind of like all advantages have kind of been nullified now because they're all nose to tail. I've just seen an image of the car that did cause the problem, and it was the FAC Autotech car of David Harrison, and a lot of damage to the front right corner of that. I'm really hoping they're going to be able to get that car back together for the second round, which comes on later this afternoon. But that's what's brought out the red flag, and I think there might have been some damage to the circuit as well. So they've had to do a bit of repair work on that, but all's good. There is the barrier now freshly repaired. Porsche banners reinstated in position. So thank you for bearing with us. Great. Right, we're going to get this thing going now. Good news for all, and we will get going behind the safety car. I believe the clock will start with 20 minutes remaining. Because the race was initially aborted, there will be a whole new start with the initial start grid. Right, okay, that's just come through. So because of what was, let's face it, a bit of a Horlicks of the start, the race stewards have decided to restart with the grid in the original order, and the race will be shortened to 20 minutes. So it is going to be a bit of a reset, and I have to say that given the mess that it was at the start, I think that is a fair decision as we ride on board with the Indian superstar Ajith Kumar. I can hear 1,000 hearts melting even from here. Yes, the cars are out on their formation lap, and we're going to do a restart in original grid position. So that's quite an unusual situation, and the race effectively 10 minutes shorter. So that was kind of like a 10-minute warm-up, really, wasn't it? But that's good. I think it's the right decision because there were some who went, some who didn't, and I think that is the right decision that was made. So in a few moments, we will see the cars getting back into a side-by-side formation. And it's going to be all the work to do again for Evgeny Leonov and Javier Ripoll Jr. Well, having put a couple of quid in the Euro box, the swear box, will have the opportunity to prove himself this time and do it all again properly. So cars out towards turn 10, 11 at the moment. Of course, they've been static in the pit lane, so everything will have cooled down, including the drivers. And we alluded to that, well, Piers alluded to that, that drivers, you're in a rhythm, you've built up, the adrenaline is going, you're going for this race, bang, 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 and then suddenly red flag, and you've got all this adrenaline with nowhere to go, and then you've got no rhythm either, and you've suddenly got to pick yourself up from cold, get yourself back up to speed, and go racing. And it is something that is a discipline. The drivers have to work on this. So we'll see the drivers in a few moments doing just that, getting themselves back up together, pulling it side by side, and we will be ready to go again. And the clock will reset at 20 minutes. We're obviously not going to go quite yet. I think we're going to stop on the grid. So, yeah, in the original spots on the grid, I thought we might be going this time around, but it looks like we're going to come back to the grid, make a stop, and then start again. Actually, you can see they're still working on the fence out there. So, okay, a little bit premature. We got time for a grid walk now, haven't we? Has anyone told the drivers we're not racing this time around? Yes, people out on the track at the moment. So looks like we're going to come back to a stop. And yeah, instructions been given stop on the grid. So drivers now will have been informed of that. I think everybody thought we were going to be going racing this time around. So yes, good. They'll all come to a stop on the grid, and then we'll take a deep breath and try again. You thought that a 30-minute race was a sprint. Well, try a 20-minute race, and that's what it's going to be, a 20-minute dash for the cash. What a way to start the season in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, the club division. And Evgeny Leonov will have to do it all again, our pole sitter. And what a glorious sight that is. Just to remind you, the reason there are a number of Porsche Caymans in amongst the Porsche 911s is that we have two categories running in this race. The regular AM category, who are running in Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars, and the GT4 category cars that are running in Porsche Cayman GT4 RS Club Sports. And the GT4s, yes, they are racing the cars around them, but their main priority is racing the other GT4 cars. And at the end, as you would have seen in the previous race, we'll have two podiums. So we'll get a podium for the AM racers, the overall race, and we'll get a podium for the GT4 race as well. So there's the teams just waving the cars back onto the grid. Just shows everybody you're into this kind of routine where you've got the schedule and everything's like clockwork, and then something like this happens and everything's suddenly thrown up in the air. And of course, while all this is going on, we're constantly looking to the sky as to whether it's going to rain or not. Right, I believe Piers is back down on the grid as if he hasn't worked hard enough already. Back down to you, Piers. We're going to get another grid walk.
Yeah, exactly. The unfortunate red flags means that we managed to get a grid walk in the end. Not long until the drivers are out, but I have seen the race director, Paul Beck, walk out onto the grid and have a chat with our drivers. In fact, you can see in the background there, Paul Beck is currently talking to our pole sitter. Paul Beck is the man there with the grey hair and the Porsche top. He will be explaining the start procedure, what he wants from the drivers. Of course, the start is controlled by Yevgeny Leonov here, and this is to ensure that once we go green this time, it's a bit of a cleaner start. We know Yevgeny's got excellent pace. We saw that in practice and qualifying. If he has a clean start, there's no reason why he can't pull away. But of course, the rest of the grid will be hoping to keep close on his tail. Let's move on down a little bit further back, because in that first part of the race, which has now been aborted as we now have a 20-minute race, Merabi Mehfabishvili was very, very fast in the all-black car, the number 39 here. I'm hoping I can grab a quick word with Merabi. Merabi, can we have a quick chat for the live stream? 1 minute? 1 minute? So we haven't got long. Merabi, the race director, chatting to pole sitters. Hopefully,
it was very strange. I hope we will be good.
Yes. It should be better this time, hopefully a cleaner start, but it looked like you had good pace in the first part of the race.
I hope I need fastest, was fastest. Okay, we'll be fastest.
Merabi, thank you very much. Good luck in the race. Hopefully the start's clean. I think that whistle means that it's our time to leave the grid. So for the second time in the club division, Brian, back up to you.
Thank you, Piers. Oh, well, it's keeping you warm anyway, isn't it? So I don't look like there's any rain coming down yet, so that's good news for all. The grid starting to clear once again. Interesting to hear the insight from the drivers. There is the 16 car of Evgeny Leonov, not quite in line, but of course that'll all shake out in a bit when we start on the formation lap. And I'm just checking to see if there's any other information that I haven't seen yet. It'll be at 56. So in less than a minute, the formation lap will restart. And it's going to be quite a quick turnaround. So, yeah, get off the track quick, please. And we're going to get this thing underway. So thank you for bearing with us. I hope you're being entertained here. Isn't it great going racing in January? Who knew? There was a time when we didn't get racing until Easter, and here we are in January at Portimão, not quite in the sunshine, but enjoying this wonderful series, the opening round. And here we are, race 2 of the day, round 1 for the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division, with the AMs and the GT4s now starting their formation lap, and all that hard work to get the heat back into the tyres. Once again, to get yourself into the rhythm, to just make sure that you're focused, that you're not distracted, riding on board with Ajith Kumar from India, racing for Red Ant and Ajith Kumar Racing, the superstar from India. It's great to have such a prolific actor on our grid, and a real top guy as well, with a monumental fan club who are currently completely spamming our chat room. And we've got a camera on board as well. He's got a bit of work to do, though. He's towards the back of the pack, but he's got a bit of time to do it. And you can see him just there weaving. Good little insight there. They've patched out the dashboard a little bit. Well, we can see he's in third gear, but we don't want to give too much away. He's got a little map on his steering wheel as well. That doesn't mean that he's going to get lost. It's just a reminder of what gears to be in, whereabouts on the track he is. So just information to the driver is everything. His team will be in communication with him as well, just instructing him to get the tyres into the operating window so that when the cars arrive, hopefully this time side by side into turn 1, they've got a bit of grip and we can get them all around. They're up at turn 8 at the moment, the Samsung turn, as it is known, and up to the blind crest where you head up the hill and you just see nothing but sky. And I've never done it myself, but I'm told you can feel your stomach kind of hit the top of your head when you go over the top and back down in the compression. It's there is a good reason why this place is compared with Spa-Francorchamps. Lots of undulation, 30 meters of undulation just over one lap. The main straight is a fraction under a kilometer long, so that is by far the best overtaking section here at Portimão. There's a decent width as well. The average width of the track is about 14 meters. So plenty of opportunities to overtake for drivers who have qualified out of position. Plenty of opportunities to work their way forward. But of course, 10 minutes less than what they anticipated having as we restart. So it is a complete restart in the original grid positions. But this time with just 20 minutes, the safety car has ducked off. Now, it's really important. These cars are side by side now. Once again, Andre Fernandez is a long way back. Is he trying to get a flyer on the car 16 at Evgeny Leonov? Now he pulls alongside. I believe these drivers had a bit of a talking to in the break while we were stopped. Safety car is still actually a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. So it's backed them all up. Now they are side by side. As they head out of turn 15. Now the safety car into the pit lane. We are ready to go once again. Evgeny Leonov well ahead. Fernandez quite a long way back, but now the charge down towards turn 1. This is a bit more like it. A fight into turn 1. It's going to go the way of Leonov, or is it the long way around? Fernandez sweeps around the outside to take the lead. We got cars spinning in the background. That's Fontana, Angelo Fontana. That's one of them. The other is Marabi Mekbabishvili, the two drivers who were so strong in the first start of this race. Both of them have gone spinning into turn 1. We've got a double yellow, obviously, at turn 1, but what a disaster. Two of the drivers we're expecting so much from. There is Marabi Mekbabishvili in the all-black car. We saw him go spinning. Also, Angelo Fontana. We'll need to see a replay to see what happened there. But in towards turn 5 they come. On board with Javier Ripoll Jr. in the number 91 car up towards turn 8. So already some chaos and drama here with less than 20 minutes remaining. We've got a yellow flag there as well, and that is for Andre Fernandez. The car that was challenging for the lead now pointing in the wrong direction. That is up at turn 7 and 8, I think it is. Marabi Mekbabishvili, there he is. He's got going, as has Fontana. But so much drama. The front-running cars, pretty well all of them, with the exception of Evgeny Leonov, having dramatic problems. And Leonov, well, it's a bit of a get-out-of-jail-free card for him. So, rest of the field coming round. And there is the 912 car of Philip Wills. So he is up into that second place. So Leonov leading the way. I'm just looking to see what has happened to Wagner as well. But right, here we go then. There's the first, second, third. Javier Ripoll Jr. in third place. A challenge on the inside. That's Tobias Vasquez having a look to the inside of Reinhold Kran for position. So, see whether he made it stick or not. But there is our race-leading car coming through. The number 16, Evgeny Leonov, and still more positions further back. There is Ajith Kumar in the 28 car. He is fighting for position. The rest of the cars are now coming through. The 23 car, there is Eric Wagner down into 8th place. So he's had his dramas as well. There in the background, Patrick Kuhnhar in the leading GT4 car. So on board with Ajith Kuhnhar in the number 28 car. Great perspective as the cars head up over the crest of the hill. So settling down after a fairly chaotic start. Our race leader, Evgeny Leonov, leading the way in car number 16. In 2nd place, it is Philip Wills, who managed to avoid the carnage. He's into that 2nd place. In 3rd, it's the S1 racing car of Javier Ripoll Jr. So the 1, 2, 3 looking solid. There is the 28th car of Ajith Kumar. And last time across the line, he was up to 14th place, already making good progress through the pack. 127 and 23. Jan-Jaap van Roem alongside the 23 car of Eric Wagner. So Jaap van Roem making his way forwards as well, further back through the pack. There are lots of fights going on up and down, but the lead just looking reasonably solid in the hands of Evgeny Leonov. He has been so fast in all the free practice sessions and looking to have a control of this race. But Philippe Wills, probably the more experienced of the two, going to be looking to track him down. So the gap, 1.026. This is the view from on board. Philip Wills looking at the back of the race leader, just tracking him around towards turn 7. They come. The car reaching up to about 200 kilometers an hour on the exit of this turn, a turn that's taken in 4th gear. Up over the crest of the hill they come, and down the other side. You can see that drop from the perspective of Philippe Wills. There he is in that 2nd place. So our leading AM driver, the leader of the race, is Leonov. Our leading GT4 driver, Patrick Kuhnhar, he is in 11th place. 2nd in the GT4s is David von Rosen. He's in 15th overall. And in 16th overall is 3rd in the GT4s, and that is Kasper Hockenberg. So they will be fighting with each other. Here's our race leader, 1st and 2nd, just breaking a bit clear. Javier Ripoll Jr., we heard from him in the break. We can see if he can push forwards to challenge, to catch up with the leaders. 1.026 last time across the line. 1.028 this time around, I can see. So the gap between 1st and 2nd very much remaining the same. Another challenge here, the 121 car looking to the inside into turn 1. That's Tobias Vasquez finally making it stick on the inside of Reinhold Kran. So Tobias Vasquez moving up a position. That is into 4th place, looking very rapid. The quickest car on the track at the moment is our race leader, 146.767, Evgeny Leonov. But the 121 car pushing forwards, Tobias Vasquez, the driver from Germany for Kramer Racing in the AM category, moving on up through the pack as he challenges for that position. So the clock ticking down, just over 13 and a half minutes remaining of this race. Leonov looks to have this under control as things stand at the moment, but there's still plenty that can happen. The windscreen wipers are still stationary, so the rain has yet to fall, pleased to say. There is Andre Fernandez, after such a strong start, now down in 19th place, back with the back markers and having to do all that hard work. Just behind him, Marabi Mekbabishvili, who also had that spin. We've lost 2 cars. We've lost Lennart Heemstra in 969 for a Triple M Crown Racing. We've also lost Angelo Fontana. We saw him turning around at the start of this race, and he has retired into the pit. So 2 cars down, everybody still running. There is the 33 car, Alexander Dobik. He's the next one to line up behind the Tobias Vasquez Reinhold Kran battle. And he's another one who is pushing forwards for position. There's somebody who's gone off. And that, I think it was Ajit Kumar, has just gone off at a tangent. Looks as though he got it all wrong on the corner. He's let a couple of cars through. He's able to continue, but the 28 car having a bit of a moment there and surrendering a position. There's Alexander Dobic in the yellow and black car, currently chasing Reinhold Kran, who is in 5th place. Tobias Vasquez broken clear of that particular battle now. Tobias Vasquez about 1.6 seconds clear of the battle that you're looking at. There's Vasquez just gone through the bottom of your screen, now on board with the 28 car. So I think grip and traction very much at a premium here for Ajit Khan for Red Ant plus Ajit Kumar Racing. Sorry, Ajit Kumar, beg your pardon, and Ajit Kumar Racing. So on board with him, once again, you can see how hard he's having to work the wheel just to keep the car pointing in the right direction. Just ahead of him is Ernst Inderbitzen, who is in 15th place. So Kumar has dropped down into 16th place as a result of that lively moment. And Inderbitzen was able to sneak through. Right, looking at the pit straight briefly there as Javier Ripoll Jr. In a solid 3rd place at the moment. The 1, 2, 3 just running very much on their own at the moment. Leonov about 1.264 ahead of Philip Wills in 2nd place. He in turn is 3.1 clear of Javier Ripoll Jr. In 3rd place, but very much all to play for from there backwards as Tobias Vasquez in 1-2-1 under pressure once again. Reinhold Kran also there as well, fighting for the positions out along the pit straight. They come once again. Vasquez in 4th place ahead of Reinhold Kran, and then the 33 car of Alexander Dobic. Dobic now putting the pressure onto Reinhold Kran for the 5th place. Just trying to push him into a mistake, looking to see if there's a way he can find the route through. Fontana was a front-end damage, Angelo Fontana, just to say he won't return to the race. So he has retired. That's why he's retired to the pits. There's Reinhold Kran under pressure from Alexander Dobic. The 233 car in 5th place. All of these cars in the AM category are leading GT4 car. Patrick Kuhners up into 9th place overall. He's in a Porsche Cayman against all the 911s, and he is stretching his legs up into 9th place. Fantastic stuff there. Right, there is Fernandez into the pits. It's all gone a little bit wrong. It looks so strong at the start, but it looks like his afternoon is over as we look at Ernst Inderbitzen in the number 9 car. Ahead of him is David von Rosen. So they running towards the back of the pack. Inderbitzen and von Rosen, they're fighting for 4th place. This is a good battle though. Alexander Dobic in 6th place. Ahead of him, Reinhold Kran. Kran, who already lost that position to Tobias Vasquez, now under pressure. Vasquez has broken clear, left a big gap between them. We're into the last 9.25 minutes of this race, and still places remain unchanged across the line. Reinhold Kran once again with the 33 car of Alexander Dobic. Is he going to challenge into turn 1? He looks to the left, he looks to the right, he sees a gap on the inside under braking. Into turn 1, the heavy braking, but it's a slower line on the inside around that corner. And still, Kran is able to sweep on past and hold on to that 5th place. But Alexander Dobic starting to look a little bit impatient as he challenges Reinhold Kran for that 5th place. Leonov up the front, 1.3 clear. Then Philip Wills in 2nd. Javier Ripoll Jr. in 3rd. Then Tobias Vasquez. Then this battle we're looking at here. 2-3-3, Reinhold Kran. Alexander Dobic just behind him. They're well clear of Jan-Jaap van Room in 7th place. Lee Mole in 8th. Then the very impressive Patrick Kuhner in 9th place, leading the GT4 race. Then in 10th place, it's Eric Wagner. Rounding out the top 10, Peter Sander there in 11th, ahead of Dominic Bastian. And down the hill we come. 8 minutes remaining, plus 1 lap of this race. There's Merabi Mekbabishvili. And after that moment at the start, trying to work his way back through the pack. He's found a route past Ajit Kumar. So that would be for 16th place. of the very rapid Mekva-Bishvili, who was towards the top, if not at the top of the timesheets in all of the practice and qualifying sessions, having to do all the hard work after that early on spin. Leonov still stretching his legs at the front, a fastest lap of 146.188, and he stretching his legs at the front over Felipe Wills. Along the pit straight once again. This fight that seems to have been going on for 5th place for a very long time. Reinhold Kran now under pressure once again. Alexander Dobic trying what he tried last time around, still not making it stick. He's got 7 minutes to think of a way past the green and black car in front of him and to steal away that position of 5th place. But still, Kran has this under control, so it seems, although Vasquez now well clear by some 5 seconds in that 4th place. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, running very much on their own. There's Limo in 8th place, he's been very quick. Patrick Kuhnhart, the leader in the GT4 race, in 9th overall. That is so impressive in a car that has significantly less power and grunt than those around him, and looking very strong for a top step in the GT4 race. Looking down at the Torrey VIP turn 5. And getting a good exit out of that corner is really important, because you head into turn 6, which is taken absolutely flat out, and you get a good exit out of turn 5, you have an opportunity to make a challenge into turn 6. Down yet another one of the hills, coming up to 5 3/4 minutes remaining. It's race 1 of the season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, the club division. We've already seen the sport division, and after what was a fairly troubled start to this race, we're finally underway as we ride on board with the 28 of Ajith Kumar for Red Ant and Ajith Kumar Racing, the driver from India, with the camera on board, currently in 17th place. Once again, Alexander Dobic challenging Reinhold Kran. It feels like these two cars have been together for pretty well the whole race. We saw Tobias Vasquez get past early on and break clear in that 4th place. But Alexander Dobic not finding it quite so easy. Reinhold Kran making that Porsche as wide as he possibly can, holding on to that 5th place. Every point counts, and when the championship is done and dusted at the end of the season, it comes down often to just single points. Every place is important, never giving up. At the front, Evgeny Leonov has a gap of nearly 2 seconds over Felipe Wills and Javier Ripoll Jr. That's the 1, 2, 3. No real challenges going on for the lead. Eric Wagner, car 23, driver for Enrico Fulgenzi Racing. We heard from him on the grid earlier on in that 11th place now. Dominic Bastian, the 79-year-old pilot, phenomenal that he's racing so competitively as well. And a great fight that he's putting up here. But having to defend hard from Markus Neuhofer for Team Neuhofer Rennsport in that 13th place as he tries to close in. But Dominic Bastian in 12th, Wagner in 11th, so they're all in point scoring positions. Murabi Mekva-Bishvili, after that spin to the back of the pack, is now into the points and up into 14th place. Yes, damage limitation, but certainly showing what he is capable of. This is a good fight, isn't it? For 11th place, Eric Wagner holding on for all he's worth. How long's he got? Just over 3.5 minutes plus 1 lap to hold on to that position. Eric Wagner in the 23 car in 11th place. Meanwhile, our race leader, very much everything under control. Felipe Wills in 2nd place in the yellow and black car, keeping him in sight but not able to close in on him. 3rd place, Javier Ripoll Jr. A long way back from them. The 1, 2, 3 looking solid. Tobias Vasquez still a couple of seconds back from 3rd place. So a podium looking like a bit of a stretch unless there is a mistake from one of the drivers up in front, because we are into the final 3 minutes of this race, plus 1 lap. When the clock strikes 0, the cars will continue on whatever lap they are on, and then there will be 1 more lap after that. and then the race will be done. 2 minutes and 40 seconds. We ride on board with second place Felipe Wills from Proton Huber competition. It's Volcano Motorsport who lead the way from Proton Huber, and Est1 in third place, with Kramer Racing in fourth, and lap time performance in fifth place with Reinhold Kran at the wheel. Alexander Dobic for Hadeka Racing in sixth place. Just there, still putting the pressure on, still points that could be scored as we look once again at Eric Wagner in the Enrico Fulgenzi Racing, the number 23 car. Seems to have the measure of Dominic Bastian at the moment in the 45 car, who has his attention occupied by Markus Neuhofer, who is just behind him and filling his mirrors. Also rushing to join that battle is Marabi Mekbabishvili, who is fighting his way back. Marabi Mekbabishvili has found his way through yet another place, picking off the points. Look at this still, Reinhold Kran in fifth place. Alexander Dobic now starting to get impatient. 90 seconds of timed racing remaining, plus the obligatory one lap. Still, Leonov leading the way. That's under control. Wills in second. That's under control. Ripoll Jr. in third. That's under control. Then it's Vasquez. Then it's this. Very much still up for grabs. The fight for fifth place. Reinhold Kran, Alexander Dobic putting the pressure on. 1 minute and 10 seconds plus one lap to try and find a route past. He's been trying it all race long. We've had 19 minutes of this race. There is just 1 minute remaining, plus the obligatory one lap. Our race leader out at turn 13 at the moment. I think he's going to cross the start-finish line before the clock strikes zero, which will mean there will be another 2 laps remaining of this, the first race of the season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, the club division. What a fight we are having here. Reinhold Kran must be fed up with the sight of that car in his mirrors. Alexander Dobic must be fed up with the car that is filling his windscreen, but neither of them seems to be able to do anything to make any difference at the moment. Kran holding on to that fifth place. Leonov stamping his authority on this race. Another fastest lap, opening it up to 2.5 seconds over Felipe Wills. Just needs to hold it together for another 8 seconds, plus it's going to be the extra one lap. So the clock has struck zero now, and now it is the remainder of this lap plus one more for the race leader. Still the fighting continues further back. Still, it's Eric Wagner with all that pressure from behind. Still, Reinhold Kran, he has held on for 20 minutes of this race from Alexander Dobic in that sixth place. Dobic still not able to find a route forwards. Our race leader currently on the penultimate lap of the race. That means that this fight has about a lap and a half left to run. What can Alexander Dobic do to get the number 33 car up into that fifth place? So I've just had notification that there is not going to be the extra lap. So this is the final lap of the race. So because of the jumbled start, there is no extra lap. That means this is the last lap of the race. Evgeny Leonov only has to do another 2 corners and he will be the first race winner of the season in Sprint Challenge Southern Europe for the club division. Felipe Wills in that solid second place. So with this being the final lap, Leonov out into turn 15 for the very last time. He will come out onto the pit straight. He will see the checkered flag in front of him in just a few moments, and it's going to be a win for Evgeny Leonov. The checkered flag waves. Felipe Wills a lonely second place ahead of Javier Ripoll Jr. He will come out of that final corner in just a few moments for the last of the podium positions. A phenomenal job from Patrick Kuna. Can I just point out, here comes third place now, tellingly the windscreen wiper running on the number 91 car. Then Tobias Vasquez, what a charge from him. And what a job from Reinhold Kran. He held off immense pressure from Alexander Dobic for that fifth place. Then it'll be Jan-Jaap van Roon in seventh, ahead of Lee Mole. A solid job from him in eighth place. Then Patrick Kuna winning in the GC4 category in ninth place overall. He will cross the line ahead of Peter Sander. We're still waiting for them to come out across the line. Still fighting for position further back. There is Eric Wagner, still with Dominic Bastian. monstering him all the way until the very bitter end. Can I just say, shout out to Marabi Mekbabishvili, fighting back to 11th place ahead of Eric Wagner, Dominic Bastian, Marcus Neuhofer and Ernst Inderbitzen. So some of the drivers who spun early on coming back with great strength at the end of this race. I think driver of the race though has to go to Patrick Kunar in 9th place in a GT4 car against all these GT3 cars around him, winning in the GT4 category. But Evgeny Leonov, what a job from him. To be fair, never really looked under threat from the moment this race started. A fairly dominant performance, eventually crossing the line some 3.124 seconds ahead of Felipe Wills and Javier Ripoll Jr. in that 3rd place. Brilliant stuff. There's Felipe Wills. We're on board with him. And really welcome addition to the grid here in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division here. The first event of what is set to be an absolutely classic 2025 season. The rest of the cars now coming home. We lost 4 cars there. We lost Andre Fernandez, Casper Hockburn, Lennart Heemstra, and Angelo Fontana. We had 18 finishers. For all the fans of Ajit Kumar, he came home in a 17th place. A fairly challenging race, but certainly a solid performance for the Indian driver. There's the rest of the grid, and there is the result now coming up on your screens. We'll wait for official confirmation. I think stewards had quite a lot to look at there, and of course with that jumbled start as well, I think the right decision was made to give it another go. There is the man who was looking to put things right after the GT Cup Europe last year, was waiting for that win, felt as though this circuit owed him one. Good to listen in. And the circuit has paid him back. The team who do a great job at Volcano Motorsport preparing that car. Into Parc Fermé they come, and the cars will then be subject to scrutineering. And of course, we will see them all again a bit later on this afternoon. He looks knackered. There's Piers down there and shaking his hand, and I'm hoping that he's going to have a little word with our race winner. It looks like you got him with you there, Piers. Down to you.
Absolutely, Brian. Thank you very much for talking us through that. Evgeny Leonov, hey, a great race. You said that the circuit owed you one, so you managed to get that monkey off your back, as we say in England.
It was a little bit crazy race. First of all, we experienced some issues on the start, so we need to check what was it actually. Yeah? But anyway, finally we win. The car was brilliant. It was super stable, and the team made brilliant job. So, and I'm super happy to win here in Portimão in Portugal. I love Portugal. I love Portimão. And after my fall 2 years ago, so it's like coming back.
Yeah, you're going to love it even more now you've got that trophy on the cabinet at home, I'm sure. But you were pushed hard. Philip was right behind you the whole race.
He was really strong. He was really strong. It was not like really simple to keep the distance. I tried my best, and I didn't know what happened in the beginning of the race, so I expected some probably penalties or something. I didn't know. So I tried to increase the gap, but I could not. Actually, he was really strong.
Amazing. Well, Evgeny, congratulations on what is a provisional win and the first win in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Well done. Brian, I will hand back up to you and we'll get the podium ceremony underway very shortly.
Thank you, Piers. Great job, and lovely to hear from Evgeny Leonov. And yes, the monkey is dispatched off into wherever monkeys go, and he has the curse lifted. And looking forward to seeing how he goes the rest of the season. Right, let's have another look here. It was the second attempt to get this race underway. It was a 20-minute race, and it was Evgeny Leonov who led into that first turn. Andre Fernandez leading the way into the corner, but he would soon get caught out. A couple of spinners, Marabi Mekbabishvili and Angelo Fontana, both turning around And Mekva making a sterling job coming back through the pack. Some wonderful fighting going on. Every time we looked, I think Eric Wagner was in the walls somewhere along the way, but that man there, someone make a note of Patrick Cunard, please, because he knows how to hustle a GT4 car around the Portimão circuit, doesn't he? There's a number of fights that were going on throughout this race. The very popular Ajith Kumar was also in the battles as well. Unfortunately, he had a bit of a moment. It wasn't him who went wide there. It was one of the GT4 cars, but he did lose places as a result of that moment and dropped back through the pack as well. Dominic Bastian was in the wars, but this fight went on for the entire race, didn't it? It was Reinhold Kran versus Alexander Dobic. Dobic still never found the route past, even he tried so hard. Also in there, Peter Sander, didn't mention him very much for Kramer Racing. The German driver was also there fighting with the Eric Wagner car. So many battles up and down the pack. Lots to keep us entertained, lots to review as well. And I should think that Reinhold Crown will want to well, he'll be very happy to review that. Alexander Dobic will not want to review that because he saw the gaps, but he couldn't slot the car into it and eventually had to settle for the position staring at the back of Reinhold Crown. This fight was wonderful, wasn't it? Eric Wagner all the way through. Dominic Bastian in there as well. Also in there was Markus Neuhofer, who was fighting for position. So everybody really getting their elbows out, everybody getting stuck in, and everybody entertaining us here at Portimão for the first race of the season. Felipe Wills, well, once the leader had broken clear, it was a bit of a lonely race, but he'll take the points for second place, I should think. There's the battle still raging on between Reinhold Kran and Alexander Dobic. Meanwhile, Murabi Mekvabishvili working his way back up through the pack. That is a phenomenal job from the very back on tyres that would have not only been worn, but probably a little bit flat-spotted as well. And that was him muscling his way past Eric Wagner for position. But there was no doubt about the winner. Never really looked in any doubt at all for Evgeny Leonov as he took that checkered flag for Volcano Motorsport. Really entertaining race, the first of two here at Portimão this weekend. It's looking misty, it's looking murky, but at the moment I think the wet stuff is holding off. Long may that continue. Well, as if like a curse, I've just looked at my timing screen as I said it, the words wet race popped up. So there may be a real twist in the tail to this event, because clearly there's enough moisture in the air for this to be declared a wet race. It means that for the next race, if it's declared wet, it means the drivers have the option of using wet weather tyres. Right, we're going to head down to the podium now, where Piers is on standby.
Yes, I am ready for the podium, and the rain, I can confirm, is falling, but we'll get to that when we do the start of the sports class, division race. But for now, it is the podium for the club division, and in third place in the AM classification, it is Javier Ripoll Jr. Javier coming in third place for the Hills. Philip second for Proton Huber competition, and our eventual winner, Evgeny Leonov. Evgeny racing for Volcano Motorsport. And now the trophies being handed out. Third place is Javier Ripoll Jr. Second place, Philip Wills after a good drive, pushing Evgeny all the way. But our eventual winner and taking home the first place largest trophy is Evgeny Leonov. Now the photos for the podium ceremony. The teams cheering their drivers on, of course, well deserved. They've pushed hard, just missed out on the race, on the wet weather that is coming in now. And coming up very, very shortly, next up is the GT4 classification. Just spraying the champagne and adding to the dump that's in the air. In second place in GT4, it is David von Rosen. David von Rosen in second place. Congratulations, David. David driving for Team Neuhofer Rennsport. And our winner in GT4 after an excellent drive, Patrick Cunard. Patrick driving for Veloso Motorsport, taking the victory in the GT4 classification. And the trophy presentation, second place once again, being handed out by Lars Plato, the series organiser, to David von Rosen, and first place trophy handed over to Patrick Kuhner. Congratulations, GT4 drivers. We'll see you again in about an hour's time or so, just under an hour's time. That is our podium. And now, this is going to be very interesting because I don't know whether you can see on the camera, but the rain is not just spitting, it is now falling. I'm going to go and put another layer of clothes on. Our camera operator Laura is going to put a bag on the camera, and we'll see you on the grid in just a few moments. Brian, back to you.
Thank you very much, Piers. And yes, go somewhere dry. That looks pretty murky. It was like I've been back in the UK, that is. Headlights are blazing, and this is going to really sort the men from the boys because the track is starting to look a little bit greasy. Of course, the teams will now have to decide whether it is wet enough to go for wet weather tyres or whether to go for slick tyres. Going to try and plan the long game as well. You're looking ahead. You're trying to predict where the weather is going and whether it's going to stay wet during the race. But because, of course, if you're running wet weather tyres in the dry, they very quickly burn up and wear out if the track dries out. So there's an element of prediction going on, looking at the clouds, trying to work out what is coming in, what is going out, and what's going to happen. The forecast did say potentially light rain. I would wager that actually light rain to a degree is worse than heavy rain, because at least with heavy rain you have a consistent wet track. When you've got light rain, you have the issue where it could be dry, could be wet, could be dry on one part of the track and wet on another. So yeah, lots of issues to think about. The teams will be there scratching their heads. Of course, some of these teams very, very experienced when it comes to strategizing for these races. So they will be working hard with their calculators, just working out what they're going to do and making some decisions. But you can see there, cars up on jacks at the moment. I'm hoping we're going to get a look at what tyres they're on when Piers is down there and see what they're likely to be running. But teams kind of holding fire on putting tyres on some of the cars, just waiting till we see what the weather is going to do. We said come to Portimão, it's going to be sunny. Yes, this is exactly what it did last year. Sunny for testing, sunny for quali, and then when the racing came, it suddenly went a little bit slippery. But that's why these drivers are so fantastic. They entertain us in all conditions. Suddenly the wet weather experts are looking very eager, rubbing their hands together and anticipating what could be an opportunity they might not have had. And those that are further back down the grid will have maybe an opportunity to move forwards in a way that they wouldn't have if the track was dry. So you can see the teams setting to work there. I'm still actually waiting for confirmation on the starting grid at the moment. Just want to make sure that I have confirmation of who is where. Right, I have now. So just to confirm, it is indeed Chester Kiefer who is on pole position, with once again Ariel Levy alongside. Flint Schuring is starting in third place. Sid Smith in P4. Now that's going to be interesting. Also keep an eye, Sasha Norden, well, we've already seen how quick he is. He's starting from P5. But Draker Janssen in P6 in the number 17 car. When it rained at the Red Bull Ring in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux last year, he was transformed and he was pretty unstoppable. So he'll be quite eager to get going if the rain comes down. Domas Radonas is up on the fourth row with Dirk Schuten up there as well. So this is going to be very, very interesting. That's the view briefly from Sid Smith. That's the view from Dirk Schuten. You can see the rain. Well, I know very little, as you've probably gathered by now. But by my reckoning, it's not really enough for wet weather tyres. But if you go out on slicks, and the track is slippery. This is very tricky on an undulating track surface, and I'm kind of looking forward to when Piers gets out there for his grid walk, because I'm hoping he's going to give us some insight into what tyres they are actually using. But at the moment, you can see that it's not exactly chucking it down. It is those conditions that everybody dreads, really. As an errant wheel just disappearing across the track. The conditions where it is neither proper wet nor proper dry. But yes, as we already said, that's why these drivers are fantastic drivers doing what they do. It's great training as they get ready for the 2025 season, particularly those that are in Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain. I better get used to this wet stuff. So it's good practice, good experience as we look at the view from Dirk Schuten's car. Right, Piers, have you got your waterproofs on? Hope you're staying dry. We need to know what tyres they're on. Hope you're down there on the grid waiting for us.
Yeah, down here on the grid, Brian. No waterproofs for me. I'm well hard, aren't I? But anyway, I put an extra layer on so I stay warm. Can confirm that as far as I can see, every single driver has put wet tyres on. Our camera operator Laura is going to have a quick look in there yet. So wets on Ariel Levy. The rain is falling heavier and heavier by the moment. Visibility going down. You can see down to turn one, the visibility is reduced. There's going to be spray on the circuit, I reckon, in a couple of minutes, because this rain, as though it's not big raindrops, it's quite dense in the air. I don't know whether you can see it on my body. Of course, these drivers may not have had, in fact, they definitely haven't had experience driving around this circuit in the wet this week at least. Some drivers may have tested here in the wet before. Of course, when we came here last year, we raced in the dry. So to be honest, a lot of these teams will be guessing in terms of tyre pressures, setups. They'll be using experience from other circuits or experience from their previous seasons. But at this exact venue, at this exact temperature, it's going to be quite hard. I'm going to grab another word with Sid Smith, because Sid's had a good race weekend so far. Sid, interesting conditions here. It's going to make things a bit interesting.
Yeah, well, I'm new to the track, let alone this track in the rain, so it's going to be interesting. I'm sure it's new for a few people here, so it's going to be a bit of trial and error for the first couple of laps, but it's going to be a case of there's going to be cars everywhere, so it's going to be a lot of fun, but who knows what's going to happen.
Sid, we'll look forward to seeing how you get on in that one. Of course, the Brits used to wet weather, and I'm going to try and grab a word. We've only got time for one more interview before we had to kick off the grid with Chester Kiefer, because if you were part of the lunch break, you will have heard Chester say that it doesn't matter if it's wet or dry to him. Just a quick word with Chester. Chester, can we have a quick word? We spoke to you earlier on, and you said you didn't mind if it was wet or dry. The wet's an opportunity for you. Well, here we are.
Yeah, exactly. Now the rain has come, so I've never driven this track under the rain, but we'll see what 3 minutes bring.
Absolutely. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing how you get on. Of course, Chester experienced in single-seaters, still learning these 911 GT3 992 Cup cars. We're going to have to walk our way towards the exit of the grid. I'll try and grab one more interview with another driver if we have time. You can see Draker Janssen's car there. Look, the mechanic actually wiping the inside of the windscreen, making sure that the windscreen's clean and steam-free. That'll be another thing that these drivers have to contend with, is if you get too much dampness in the car, then the windscreen can steam up and further reduce that visibility. I'm going to have a quick word. Can we have a quick word, Draker? Yeah, Draker's happy to have a quick word. Just a very quick word, Draker. Any experience in the wet in this circuit before?
Not on this circuit. So we're going to have to try some things, but I like the rain.
Draker likes the rain. We know this. I'll let the team close the door. Brian, I think I'm being told I have to leave, so I'll hand back up to you.
Good job, Piers. Thank you. Yes, understatement. Draker Janssen likes the rain. Yeah, get back in the dry. Right, interesting. Well, it just shows what I know, doesn't it? So all cars, we reckon, are on wet weather tyres. I think it has, in my defence, I think it has increased significantly since I last called it. So there we go. Rain lights are on. What a lovely sight that is. The cars all lined up on the grid and getting ready to go. This has the potential to be something of a classic. Well, the last one wasn't it? What a way to start the season. Can we do it all again? I reckon we can. I think Chester Kiefer, having started on pole, he finished in a very respectable fourth place. But I think he probably feels a bit grumpy, and that he might have felt as though he could have got an overall podium out of that. But we've already seen how strong Ariel Levy is. I think he's the kind of driver who gets in front and then tries to control the pace of the race. It's kind of what he did in the previous one. Flint Schuring, I think he's got a point to prove from there. Sid Smith, we've already seen what he can do in the previous race. He's used to this weather. He comes from Great Britain, don't you know? So in the fourth place, Sasha Norden there, Drake Janssen, we've spoken about them already. Don't forget Domas Radonis. Now, Domas, one of the real up-and-coming superstars in racing. He is there with Dirk Schuten for company as well. And then behind them, Rodrigo Almeida. We also have Jelter Hufner there, and that's rounding out the top 10. Well, there's no doubt about it now. The rain is falling. Wet tyres, lights on, windscreen wipers running. This is going to be a test for all of these drivers. This formation lap is going to be very different to the previous one. Still trying to generate heat, but also it's going to be exploration, finding out where the grip is on the track, where the wet bits are, where the dry bits are. So we ride on board with Ariel Levy in that second place. Start is going to be crucial. Once again, it's a standing start, and good heavens, look at the state as we look down in towards turn one. You can see how misty and murky it is. Not the Algarve weather that we've come to expect, but exactly what the drivers need in terms of being a training championship. Well, training is about learning to master all of the conditions, and that's exactly what the drivers are having to do here today at the Portimão circuit. As we look again at the Torre VIP corner, that's a very distinctive corner. They come downhill, heavy braking, and track limits have been an issue at the bottom of this hill in the past. Then getting the car slowed down and then back up to speed again as they head up the hill towards turn 6, which is taken flat out. Then a fairly windy section, turns 7 and 8. And another blind crest on turn 8. They kind of take the corner and a blind crest at the same time. So headlights blazing through the mist and through the murk. Let's have a look at the grid. Chester Kiefer on pole position, Ariel Levy alongside Flint Schuring, Sid Smith, Sasha Norden, Drake Janssen and Domas Radonis and Dirk Schuten. That are the first 4 rows of the grid. Then Rodrigo Almeida, Helter Hofner, Josh Stanton, he might be good there from 11th with Nick Hove company, Matthias Ferreira, Henry Chumala, he was strong in the last race, wasn't he? He had a Jonas Greif, Alex Ryman down in 16th place, Felix Neuhofer, Charles Visser, Mace Muller, Thomas Cangro, he's had a rubbish day so far, he'll want to make up for that. Luciano Martinez ahead of Ziad Giris and Anthony Imperato, bringing up the rear of the pack. Lots to look at up and down, but our eyes are going to be very much glued on turn 1 when this thing gets going. I believe it will still be a standing start. Sometimes when the rain is coming down, the stewards decide to go for a rolling start. But as far as I can see, that is not the case here. Oh, there's somebody getting very sideways there. I just picked it up, but just lighting up the rear tyres. Might have been Dirk Schuten, certainly one of the white cars. But everybody's pointing in the right direction. So, yeah, as you were, it'll say, yeah, totally intentional. Just getting some heat in the tyres, wasn't I? So onto the grid they come. It's going to be a standing start by the looks of things. Oh, this is going to be exciting. They're all going to steam into turn 1, full beans. Question is, are they all going to come out the other side? Well, one sincerely hopes so. Entertainment was the order of the day in race 1. A phenomenal race. I said to you sometime this morning that this field this year is littered with talent, and I stand by that statement after race 1. We're going to see who the really talented people are now as we head into a wet race. Clearance from the back. Are you ready? Round 2, Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe, Sport Division is go! There's a car very quick off the marks at the back. Dirk Schuten also making a very quick getaway. We look through the mist and the murk, and another great start from Ariel Levy leading the pack into turn 1. Can he get it slowed down? The 2 Schumacher CLRT cars running side by side. Looks like Flint Schuring on the outside. The rest of the cars coming through. the mist and the murk. It looks like everybody's made it around turn one. That's a great starting point. Now finding their positions as they head out towards turns 2, 3 and 4. Up the hill they come, then it'll be a downhill again. On board with Dirk Schouten. He made a good getaway. Some of the cars from further back also making good progress. There's our race leader. Second place, Flint Schering. So he's got the jump on his teammate. But Chester Kiefer in that third place. Can he get a podium out of this? This is a tricky corner. Nick Ho going very wide indeed. He's able to get on the power, rejoin. Having taken a very wide line, he will argue he got bundled out there. That is the view from Dirk Schouten on board. The windscreen wipers going. Very, very little visibility for these drivers here, fighting for the positions further back. There's Domas Radonis, also under pressure from Draker Janssen. Other cars in there as well, all fighting for those positions. Out towards turns 10 and 11 they come. We'll get the official positions as they cross the line in a few moments. But they're all tiptoeing around this part of the circuit. It is a slippery section, a windy section. There's somebody who's gone off onto the grass. Now, who's that? Can't quite see who that is, but it's a car that has gone off onto the grass. We'll find out who that is in a moment. The rest of the cars coming through into turn 14 and then tiptoeing around into turn 15 are on board with Sid Smith. You can see how hard he's fighting the wheel. Challenging for position, but Sasha Norden on the inside of him going into the corner. Also there, Rodrigo Almeida, who is looking very good indeed in the FAC Autotech car. Across the line we come. So, Ariel Levy leading the way. Flint Schering, Chester Kiefer, Dirk Schouten up into fourth place. I thought he'd made pretty good progress at the start. Then it's Sid Smith, Sasha Norden, Rodrigo Almeida, then Heiter Höfner ahead of Nick Ho, despite that wide line that he took. So Dirk Schouten, the man on a mission, has charged forwards up into that fourth place. The reigning champion and Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux. Right, we've got a full course yellow. I suspect it's for whoever it was that we saw. I think it was Matthias Ferreira, who may have spun off, and we've got a full course yellow that's out. So all the cars now being asked to take their foot off the accelerator to reduce the speed. All the gaps are meant to remain the same. I'm thinking it is almost certainly Matthias Ferreira in the 27 car who went spinning. He is at the bottom of the timing screens. We didn't get a clear shot of him, but the car's now not allowed to overtake while the stricken car is moved. The race is still underway though, but no overtaking. So I'm wondering if we're going to get a safety car. Hopefully we can avoid any red flags. I don't think he made contact with the barrier, and it means that we can keep this thing rolling. The clock continues to count down. 30 minutes plus 1 lap is the race duration. We are now into 26 and a quarter minutes plus 1 lap. It was up at turn 12 that we had the incident, I believe, involving car number 27. Ariel Levy, who leading the way. And if you ever want to be leading a race, it's when conditions are like this, because you don't want to be looking at spray from the car in front. I've just seen that safety car is on standby, so we may well get a, yes it is Matthias Ferreira, who is the one that's pointing in the wrong direction. So looks like his afternoon has come to a premature end. Such a shame. Of course, in the first race, he got a 12th place after a lot of battling in the target competition car. So I'm feeling safety car might be about to be deployed. Yes, it is. So safety car has now been deployed. So the cars will be bunched up, the gaps will close up, and safety car will lead them around just while the stricken number 27 car is removed from the scene of the crime. The cars head out along the pit straight once again. So, with the safety car out, race leader Ariel Levy, second Flint Schering, third pole sitter Chester Kiefer, who is also the leading rookie, Dirk Schouten, good job, in fourth place, Sid Smith, very much in contention in fifth place, Sasha Norden in sixth place, ahead of Rodrigo Almeida, Helter Höfner is next up in 8th place, ahead of Nick Ho and Felix Neuhofer. That is the top 10. Second in the rookies is the aforementioned Jelter Hüfner, and Mays Muller is third in the rookie category. If you're new to this kind of racing, to remind you, we have a race, but there are races within the race. So we have the rookies are racing each other, as well as the rest of the field. We'll get a podium for the rookies at the end, and the leading rookie will get the top step of the podium, who is Chester Kiefer at the moment. And we have a Pro-Am race at the moment. Henry Tuamala once again leading the way, and he is 16th place overall. Second of the Pro-Ams is Ziad Giras, with Anthony Imperato third in Pro-Am race. Draker Janssen apparently is into the pits, and we've got a red flag once again. So red flag has been deployed, and I expect this is because we've got people out on circuit removing cars, and with the conditions so slippery, we cannot take any risks. Looking after track staff is of paramount importance. Just before I said the red flag, Draker Janssen has peeled off into the pits. Now that is a shame. I've mentioned it several times already. You can tell I was impressed, can't you? He was at the Red Bull Ring last year, and he did 2 races in the wet, and was phenomenal as he came charging through the pack, and said when we chatted to him on the grid, when Piers chatted to him, that he was looking forward to a wet race, but clearly there's some issues with that. Well, I think he might actually be back out on track now, because I can see him back on the timing screen, so I think he might have rejoined, having been into the pits. I wonder if he might have had a puncture or something. Whatever it is, he's going to be at the back of the queue when this race restarts. Just under 24 minutes, plus 1 lap remaining. So the safety car will once again bring the cars back round into the pit lane, or onto the grid, probably the pit lane. Bert Schutten was the fastest man on the track. Well, no surprises there before the red flag came out. Was the driver that made rapid progress up into that 4th place. Be interesting to see how he goes from there. He's had a bit of experience running in the wet as well. The session will continue, just to reassure you, if you are watching this and wondering if it's going to get going again. Yes, it will. We've seen a red flag in every race so far today. I don't think I have ever been at an event where every single race has been red flagged. It'd be nice if we could get the next one done with that one, but it's really important, very important, that any damage to the fence is seen to, and also that track marshals and track staff are kept safe, as well as the drivers. But as you can see, peeling off into the pits now. The rain continues to come down, and Ariel Levy will be leading that queue through. So we won the championship last year, as we've mentioned several times. He was the overall winner, Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Had 3 wins, 6 podiums, and he had been fighting for a first ever win in Porsche 6th Carrera Cup Germany very much all of last season. Looked like it was going to get away from him, and then in the absolute last race of the season at the Hockenheim Ring, a daring move, took advantage of other drivers getting together, kept out of trouble, and finally took that first win. It was the first win ever by an Israeli driver in the Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany. We've also seen him in Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup. We've seen him win in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux. So a real talent, and a driver who gets better in leaps and bounds every year. In his 4th year of racing, and looking very, very much like a future, well, he's a current champion, isn't he? He's the defending champion, looking very solid here. Great to have Flint Schurin back. He was the main man in Porsche Sprint Challenge Middle East last winter. It meant we didn't get to see him quite in the way we wanted to in Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, but great to have him back. and another one of the real chargers. So Flint Shearing and Chester Kiefer, well, we've spoken a lot about them already. We've spoke earlier on, well, I didn't, Piers did, spoke to Jelte Höfner in the 919 car, currently in 8th place for MDM Motorsports. And he's another driver. He's a keen skier. There you go. There's a useless bit of information for you. Has yet to announce his plans for the summer. Was waiting very much to see how things shook out here in the Sprint Challenge to decide what his plans might be in the summer. Well, I would say, judging by his performance, yeah, get yourself stuck into a Porsche series. That's what I say. So, yeah, he's done a good job there, hasn't he? And in that 8th place at the moment. Nick Ho in 9th place in the 98 car for PG Motorsport. He was very solid in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux, and he just has been there pretty well all season long. Still looking for that elusive first win. Makes me feel old when he says he's combining studying business administration, so still in the educational system as well as racing, but a real talent. Piers tells me that he's been speaking to Josh Stanton, and apparently the circuit is like an ice rink, and if you get a wheel onto the painted part, he says it's even worse. It's like being on slick. So there's a bit of inside information there from Josh Stanton, who was so impressive in the last race. He's currently in 13th place in this race. So he's kind of in the mid-pack. And I said it earlier, he was the AM champion, Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain back in 2022. In Carrera Cup Great Britain last year, and really great driver who is very much going forward. Also, so I'm guesting last year, Silverstone in Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup. You may well have seen that. Of course, Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup supporting the Formula One circus, and really, really great experience for many of these drivers. All part of the Porsche pyramid. I mentioned it earlier, and it is a wonderful strategy that Porsche have. We have customers who start off at motorsports driving events like the Porsche Sport Driving School and other club sport events. Next up in the pyramid is the One Make Series, and we have the Sprint Challenges, the Carrera Cups, and the Mobil 1 Super Cups, and that really is a steep learning curve, part of the Porsche pyramid. Then we see customers crossing over into the world of factory racing, and that's where the 911 RSRs, the 911 GT3Rs are used. And if you're a fan of the World Endurance Championship, you will have seen many Porsches in there, and of course the 24 Hours of Le Mans, won by Flint Shearing's older brother Maurice Shearing last year in the GT category. There's IMSA as well. 24 Hours of Daytona, of course, very topical this time of year. The 12 Hours of Sebring, and then lastly at the top of the pyramid, it's the hypercar, the LMP1 class, and that is absolute top level racing. Okay, notification. You've heard enough of my wittering. The restart is going to be in about 25 seconds. So stand by your beds. Let's get this thing going once again, and hopefully we can resume this. Now, according to the clock on my screen, the clock is now ticking down with 23 and a half minutes remaining. There is the stricken Matthias Ferreira car going back to the pits, and the Target team, great team, Target from Italy, I believe, who will get to work on that and have it back out for the next round in Estoril, I have no doubt. Right, the cars are rolling. Ario Levy, once again, leading the pack around, staring at the back of the safety car, and hopefully we will be running the next time we come past the pit exit. 23 minutes plus 1 lap remaining of this race, and then we'll be up to the checker flag. But don't forget, we've still got one more race to come this afternoon. We've still got the second round of the club division still to come after this. That should be lively in these conditions, so don't be going anywhere. I do hope you're enjoying this, the opening rounds of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2025, this wonderful series in its third season. Summer wins are made in the winter. Well, try telling that to the drivers as the cars haul their way through the rain with the windscreen wipers running on the wet weather tyres and gaining the experience in the Winter Championship, the Training Championship. Welcome to you all. I know a lot of people watching us all around the world, a lot of people watching us online, a lot of people watching us on TV as well, and a lot of people watching us on the terraces. Please don't go home. We hope you're enjoying this. Draker Janssen has restarted at the back of the pack, so that is good news, but he will be stone last. So he's going to have a lot of work to do. Be very interested to see where he can come from. He'll be 22nd on the grid. We'll see what happens there. We're going to really test him on this wet weather expert theory, aren't we? Yes, whatever his issue was, he's now rejoined. There he is, bringing up the rear of the pack. Cars currently up towards turn 9 at the moment, and concentration needs to be high. Not only are you trying to generate heat into the tyres, but we've seen it many times in these conditions. Drivers losing it on a formation lap or behind the safety car. Just because we're not up to full speed doesn't mean that they are all safe and going to be sticking to the track. And we've seen it many times. So the drivers will already be driving with their fingertips, looking for the puddles, looking for the slippery bits. And we've already told you that Josh Stanton has pointed out that it is like driving on ice out there, even on the wet weather tyres. Just confirmation for peers in the pits that Matthias Ferreira had front right damaged after getting helped off the circuit. Beautifully put. A helping hand. He's all good. Just the car that might need a little bit of TLC before we see it the next time out in Estoril. Right. Well, as we saw earlier, Ariel Levy, it's his decision when to hit the accelerator. He can weave, he can hit the brakes, but he's decided early. Into turn 15 he comes. He's already on the power and he's already leading the way. Flint Schering, well, he's kept within his sight. And now Chester Keefer under pressure from Dirk Schouten along the pit straight. They come towards turn 1. Schouten's going to have the outside line under braking. Can he get it slowed down in these slippery conditions? The challenge for the last of the podium positions. Schouten taking the wide outside, the long way round. Sid Smith just there as well, keeping a watching brief on this fight. The last of the podium positions. Smith going very wide out of the corner. He rejoins in front of Sasha Norden, but he keeps it all pointing in the right direction, so all is good. There's Draker Janssen on the inside of Ziad Gieris. The rest of the cars coming through the mist and through the rain. Windscreen wipers blazing. The rain lights are blazing. Flint Schering second place now. Dirk Schouten into that third. Chester Keefer trying to find as much traction as he can into turn 5. They're going 3 abreast around turn 5. Somebody tell them that doesn't always work. That is the view. We told you that running in the traffic is poor visibility. Dirk Schouten, all he can see is the red rain light of Chester Keefer. No, of Flint Schering burning through the mist and trying to hit all the right braking points with very, very poor visibility, but he'll have plans on getting past Flint Schering, trying to find his way up into that second place. Dirk Schouten looking to be reveling in these conditions. In that fourth place, Chester Keefer still there. Sid Smith just there as well. Sasha Norden, Rodrigo Almeida in there. They're all fighting for position at the moment. But Ariel Levy, no such problems with visibility. He's got an open track in front of him. He just needs to keep the car pointing in the right direction. Going to come out in a few moments across the start-finish line with 18.5 minutes remaining of this race, plus 1 lap. He's not braking as clear from Flint Schering, who's at like 3 abreast into turn 14. Great stuff here coming out in the front of that particular fight. Felix Neuhofer, what a great move from him. Rodrigo Almeida in there as well, I think. So this is really sorting out the wet weather drivers. Ariel Levy with the fastest lap of the race, significantly slower than the previous race. There's Draker Janssen fighting his way back up through the pack, having started stone last, on board with Dirk Schouten once again in third place. Now, what can he do about the cars in front? Look at this fight that is going on. There is Rodrigo Almeida. He is fighting for position with Felix Neuhofer as well. Almeida's got past. course, he recorded that non-finish in the first race. He's got a point to prove here. He's up into 5th place, having found a route past Felix Neuhofer. Down the hill they come, hitting the right braking points. Neuhofer challenging again on the inside of Almeida. He finds the route past. He shuts the door in his face, but then a big twitch to the inside. Almeida has the faster line coming out. Further back, that's Draker Janssen going very, very wide out of turn 5. He gains some traction, rejoins the track, but Neuhofer now having found a route back, which is going on for 5th place. One to keep an eye on. Ariel Levy at the front, breaking clear from Flint Schuring just a little. Dirk Schuten in that 3rd place. The 1, 2, 3 now well clear of the 4th place. Chester Kiefer, 4th place is where he finished last time. 4th place is where he is at the moment. The leading rookie. 2nd in the rookies, Jelter Hufner in 7th place overall. He'll have Nick Hope accompanying Alex Ryman. Good progress from Alex Ryman up into 9th place. Remember, he started a long way back on the pack in the number 47 car. So he's another one who's enjoying these conditions. The 99 car of, now was that Flint Schuring finding a route past? I think it was. Yes, Flint Schuring has found a route past Ariel Levy. So what happened there? Ariel Levy, I wonder if he's had a moment, because Flint Schuring in the lead of this race. While we were looking further back, a change for the lead and the fastest lap of the race. We said keep an eye on Flint Schuring, a real talented driver. He's got to keep it on the track though, going wide in the corner. But Flint Schuring, you see the back end of the car twitching as he gets on the power, keeping it on the stuff that's got the most grip. There's not much grip to be had out there. So Ariel Levy relegated down into 2nd place. The driver who won race 1, Dirk Schuten, in 3rd place. Is he going to close in on Ariel Levy now? These conditions suiting Flint Schuring. He sounded confident when Piers spoke to him on the grid, and now he leads the way in the number 99 car. Flint Schuring leading the way. Ariel Levy in 2nd place. Dirk Schuten in 3rd ahead of Chester Kiefer. And there is Alex Ryman on the outside of Nick Ho. Ryman, who is making wonderful progress. He was a real star last year. He ended up winning in the Pro-Am category, loving these conditions, and now challenging for 8th place. The view that Ariel Levy has is no longer clear in front of him, because Flint Schuring is now the one kicking up the spray in his face. We're at the halfway point of the race. We have 14 minutes and 50 seconds plus 1 lap remaining. Flint Schuring, our new race leader, having found a route past Ariel Levy. Dirk Schuten in 3rd place. Got one eye on Dirk, but Levy trying to come back now. Can he challenge for the lead without leaving the door open for Dirk Schuten? I think Flint Schuring is going to take a little bit of stopping from that position. Another of the drivers who just gets better and better. And leading the way here, looks to have a comfortable gap. It was 1 second the last time across the line. I think he's extended that a bit now over Ariel Levy. Suddenly, Levy's mirrors are going to be full of Dirk Schuten, who is going to be looking to try and relieve him of that 2nd place. In towards turn 1 they come. Dirk Schuten, an absolute fighter. He is the driver who had no budget to go racing last year, so he decided to run 100 kilometers to raise money in 24 hours, as we see Draker Janssen coming back to 9th place on the outside of Nick Ho. What a move from Draker Janssen up into 9th place. Told you he was good in the wet, didn't we? And so Chester Kiefer coming under pressure from Rodrigo Almeida in 5th place. So incredible stuff. Draker Janssen, who does seem to like the slippery conditions, started stone last, I may remind you, now up to 9th place. I was part way through telling you about Dirk Schuten running 100 kilometers in less than 24 hours to raise money. It's worth checking out his video on YouTube. He did this to raise money through his GoFundMe so that he could go racing last year. Sid Smith is running out on the gravel, and Alex Ryman, after all that progress. So 7th and 8th, I wonder if they've got together. They're not going to be 7th and 8th when we cross the line next. So Sid Smith and Alex Ryman now onto the gravel, rejoin, but they've lost a load of positions. We've lost Felix Neuhofer as well. So Felix Neuhofer has gone, and Janssen, maybe just a little bit too much confidence. You just saw him also running off the track. He had a yellow flag at turn 8. I think that's where it was all happening. But he has rejoined. But suddenly, Draker Janssen also dropping back through the pack. So a lot of the wet weather runners suddenly finding that traction is at a premium. Less than 12.5 minutes remaining plus 1 lap. Flint Schuring leading the way. Ariel Levy, second place. That's Nick Ho, also pointing in the wrong direction. Let's hope that he can avoid any contact there as cars scattering to the left and to the right. So Nick Ho, another one who succumbs to these slippery conditions. Chester Kiefer down into 5th place because Rodrigo Almeida has found a route past. Looking there at Mace Muller in the number 67 car, who is also running in 12th place with Domas Radonis. Lot of position changes. So Draker Janssen with all that hard work to do again, and he is up with Domas Radonis, it looked like to me on the confirmation on that. Certainly one of the GP Elite cars, but no confirmation needed of our race leader. Flint Schuring, 1.173 to the good of Ariel Levy. The Israeli driver trying to fight back. It's the Israeli driver versus the Dutch driver versus another Dutch driver. Here's the meat in the sandwich. Dirk Schouten, 3rd place. Almeida from Mozambique, showing what he is made of in these slippery conditions after that difficult race 1. There's Thomas Cangro to the inside of Mace Muller. So Cangro, we saw him struggling a little bit earlier on, but he is now up into 7th place. These conditions really are such a leveler, allowing drivers the opportunity to fight forwards. Sasha Norden down in 9th place, so having a difficult race. Sasha Norden having looked so strong in the first race that we saw earlier on today, down in 9th place. So we're looking to try and push forwards from there with 10 minutes and 3/4 remaining. That is Domas Radonas into the pits in the number 5 Team GP Elite car. The Lithuanian looks to be retiring from the race. We have 10 minutes remaining plus 1 lap on this round 2 of an 8-round season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2025, the Sport Division. Flint Schuring leading the way ahead of Ariel Levy. And it looks to have this under control at the moment, but he will need to concentrate. A momentary lack of concentration, and the 99 car could so easily end up in a gravel trap. So positions further back, still changing. The leading rookie is still Chester Kiefer, but now Jelter Höfner is on his back bumper, having closed in the 1, 2, 3 in the rookies. They were running together, but now Thomas Cangro has found a route past Maze Muller. Cangro, another driver who seems to be relishing these conditions. So the 48 car, another one who is pushing forwards. Our leading Pro-Am driver still Henry Tuamala. There is Thomas Cangro in the red and black number 48 car. So he's another one who is picking off the places one by one. Draker Janssen, having made the progress, then spun off, then come back again. He's back up into 13th place. There's Jonas Greif. He's had a fairly quiet day. Alex Ryman challenging Jonas Greif for position. So it was Greif that we saw with Ryman earlier on, one of the other Team GP Elite cars. So Alex Ryman, having picked it all up again, pushing forwards, looking to the outside of Jonas Greif, showing who has the most courage going into the corner, going round the outside, daring to brake just that little bit later in these conditions, daring to put it all on the line. But Flint Schuring, with no such dramas at the moment, at the front, leading the way. There is Jonas Greif in the number 4, the orange, white and black car. There on board with 2nd place, Ariel Levy, the number 25 car from Team GP Elite. He's keeping Flint Schuring within reach, and it looks to me as though he has actually closed in a bit. It was 1.183 last time across the line. We'll see what it is this time when they cross the line. 1.183 it was. This time as they cross the line, it is 9/10 of a second, 0.990. So Ariel Levy has taken a little bit out of the lead car, just a couple of tenths. So he is closing in a little, but Flint Schuring just tiptoeing his way around, does not want to throw caution to the wind here because this is looking good for maximum points in the championship. Ariel Levy, who leads the championship coming into this race, in that second place, but suddenly looking pretty racy with a little over 7.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Our leading rookie, still Chester Kiefer. Second is still Jelte Hufner in the rookies, just behind him on track. They're running in 5th and 6th position. What a baptism of fire and water for these drivers who are some of them making their debuts in Porsche racing this weekend, learning the skills that are required to go on and win championships. There is second place. Levy in the 25 car, up ahead of him. Flint Schuring managed to find a route past in these tricky conditions. Whether Levy missed a braking point or whatever it was, he left that gap and Schuring was through. You see a bit of a dry line appearing on the track, but not much. There's Henry Tuamala in the 1-2-3 car. He's leading in the Pro-Am category. His nearest challenger is Anthony Imperato, who is 17th. Tuamala is 13th at the moment, so doesn't really want to be getting into fights with the cars around him. He's not in a battle, direct battle with Jonas Greif and Alex Ryman. He doesn't want to be getting mixed up with them. His main challenger is another of the Pro-Am cars who is further back. In the overall race, the gap down to 0.990 with 6.25 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. There's Sasha Norden in the 21 car. The weather certainly not suiting him as much as the dry weather did. He's down into 9th place at the moment. And there's Jonas Greif in the number 4 car, who is in 14th place. Everybody just focused, getting to the end of this race, worth points in itself, and everybody from 15th upwards will score points in the overall championship. There is Alex Ryman up behind Henry Tuamala. Tuamala in the Pro-Am category in 13th place. So Ryman in 14th. So Tuamala looking to the outside along the pit straight into turn 1. There is Sasha Norden once again coming under attack, this time from Charles Visser. Visser finding comparative easy routes through. Is Norden going to be able to come back? Norden, the more experienced of the two in this discipline of racing, but Visser finds the route past. Driver, Charles Visser, who comes from karting, fairly prolific in South Africa national karting scene, has a younger brother. That's how Alex Ryman into the gravel trap. So Ryman, now this could easily bring out a safety car. It's in turn 3 that Ryman is into the gravel trap. He looks to be stranded. I get the feeling we may well see a safety car if that car is going to have to be towed out, and I think it does. So after such good progress, it has been rags and riches. Ryman, you can see, exiting the car. Now, can we get the rest of this race run under a localized yellow? There's a yellow flying at turn 3 at the moment. So I am hoping we can keep this going under green flag conditions. But Alex Ryman, what a shame. He's been looking so impressive, but perhaps just overstepping the mark. The car is being covered, and no, we've got a full course yellow. So full course yellow is out, so the cars will be reduced in speed. No overtaking. Now, with 4 minutes remaining plus 1 lap, it remains to be seen whether we can get this back to green flag conditions. Flint Schuring would be quite happy if we didn't, although the gap is up to 4.233 seconds. Now, I don't know whether that gap grew as a result of the full course yellow coming out or whether Ariel Levy had a moment. I think it's just the gaps have opened up with drivers decelerating at different times. When the full course yellow comes out, the instruction is the drivers must lift off the accelerator but not brake. And you do get cars decelerating at different times. So if things remained as they are now, Flint Schuring would have a gap of 4.2 seconds over Ariel Levy, but we've still got 3.25 minutes, and a safety car is not necessarily out of the question. So at the moment, our leading rookie, you can see on the blue box on the graphic, is Chester Kiefer. Jelte Hufner is in 6th place, and he's a couple of seconds behind, second in the rookies. Thomas Cangro, good progress up to 7th. Mace Muller, 3rd in the rookies, is in 8th place. In the Pro-Am race, Henry Tuamala still leads the way. He's 14th overall. And Anthony Imperato is in 16th place, second in the Pro-Ams. Between the two of them is Sid Smith. What a shame after such a strong showing early on. Had that moment where he went off into the gravel, whether that was contact or not. I dare say we'll find out eventually, but he's down in 15th place at the moment. Ziad Giris is in 17th place. And that is Rodrigo Almeida, the 4th place car. Has he had a moment under the full course yellow? So Rodrigo Almeida, just saw him there. I think he had a bit of a spin or a moment. He's rejoined. He hasn't lost any positions. But it's what we said earlier, isn't it? Just because we're under full course yellow or behind the safety car does not mean that the danger is over. I get the feeling, I'm just looking at messages from race control, and I think there is a distinct possibility this race is going to finish under a full course yellow. We've only got 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining, plus the 1 lap. I'm just waiting for official confirmation of what might happen. But you can see conditions are treacherous. The race finished now. There's Alex Ryman's car, and that is in the gravel. That's what brought it out, and still running by the looks of things, although we saw the pilot exiting, of course. But if things finish as they are, it would be Flint Shearing, obviously, who takes the win. Ariel Levy, a second place to go with his win from yesterday. He'd probably take that, given the conditions, and a podium for Dirk Schutten, the reigning Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux champion. Rodrigo Almeida, well, assuming he doesn't have any more moments like he had earlier on, would take 4th place. So, final lap under full course yellow has been messaged. Just looking to see what might happen. Whether we're going to get a checkered flag, I think, next time around. So we're on to the final lap of the race. This will be the last lap under the full course yellow, I believe. The message on the timing screen is final lap under full course yellow. I don't expect it's going to go back racing again for anything other than that. So I will let you know on that, whether it's the full course final lap under full course yellow of the race, or whether we're going to get one racing lap. I expect it'll be the checkered flag next time around. I know Piers is down there doing the legwork. This is the final lap, he says. So, confirmation, this is the final lap of the race. A little bit of an anticlimax after what has been a thrilling race, and the first race was spectacular as well. If you missed it, please go back and have another look at it, because it was a spectacular race that we saw earlier on today in somewhat drier conditions. But this is going to be the world's longest final lap, the biggest anticlimax in history, as the racing for this weekend for the sport division comes to a end at crawling pace. At the moment, our race leader is out on turn 5, so another 10 turns to do, and it's just like everything's running in slow motion, assuming they can keep it on the track, and that is something to consider. It will be Flint Shearing who takes the win for Schumacher CLRT. Ariel Levy, who will take 2nd place. That is the culprit. Our full course yellow there, the Alex Ryman S1 car in the gravel. 3rd will be the lap time performance car of Dirk Schutten. Rodrigo Almeida will be in 4th. And our leading rookie, 2nd rookie win, looking like it's going the way of Chester Kiefer. But Jelter Hufner pushing him all the way home there, pressuring him all the way. Right, where are we? Up towards turn 10. Stand by your beds. We will get there eventually. The number 99 car circulating turn 11 at the moment. Everybody keeping it pointing in the right direction. The cars we've lost from this race, obviously Alex Ryman, Joe Mastrodonis. We lost Felix Neuhofer earlier on. And of course, early on, we lost Matthias Ferreira. So the slow motion view out of turn 5, Torrey VIP. And up to turn 6, certainly not taken flat out on this occasion. Our race leaders now, as far as I can tell, into turn 14. And very shortly we'll be into the long sweeping Galp, which is the name of turn 15. In racing conditions will be taken at about 200 kilometers an hour. That is not the case here today. So Flint Schuring now into the final corner of the race. He's just about to head out onto the pit straight, and if my calculations are right, he should see a checkered flag in front of him in just a few moments to signal the end of the race. It is going to be a win in round 2 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, the sport division. Flint Schuring taking the top step with Ariel Levy in second place, and it's going to be a podium on his debut weekend in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe for Dirk Schouten. Solid job from him. Rodrigo Almeida, we're going to wait for him to appear, showing what he is made of in the FAC Autotech Porsche. Here he comes to cross the line. A very solid fourth place from Rodrigo Almeida. Great stuff from the driver from Mozambique. A win in the rookie category for Chester Kiefner, ahead of Jelter Hufner. And then Thomas Cangro, another driver, just going to wait for him to appear out of the mist before we can confirm it. There is Thomas Cangro, and a solid drive from him, just keeping it all together at the end into 7th place. Behind him, there's Mace Muller, who will get the last of the podium positions in the rookies. And then Charles Visser, who will probably be mourning the end of the race because felt as though he might have had a chance of getting past Mace Muller. Then Sasha Norden in 10th place. Draker Janssen, well, he spent a fair bit of time in the gravel, but still kept it going to pick up points in 11th place. Good job there. Josh Stanton in that 12th place. Rest of the cars coming across the line. Next up, Jonas Greif, so points for him in 13th. And then the winner in the Pro-Ams, it is Henry Tuamara, 14th overall, ahead of Sid Smith. What might have been with Sid Smith. Then second in the Pro-Ams, Anthony Imperato. He finishes in 16th place ahead of Ziad Giris, who is the last of the podium finishers in the Pro-Ams. Then Luciano Martinez in 18th place, and Nick Ho was the last of the runners. Such a shame for Nick Ho because it looks so strong. There he is, just seeing behind the graphic in the yellow and black car. He brings it home as the last of the runners. The non-finishers, Alex Ryman, Domas Radonis, Felix Neuhofer, and Mateus Ferreira. And a real shame that we've lost them, but well done to all the drivers who got it to the finish line in what has been very challenging conditions here in Portimão, on the Algarve, where the sun always shines, well, except for the 19th of January, where it decided to rain. Gave us all some good entertainment. And the cars, now I should think the drivers will be happy just to get back in the dry and warm themselves up. And apart from those who will be heading towards the podium. Draker Janssen was on the back of the train, apparently. He hasn't shown up on my timing screen for some reason. But Draker Janssen, oh yes he is. So I wonder whether he had another moment, but certainly not what he was looking for when he started this race this afternoon. And there is Nick Ho giving us a little pirouette. Just on the very slippery turn 5, and it is, as Josh Stanton said, like driving on ice, and that's just on the tarmac. If you get on the paint, you really are heading to the scene of the accident, and I think anybody who's just kept it pointing in the right direction is a better person than I am, because I certainly wouldn't have managed that in these conditions. So the car's now coming back into Parc Fermé, and there is Ariel Levy. Flint Schuring. I mentioned the superstar German commentator Burkhard Bechtel, who is a legend in the world of commentary. He said to me about 3 years ago, you think Morris Schuring's quick? Keep an eye on his younger brother who's coming up through the ranks. Well, there he is, and there is the father of Flint Schuring. I'll find his name out one day, I still don't know it. But the man who has 2 superstar racing drivers as sons. Morris, who's already won Le Mans 24 at such a tender young age. Flint making just as rapid progress, now winning here in the first weekend of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2025. And there is Ariel Levy offering his congratulations. But Flint, I was told by Burkhardt, watch out for this one because potentially he's even faster. Well, I think Morris might have something to say about that. Hopefully. Right, thank you. Burkhardt's just messaged me. Gervin is the name of the father. It does only take me 2 years to find that out. There's Dirk Schuten, the man in the golden helmet, congratulating him. Thank you for that bit of information. I shall actually, now I know his name, I'll go say hello to him next time. Right, I think Piers has got Flint with him. That's a racing family there, and Flint Schuring, he's going to show up his brother. You're going to have a word with him, aren't you? Over to you, Piers.
Yes, I am. Flint. Thanks, Brian. Yes, I am. I've got Flint Schuring right here. Flint, that must have been a tough race out there, but you brought it home.
Yeah, it was definitely difficult on wet track. First time it's wet this weekend, so had to learn a lot throughout the race, but managed to do so quite well and managed to get away and come home with a victory.
Where did you find the pace to hold off Ariel Levy? Of course, Ariel's very experienced in these cars. You're still, on the up, so you must have found some good lines out there.
Yeah, definitely experimented a bit. Also before the race started and during the safety car, so that helped a bit. And then managed to get in front.
Amazing, and I suppose a great start to your season in 2025.
Yeah, definitely a good start. First weekend with the new team as well. We did a superb job. Couldn't start any better.
Amazing. Well, Flint, congratulations on the first win in the overall in the championship. I'm going to grab a word with Ariel Levy as well because it'd be good to hear about that lead battle from the other perspective. Ariel, come on in. Not quite the win you wanted in this one, but very, very close. Tricky conditions out there.
Yeah, for sure tricky conditions, and also I've never drove here in the wet, so I had to guess everything, and I made one guess a little bit wrong. So then I dropped the position, but it's fine. I'm still leaving this place with a faster lap than I ever did before, and leading the championship, so I'm still happy.
Leading the championship, and also last year you won the championship, leaving the first round with a third and a first and a second, so even better than last year, I suppose. That you're hoping you can continue on with the form you had last season.
Yeah, so for now, if you look at the results, everything is a little bit better than last year. So yeah, let's just keep it like this.
Brilliant. I'll let you go and dry off and do the podium ceremony. I'd like to grab a quick word with Dirk Schuten as well. Dirk, a great result for yourself there. It must have been hard fought.
Yeah, that was simply lovely. As Max would say. But I love the rain. I mean, I'm Dutch and I'm used to driving in the rain. And the conditions played out perfectly. The car was mega, so thanks to the team. And to finish in P3, to move up 5 positions, I never expected that. But very happy with this result. So.
It looked like you could really hustle the car out there. You were visibly able to move the car and put it where you wanted, especially in the first couple of laps compared to the drivers around you.
Yeah, just placing the car where there's grip. That comes from experience, I think. And it played out perfectly.
Amazing. Well, congratulations on your first podium in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. We're going to head back to Brian before we do the podium ceremony for the Sport Division Round 2.
Thank you, Piers. Great stuff. Yes, simply lovely. These Dutch drivers all sound the same, don't they? Right, let's have a look at some highlights. You can see there was Ariel Levy who got the jump of the pole sitter into turn 1, Chester Keeper. The rest of the cars all made it around in the early stages, and everybody driving with their fingertips. And as Piers had already said, Dirk Schuten just exploring different lines and finding grip, putting his experience to good use and finding grip that wasn't there. And we have another look at the start again here. So there we go. It's a very good start, so it's worth looking at. And there he is into turn 1. Levy must have thought he'd got it all signed, sealed and delivered at that point. But as he said, first time driving here in the wet, and perhaps made one little error. Sid Smith was up there in the mix, as was Sasha Norden, but both of them would struggle in these conditions a little bit later on. And there was a lot of fighting, a lot of jostling for position, but a lot of it was just trying to stay out of the spray, keep that visibility, and terrifying to watch as he come down the pit straight flat out. There was Sid Smith exploring some of down Portimão, going very, very wide, 3 abreast around turn 5, I don't think so, and the rest of the cars making it though, but drivers just having to explore parts of the circuit they maybe wouldn't normally run on to try and find that additional grip. There was Rodrigo Almeida. He was doing really well. Felix Neuhofer was picked off. Draker Janssen, what is a kind of a rags, riches, rags kind of race for him. There was Nick Ho, who got turned around. He had a couple of pirouettes during this session and another learning curve for him. Thomas Cangro, driver who just kept it together, but Mace Muller going very wide. Jonas Greif was fending off Alex Ryman, perhaps being a little bit more cautious, but it was Jonas Greif who got the points in the end, because Alex Ryman eventually running out of traction and ending up in the gravel trap. Henry Tuamala was another one who was just driving with his fingertips to take the top step of the Pro-Am podium, but showing immense bravery. That shot as they head past the pitch, you realise how brave these drivers are. Eventually, under the full course yellow that was brought out as a result of Alex Ryman disappearing off into the gravel, it was a win for Flint Schuring. And Ariel Levy with second place, as he said, keeps him at the top of the championship. And Dirk Schouten finding traction where others hadn't, to finish in a very solid third place, and look forward to seeing them on the podium. I tried to tell you this about 3 times during the race. I was going to say about Dirk Schouten, he had set up a GoFundMe page. He ran this 100 kilometers in less than 24 hours to raise money for his season last year. He went on to win the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux Championship, having raised that money. And if you've got a moment, I would heartily recommend you check out the documentary he's put up on his YouTube page. It's quite moving, actually, just how much pain he went through just to get on the grid for last year, and it paid off because he won a championship. Very excited to see what he does for the rest of this year. Good, I finally managed to tell that story at about the 5th time of asking. We're now waiting for the drivers to make their way to the podium, and Piers will be waiting for us there in a few moments. So, in fact, before he goes to the podium, I think he might have a driver with him. So, back over to you, Piers.
Yeah, I thought while we're waiting for all of the podiums to make their way down the pit lane, we'll grab a word with some of the drivers who've made their way up here. And Mace Muller, we spoke to you in the lunch break. You're not the most experienced in these cars, but in the wet conditions, you managed to make it work.
Yeah, I already said it to you, right? If it's raining, there's a lot of chaos, and maybe I can get a few positions. So yeah, it was great in the rain. I felt very comfortable in the car, and I think, yeah, I couldn't be very much quicker than I did right now.
Amazing. I'm sure you're really, really happy with the great result, considering, again, considering you haven't driven these cars that much and conditions that tricky. Spoke to Josh Stanton, and he said it was like ice out there.
Yeah, it was so tricky especially on the racing line. I outbraked myself a few times as well. So I kept it on the track, but not always, you know.
And also it's tricky, no traction control, no ABS, and people at home might not understand quite how slippy a racetrack is compared to the road.
Without the ABS, like at home, look, some people drive their car without traction control and then it's all fun, like slidey and stuff, but without ABS, it's just scary.
It is. Mace, thank you very much for chatting to us. We'll let you get ready for the podium ceremony. I'm just going to check. Are we waiting any more drivers? One more. Who should we? We'll grab one more driver potentially, and if not, maybe we will just let's actually get the podium ceremony underway. So we're starting with the overall classification. We saw them finish on the circuit, but we are now going to have the podium. We've seen him already, we've spoken to him. Our 3rd place driver, the number 34 from the Netherlands, Dirk Schouten. Congratulations, Dirk. His first podium in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. 2nd place, our champion last year, Ariel Levy. He was content with 2nd place, wanted the win, but good result nonetheless. And our eventual winner, Flint Schuring. Flint, of course, driving for the Schumacher CLRT team. The Dutch driver is just getting ready, so we will now have the national anthem of the Netherlands. And now the trophy presentation. The third place trophy and champagne, or bubbly as it is, going to Dirk Schouten. Second place trophy and bubbly for Ariel Levy, last year's champion, current points leader in the championship. And then Flint Schuring wins the second round of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe in the sport classification. Overall, raises the trophy to the team, to the applause of the rest of the teams. We'll get a couple of photos, and then I believe, because it is the last race of this weekend, that bubbly may not remain in the bottles. And we're hoping for a nice big celebration from all three of these drivers. And here we go, the champagne. Brilliant. Congratulations to all three drivers. A really memorable moment when they get to spray the champagne on the podium. Makes the clean-up after the weekend in terms of laundry a little bit more difficult. But good to also see the camaraderie and the sportsmanship from those three drivers. And I'm hoping to grab a word once again with Flint Schuring. We grabbed a quick word with him after the race. Flint, if I could grab you back in. You can enjoy the champagne. The driving is done now. Yeah. Flint, just wanted to grab a quick word with you because you've made a big step forward this year. You know, in the wet conditions, you've showed your pace. Only 4 points behind Ariel Levy in the championship. You must be feeling pretty good for the season ahead.
Yeah, 1 over 4 rounds over, so and only 4 points behind, so all is to come. So yeah, let's see in Estoril what we can do there.
Amazing. And what are your hopes? You're hoping to take the championship fight to Ariel?
Yeah, definitely. That's, I think, the objective for this year.
And
winter.
Yeah, this winter. Well, it's a new year. It's a new year. Yeah. And also, let's talk about Schumacher a little bit. You know, you're working with them this year. Clearly, they gave you a good car.
Yeah, first time working with them this weekend, but they've given me an amazing car for this race. Yeah, quite unbelievable, but yeah, they really work hard and it shows.
Look forward to seeing what the season has in store for you. Flint, we'll let you celebrate with the team. Thank you so much and congratulations. Next up, we have the podium for the rookie classification. And in third place, we've spoken to him already, it's Maes Muller. Maes, the number 67 from the Netherlands, driving for PG Motorsport. In second place, the 919 from the Netherlands, Hjelte Höfner. Congratulations, Hjelte. He drives for MDM Motorsport. And in first place for the rookie classification, it is Chester Kiefer. Congratulations, Chester, winning the rookie classification in the sport division. He drives the number 88. He's from the Luxembourg, and we will now have the Luxembourg national anthem. Congratulations to our podium drivers. The trophy's being handed over by Lars Plato, series manager once again. Third place for Maes Muller, second place Hjelte Höfner, and our eventual winner in the rookie classification. And a great day for Schumacher CLRT, winning the overall race in race 2 and also the rookie podium. Congratulations, our podium drivers. The drivers will come together on the top step of the podium now for the obligatory photos. To mark this moment in history, I can see Hjelte has already got his very snazzy folding phone ready for the podium selfie, second of the weekend. A good start to his Porsche Sprint Challenge career with 2 podiums in the rookie classification. The rain falling not making it quite so easy for him to access the selfie function on the phone. Here we go. Trophies up, boys. Big grin. One more. Great job, guys. And final round of applause for our rookie podium in the sport division of the Porsche Sprint Challenge. Oh, here we go. And a last minute decision to spray the champagne. Congratulations, all three. Again, this is the rookie classification. These drivers, I'm sure, will be spraying much more champagne for the rest of their careers. Jelta making the most of this moment. And the final podium for the sport classification will be the Pro-Am division. And in third place, we have the number 3 from the Netherlands, Ziad Giris. Congratulations, Ziad, third place in the Pro-Am classification. Second place, the number 19 from the United States of America, Anthony Imperato. Congratulations, Anthony, driving for Ombra Racing. And our eventual Pro-Am classification winner, the number 1, 2, 3, once again from Finland, is Henri Tuomala. Henry driving for Team Korainen. We will now have the Finnish national anthem. Trophies once again for the Pro-Am classification being handed out by Lars Plato, series manager. Third place, Ziad Giris. Second place, Anthony Imperato. And our winner, once again, a double victory in Pro-Am for Henri Tuomala. Now just podium photo and champagne to go. I can see that Ziad already has champagne in hand, ready to get it on. Oh, none from the Pro-Am. Come on, guys. You're going to prefer to drink it. No worries. I completely understand that. So that concludes the sports division for the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, round 2. All that's left is the club division, and the rain is literally, as we speak, falling once again. It's going to be a tricky one. I'll let Brian talk you through the start of that.
Three races down, just one more race to go this afternoon in somewhat challenging conditions. I have to say the last podium was as entertaining as the race was, featuring a Jelta Hufner's phone and a lack of champagne in the Pro-Ams. But hey, it was all very good. And I think they want to get back in the drive because the rain is now coming down. We don't need to have a look at the tyres on these cars, do we? We know they are going to be running in wet weather tyres. It's the last race of the day, round 2 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2025 for the club division. We're on board there very, very briefly with Ajith Kumar, the superstar pro actor from India, who is at the wheel of the silver car, and he has a lot of cars in front of him, but there's a lot of gaps on the grid. We did see a fair bit of damage in the previous race, so a few less cars than maybe we had hoped for. If we can get through this one without a yellow or indeed a red flag, I will be somewhat surprised, but I'm prepared to be surprised. These are great drivers, real entertainers. If it was me, my heart would be racing as I sat on the grid. They are staring at an empty track in front of them. The rain lights are on. The cars sat silently at the moment with just the engines ticking over. And in just a few moments, they will start their formation lap. It will be, once again, a rolling start for the club division. To remind you that these cars do have ABS, unlike the previous race that we saw where the cars do not have ABS, these ones do. So perhaps a little bit of help under braking. We're going to need more than that for this, aren't there? It's Marabi Mekva-Bishvili. Great comeback in that last race. Starts on pole position with Felipe Wills alongside Andre Fernandez, Javier Ripoll Jr. Mixed races for them. They're on row 2. Angelo Fontana, Tobias Vasquez, and Reinhold Kran and Lee Mole. That's the first 4 rows of the grid. Jan-Jaap van Roon and Lennart Hinstra are on row 5, ahead of Alexander Dobik and Marcus Neuhofer. Eric Wagner and Patrick Cunha. Keep an eye on him, our pole sitter in the GT4 race. Then Dominic Bastian and David Harrison. I'm not sure if he's on the grid or not after a lot of damage in the previous race. Peter Sander and Ernst Inderbitzen are on the next row, and they're ahead of Eric Santos, Ajith Kumar, and then Kaspar Hockerboom and David von Rosen bringing up the rear of the pack. I think it was car 16 was at the very back. Evgeny Leonov, and I'll need Piers. Perhaps if you get a moment, Piers, you can just give me an update on what's happened to the Leonov car there. But an interesting grid in these slippery conditions as the cars circulate around. And Leonov, with a lot of work to do from there, on board with Philip Wills, and he has the cars in front of him with the rain lights burning through the mist. But a very mixed race for many of these front runners. And Morabi Mekvabishvili, he was having to fight his way through after an earlier stoppage, earlier spin, should I say, and he came back through the pack showing great pace, and he must fancy his chances from the front of the pack this time around. So the car's tiptoeing around in these wet conditions. Hopefully we'll get to find out what actually did happen to Evgeny Leonov, but by my calculations, he's starting somewhere at the absolute back of the pack. So the winner from the previous race, well, he looked very good, didn't he? And we'll see how he does from the very back of the pack, particularly in these tricky conditions. But pole sitter is going to be Morabi Mekvabishvili, and he will want to get a good run into that first turn. But Felipe Wills has proven to be a very useful customer in the racing. Javier Ripoll Jr. there as well, just loitering in the background, as is also the case for Tobias Vasquez. So lots of action still to come. 30 minutes plus 1 lap of racing is about to commence. Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2025 crosses the line for their second race of the day. Round 2 is go. The headlights blazing through the mist under braking into turn 1. Morabi Mekvabishvili did have a bit of a jump on Philip Wills going into the going across the start and finish line, but now Philip Wills takes the advantage into the lead of the race. Also there, Javier Ripoll Jr. challenging for that lead position. So the rest of the cars just tiptoeing their way around turn 3 and in towards turn 4. Really important just to keep it all pointing in the right direction. We need a bit of time to try and generate a bit of heat in the tyres, and look at Philip Wills already has broken clear of second place, and it's Javier Ripoll Jr.'s up into second. So Morabi Mekvabishvili has already dropped down into third place, and maybe deciding that discretion is the better part of valor in these slippery conditions. Better to finish in the places than end up turning it around and ending up with damage or indeed a non-finish. Tobias Vasquez in there as well. Angelo Fontana, haven't mentioned him, he's in the battle as well for positions. And there is the car that started stone last, Evgeny Leonov, fighting his way up through the pack already, and he has done a sterling job in just 1 lap. Javier Ripoll Jr., look at the visibility, there is none. Car number 91 staring at the rain light in front, burning through the mist, looking hard to try and get the right braking point. He doesn't want to miss that, he doesn't want to turn the car around. It is an absolute fingertip job driving these cars around. He is concentrating so hard. The number 91 car, Javier Ripoll Jr., in 4th place at the moment. Ahead of him is Andre Fernandez, and in fact, Fernandez is behind him. So Morabi it is Philip Wills in front of him. So Javier Ripoll Jr. up into 2nd place through the mist. So very, very difficult to tell which car is which in these conditions, because not only have we got rain and a slippery track, but now it's starting to get dark as well. Just the headlights blazing towards us. That very slippery downhill section into turn 1. 10 out of 10 for making it this far for all the drivers that have done so. At the moment, I believe it is Felipe Wills who's leading the way. I'm going to have to trust the timing screens here because I can't actually see the cars. Javier Ripoll Jr., what a job he is doing in car 91, up into second place, challenging Felipe Wills for the lead of the race. Marabi Mekbabishvili down into third place, but keeping it on the track, and that is what is important. There is Angelo Fontana, though, in the S1 Racing number 80 car, up into fourth place. He who dares wins in this, the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, in such challenging conditions. So here we go. There's Marabi Mekbabishvili, Angelo Fontana in the black and orange car behind him, tiptoeing his way around. Tobias Vasquez, he looked very useful in the previous race, so keep an eye on him. What a perspective we're getting from Javier Ripoll Jr. in the 91 car. Can he do anything about race leader Felipe Wills? He's going to give it a try, isn't he? So, single file at the moment. Drivers very wisely just keeping it together. Lead two cars have broken clear of third place Marabi Mekbabishvili by some distance. About 3.2 seconds as far as I can see between second and third place. So certainly mastering the conditions well. There is first the yellow and black car, Felipe Wills, and in the mist behind him will be Javier Ripoll Jr. There's your first and second. You can see that gap over third place now. Is that Marabi Mekbabishvili? I don't think it is. That looks to me like Angelo Fontana, who's found a route past and into third place. So S1 Racing, and there is a car going slowly. I can't see who that is either. You think the conditions are bad looking down. Imagine what it's like from the cockpit. But it's S1 Racing in second and third. We know that much at the moment with Javier Ripoll Jr. and Angelo Fontana. How are we doing in GT4? Well, at the moment, it is David Von Rosen who's leading the way in the GT4 category because I do not see treble 8 on the screen. So whether Patrick Kunhar didn't take the start or whether something has happened to him, but treble 8 not showing up on the timing screen as we see Tobias Vasquez now taking a position away from Marabi Mekbabishvili. So the next car to push through, and that is into fourth place. So our pole sitter going backwards through the pack at the moment. And Marabi Mekbabishvili just concentrating to try and keep it all on the track. And you think you've got to be brave to go over that blind crest when the weather's dry. Just imagine what it's like when the weather is wet. Javier Ripoll Jr. with zero visibility. Our cameras with just a little visibility as well. There is Marabi Mekbabishvili. He is in the all-black car there, the number 39 for Proton Huber competition in fourth place. Tobias Vasquez is in the number 121 car for Kramer Racing. And behind him is Alexander Dobik. We saw him for much of the previous race. This is going to be a long 24 minutes for many of these drivers. There are various incidents that are being noted by our race stewards, just keeping one eye on timing screens as well, just to make sure we're on top of any penalties that might arise. But a lot of the drivers just having to struggle, not to mention fighting for position, just struggling to keep it forwards. Right, there is Evgeny Leonov, the number 16 car, crosses the line in 7th place. What an astonishing job. The driver who won the first race this afternoon started stone last, and in just under 7 minutes has made it from last place through to 7th place, and is going to be challenging the front runners in just a few moments. He is so dialed in. He's up behind Alexander Dobik at the moment. But what amazing progress. We saw how quick he was from the front. We're seeing how quick he is from the back. And there is the 23 car getting turned around. Eric Wagner getting together with Dominic Bastian. The split has gone on the 23 car as well. You can see that hanging off. That is going to be disastrous, particularly in these conditions. And I would suggest that if Eric Wagner can get the car rolling, he's probably going to bring it into retirement. It's out at turn 3, but you can see there was damage to the car as well. Meanwhile, Ajith Kumar is up into 15th place, just keeping out of trouble. So he's doing a good job from there as well. There's Us Indebitson in the number 9 FAC Auto Tech car, also tiptoeing his way around the corner. And as we speak, who's that goes spinning? That is the Ajith Kumar number 28 car. So the wet conditions just getting the better of him. Just has he kept the engine running? I think he has. Selecting a gear, he gets to rejoin, but probably not the race that he was looking forward to when he arrived at the circuit this morning. Now, I'm hoping he can get the car together, because if he can't, he can get it running. I think he's up at turn 10. If he can't get it running, then we will end up with a caution. There, Marabi Bishvili now, unbelievably, the car that started on pole position being overtaken by the car that started stone last, and we're only 9.5 minutes into the race. What astonishing progress from Evgeny Leonov. We knew he was going to be quick, but to be that quick, now what can he do about the leaders? That is astonishing. Quickest man last time around was actually Javier Ripoll Jr. in 2nd place. He was some half a second quicker than Felipe Wills, our race leader. So we'll keep an eye on that 1.3 second gap. Good to see that Kumar's been able to rejoin, although the hazards are still flashing, but he is going to be absolutely stone last at the moment, and a lot of work to do if he wants to get back into a points-paying position with a little over 20.5 minutes remaining of this race. So looking at the car sliding, Felipe Wills, the view on board, just look at him. Look as he's just balancing the steering wheel. You can see he is using his fingertips, just sensing every movement of the back of the car. You see him fighting. He gets out onto the curb. There is no grip to be had on the paint. He needs to avoid anything that's painted at all. Look at him, just concentrating on that wheel. That's Alexander Dobic pointing in the wrong direction. So he's had a moment as well. Turn 8, I think that was. He's able to rejoin. As Eric Santos, he finished the last race somewhere towards the back, but he is in 17th place at the moment, so he's all okay. We continue to monitor the progress of Evgeny Leonov into 4th place, around past Tobias Vasquez. Now, can he get up with the leading cars? That is phenomenal progress. He's seems to be judging these wet conditions so well, but car number 16, for whatever reason, started in stone last, is now 1 position away from finishing on the podium. We haven't reached the halfway point of the race yet. We're only just past 1/3. Astonishing stuff from Evgeny Leonov. Now, just 13.2 seconds behind our race leaders. Can he get onto the podium? Well, there's confirmation. Fastest man on the track. You probably didn't need a graphic to tell you that. You can see the progress he's making. He's going even faster than Felipe Wills, who has an empty track in front of them. So that is really, really impressive stuff. So Felipe Wills leads Javier Ripoll Jr. by 1.985 at the moment, but you get the feeling this might all change. This is the view on board with Javier Ripoll Jr. Angelo Fontana, some way back from them, 8.4 seconds back. So Ripoll Jr. not with any pressure from behind at the moment, but again, having to concentrate, driving with his fingertips. There's a car that's had a spin. That's the number 8 car of Casper Hockerboom in the GT4 category. He was in 15th place, but you could see from the picture-in-picture that he'd had a bit of a moment. He's been able to rejoin, but it wouldn't have done his points scoring chances any favours at all. There's Dominic Bastian in the 45 car, the blue and white car. Currently 13th place, Lee Mole in the number 56 Team Parker racing car, just tracking his move. Back on board with Javier Ripoll Jr. You can see as it steers the car just how carefully he's having to tread. You can hear the sound of the engine the roar of that Porsche, change of the gears. Just hear that in the background. Leonov still going faster, still recording fastest laps, still closing in on this battle. Leonov now 1.8 seconds behind Angelo Fontana, 11.2 seconds back from the race leader. What can Evgeny Leonov do to catch up with Felipe Wills and Javier Ripoll Jr.? But he's got to get past Angelo Fontana first. He's still a couple of seconds back from him, but you get the feeling at this pace, and that's not even at the halfway point yet, that he is going to be with Fontana before too long. Astonishing progress, and there is a spin for Dominic Bastien. The car doing a double pirouette, still pointing in the wrong direction. He's managed to keep it out of contact from the barriers. Now, I'm hoping that everybody else coming around the corner is going to see that. The yellow flags will be furiously waving. That is a code brown moment for Dominic Bastien. There is no doubt about that when you see cars coming towards you in these conditions. Looks like he's been able to avoid any kind of collision. He's going to be able to rejoin, albeit a long way back. These drivers running absolutely on the edge. Javier Ripoll Jr. in that second place. You can see Felipe Wills up ahead of him, 1.6 seconds. I think that gap's probably come down a little bit. We'll let you know what it is next time they cross the start-finish line. At the moment, they're into turn 13. It's Jan Jaap van Roon in the 127 car. Right, Felipe Wills, our race leader. Look how hard he's having to work, keeping it together. 1.681 was the gap last time around, and 11.2 back to Evgeny Leonov. Let's see what it is now. 1.6, 11.2. Those are the two numbers we're going to be looking at when they cross the line next time around, and see whether the gaps have been closing up. Well, yes, 0.6 of a second from Javier Ripoll Jr. into Felipe Wills. What's the score with Evgeny Leonov? 9.095 seconds. So he's taken a couple of seconds out of the leaders as well. Leonov is going to be with the leaders before the end of this race if things remain as they are. So we've got a field that is compressing. Felipe Wills doing a sterling job, leading the way in these tricky conditions. Javier Ripoll Jr. closing in on him. There is third place, Angelo Fontana. Behind him, there is the car that started stone last, Evgeny Leonov in fourth place, now closing in on a podium position. Fourth place at the moment, our leading GT4 car, David Von Rosen. Good progress in ninth place, just pointing that out. There's Leonov, taking a completely different line into the corner, exploring the traction. Remember, he's got GT experience around this circuit already, but Angelo Fontana, a not inexperienced pilot, to use a double negative in his own right, but that podium position looking very much under threat because we're just over 14 minutes plus one lap remaining, and Evgeny Leonov is closing in on him very rapidly indeed. Our race leaders are up at turn 11 at the moment, and Leonov is just coming into turn 10. So they are all closing up. This is all looking for an absolute grandstand finish here. Race 2 of the weekend for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. And this is looking like it could be a spectacular finish. Felipe Wills at the moment leading the way. How long can he hold on for? Javier Ripoll Jr. a little over 1 second behind him. What's the gap going to be when they cross the line next time around? They're coming out of the final corner now onto the start-finish line. There is Leonov. So in the dark, in the mist, in the gloom, here comes Felipe Wills to cross the line. He stops the clock. Well, 1.2, so he's managed to respond to what Javier Ripoll Jr. is doing, but he has not responded to Evgeny Leonov. Now just 6.2 seconds off the lead. So have we seen the best from Javier Ripoll Jr. in second place? He's dropped back by about 0.3 from Felipe Wills. Angelo Fontana in that third place at the moment. We've got a yellow flag up at turn 7, so somebody's had a bit of a moment. In fact, 6, 7 and 8. So somebody has had a moment up there, but I don't want to take my eyes off this battle. That is the car that brought out the yellow flag. It was Casper Hockerboom in the number 8 in the GT4 category. Was in 17th place, is going to drop to the back of the pack now. But what is going to happen? 12.5 minutes, just under, plus 1 lap remaining. The leader, Felipe Wills, in the 912 car. There is Dominic Bastian, who is a back marker after that double pirouette that we saw just now. He will move out of the way. Wills will go through. Question is, has he slowed Wills enough for Ripoll Jr. to close in on him? Remember, it's 1.29 last time around. They're up at turn 11 at the moment. What wonderful stuff here from the club division of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. So we continue with Felipe Wills leading the way, the back marking Dominic Bastian in front of him, and that has allowed Javier Ripoll Jr. to close in. So Bastian hasn't been especially helpful in making way, and that has allowed Javier Ripoll Jr. to close in on the race leader. So what is going to happen here? We'll have one eye on that. We've also got an eye on some of these other battles. That's Lee Mole up behind Reinhold Kran. That is in 12th place. So where is our race leader at the moment coming out across the line? What is the gap? Wills crosses the line, half a second between first and second place. But look, Evgeny Leonov, 2.865 seconds back behind our race leader, and in between him and second place Ripoll Jr. is Angelo Fontana. The first 4 cars are on a different planet to everybody else. Tobias Vasquez in there as well, but then a massive gap back to Marabi Mekbabishvili. Now who's that that's going slowly? Is that Leonov? I'm not sure who that is. Going to see if we can zoom in on it. There is a car that was going slowly. It looks suspiciously like Leonov, but it might not have been. Here's Felipe Wills. There is Javier Ripoll Jr. There's Angelo Fontana. And it was Leonov. So Leonov looks to have had a problem. So he started from last. He closed in on the leaders, but Tobias Vasquez suddenly back into the lead battle because we've got a car static at the side of the track. That looks like that might be Casper Hockerboom again, who's had a moment. But what has happened to Leonov? He is a long way back. Clearly, he's overstepped the mark just one too many times. After such rapid progress, it looked like he was going to be with the leaders within a couple of laps, but now he has dropped a long way back. He is about 3 or 4 corners back from the lead battle at the moment, showing in 5th place. And now Javier Ripoll Jr. makes his attack on Felipe Wills. This is for the lead of the race. Wills has an open track in front of him at the moment. Looks like he's dispatched Dominic Bastian, so he's got a clear track in front of him. He's not got any spray, but Javier Ripoll Jr. is going to start running out of options here to take a move onto the lead. He's in second place, 0.556. That is your first and second. What can Javier Ripoll Jr. do to get past Felipe Wills? All these cars are running on the edge. To say that they could just find a little bit more would be extreme. They are on the edge already. You push it too far, you're going to come home with nothing. Into turn 1, Felipe Wills covering off the second place. Javier Ripoll Jr. dropping in behind at the moment in the background. Angelo Fontana, he knows that if these 2 cars get together or have a moment, he will be through into the lead. He's not out of contention. He is closed back in. Tobias Vasquez is some 5 seconds back down the road. So the 1, 2, 3 running together with 8.5 minutes remaining. Wonderful stuff here. Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe, Club Division. And we still have no clues about who the race winner is going to be. I think it's going to come from one of the 3. Is it going to be Felipe Wills? Is it going to be Javier Ripoll Jr.? Is it going to be Angelo Fontana? We'll find out in probably about 9.5 minutes, 10 minutes time, because there are 8 minutes on the clock, and then it will be the 1 remaining lap. Out towards turn 9 we go once again. Javier Ripoll Jr. trying to peer through the mist. The lights are blazing. The light around the circuit has long since faded. There is the lead battle. There is Angelo Fontana at the back of it. First, second, third, running absolutely together. No driver can afford to make a mistake. Make a mistake, your podium is going to be gone. David Van Rosen in 9th place, leading in the GT4 category. Casper Hockenberg dropped down to 19th as a result of those excursions that we saw. But our focus now entirely on the lead of this race. 7 minutes, about 7.25 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. First, second, third. Wills looks to have broken clear just a little bit. Javier Ripoll Jr. now no longer able to launch attack on the lead because he has got Angelo Fontana ready to jump if he sees a gap on the inside. Deep into the corner goes Javier Ripoll Jr. The two cars run side by side. It is a drag race along the pit straight, and it is second place to Angelo Fontana. It looked like he was going to be dropping out of this podium battle at one point, but suddenly he's dug deep and he's up into second place. That mistake from Javier Ripoll Jr. saw him going wide. That was the only invitation that Angelo needed. He's through into second place. Now 1.878 back from Felipe Wills. Can he do anything about the race leader? Can he close in with 6.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining? We will find out. Felipe Wills just holding it together. He's looking in his mirrors. He's saying, you guys, you fight amongst yourselves, chaps. I'm out of here. You can keep fighting because all that does, it allows me to break clear. That's what he's done. 1.878 now. 1.878 now, and Angelo Fontana can just about see him in the distance. Javier Ripoll Jr. trying to come back at him. This is the fight for the podium positions. This is the view on board of our race leader, Felipe Wills. A clear track still in front of him. There are no back markers anywhere near him. Meanwhile, the number 16, Yevgeny Leonov, has started to fight his way back. He's up into 5th place, but time is running out. Surely he's not going to be able to catch the podium finishers now. He's a long way back. He's in turn 8. The race leader currently in turn 11. Felipe Wills, 1.878 last time around. Next time we cross the start-finish line is going to be critical. There's a car that's stranded. That's Eric Santos. Hopefully he can get it moving. We want to see this race finishing under green-black conditions. That's at turn 15. That's a very fast corner. The yellows will be waving furiously. I think Santos has got it going. That's good news for all. And now the challenge coming here. Angelo Fontana to the inside of Felipe Wills. They come in towards turn 15. Wills just with his nose in front. Fontana appears to have more grip on the inside. The two cars are going to run side by side. This is for the lead of the race. Amazing bravery. Flat out towards turn 1 they come. Down the hill, under braking. Who is going to get there first? I think it's going to be Felipe Wills who gets into that corner first. Yes, it is. Angelo Fontana hasn't made it stick, but he's still got 4.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining to find a route past the car that's bright yellow and black in front of him. This is for the lead of the race. The Proton Huber competition car leading the S1 racing car. This is for first and second. Javier Ripoll Jr. a little way back now, 1.9 seconds back from the lead battle. Still the fights are going on further back. Suddenly Felipe Wills is in the traffic. He did have a clear track in front of him, but now they've caught up with the back markers. This could be the opportunity for Angelo Fontana to make another challenge on the lead. He's only got 4 minutes remaining, plus 1 lap. There is first, there is second, a back-marking car just in front of them. The light is starting to fade. This is an epic battle for race 2 of the day for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. On board with Felipe Wills. How hard dare he push? How hard must he get to the line? How far can he go without spinning the car? Because Angelo Fontana feels as though he's got nothing to lose. Looks like he's throwing caution to the wind as he tries to take the top step of the podium. The timer says 0.126 between first and second. You can see what the gap is between the leading cars. First and second through the mist. Javier Ripoll Jr. just a little bit too far back to get involved. That releases Angelo Fontana to make a challenge without leaving a gap. Look at the slide from Fontana under braking. Javier Ripoll, I think that was Ripoll going deep into the corner, certainly one of the cars behind, but that may have been the get out of jail free card that Felipe Wills needed. Fontana under braking, just losing the back end slightly. It's dropped him back. They crossed the line. The gap has gone up to just under 1 second. That's given Felipe Wills just a little bit of breathing space, but he's still got to hold on for another 2.5 minutes. Plus 1 lap, I beg your pardon. Angelo Fontana in the second place. We got a yellow flag at turn 10. Car stranded there. Excuse me. Oh, such an exciting race going on here. There is our race leader, and it's the 56 that is stranded, Lee Mole, who's up at turn 10. The yellow flags will be waving. Hopefully we can keep this race going under green flag conditions. Such thrilling stuff as the cars come down once again towards the Torrey VIP turn 5, our race leader. So 2 minutes remaining. It looks like Lee Mole has managed to get the car rolling again. So all good there. The yellow flags will lift at turn 10. We'll be back green, hopefully all the way, or will we? That is a Marabi Mekbabishvili into the barrier. Looks like he's made sizable contact. Only 1 minute and 3/4 remaining of this race. So Marabi Mekbabishvili, who had worked his way back up into 6th place, looks to be in the barriers, and that's up towards turn 5. So it looks as though his day is done. Less than 1.5 minutes remaining of this thrilling race. Still, Felipe Wills leads the way. Angelo Fontana, last time across the line was 0.932. He's closed the gap up a little. He made that mistake. Has he got anything left? Can he challenge any more? There is David Von Rosen, 8th place, leading in the GT4 category, as denoted by the white box around his number. He's got Leonard Hemstra just ahead of him. But we've got a full course yellow with less than 1 minute remaining of this race. The full course yellow is out. Surely this is going to be it. Felipe Wills is going to bring this car home, surely in the lead. He's still got to get it across the line, and that is why Dominic Bastian has made sizable impact with the fence. The number 45 car looking distinctly second-hand, stranded at the side of the circuit. That is also in towards turn 5. I wonder if that was something to do with Marabi Mekbabishvili, whether the two of them have got together. But with 25 seconds remaining on the clock, the full course yellow is out. Now the race has been confirmed, will finish under a full course yellow. So the race will not go back to green flag conditions. And I believe the next time around, Felipe Wills will see the checkered flag. So all he needs to do now is nothing stupid. He's still got to get one more lap in of this circuit without spinning. The race is still on, albeit at a vastly reduced pace. Overtaking is most certainly not allowed. But as long as these drivers don't make any mistakes, keep the concentration up for the last 4.653 kilometers, then this is the order they will finish in. It will be a win. Felipe Wills, Angelo Fontana, who took the battle to Felipe Wills. I'll be wondering about what might have been Javier Ripoll Jr., but for that mistake, may well have been in second place. Tobias Vasquez there as well. And Evgeny Leonov from the very back, still up into 5th place. On any other day, you'd say that would have been extraordinary. But when you consider that Leonov was potentially in the running for a race win from the back, I think he'd probably be disappointed with that, which is rather bizarre. The car that will win in the GT4, providing he can get it back again, David Von Rosen, 8th place overall. That is great driving from him. Let's just have a look up and down the pack at the rest of the cars. Andre Fernandez in there in 6th place. Lennart Hemstra in 7th. Jan Van Roon in 9th ahead of Alexander Dobic. Then 11th place, Reinhold Kran. Lee Mole in 12th place ahead of Ernst Instablitzen. Peter Sander in 14th ahead of Eric Santos. Eric Wagner in 16th. And then we've got the cars that, we saw Mekbabishvili in trouble earlier on. Kasper Hockerboom looking good for 2nd place in the GT4 category. What a dramatic race, and a shame we couldn't go all the way under green flag. Having said that, green flag has just come up on the screen. So the cars just coming round the last few corners, but we've suddenly gone green despite the fact everybody is saying it's going to finish under full course yellow. I think the green might not be correct because I believe there is a medical car out on the track. So cars still circulating at a reduced speed and into turn 15 for the very last time. What a drive. Felipe Wills, he had everything thrown at him, but he kept his cool when everybody else was losing theirs. He kept the car pointing in the right direction. He didn't overstep the mark. He fought off a number of attacks, and now his effort is going to be rewarded. It's going to be a win for Felipe Wills in car 912 through the darkness as nighttime descends at the Portimão circuit. The checkered flag will be waiting for Felipe Wills. He flashes the lights, crosses the line at a full course yellow speed to receive the checkered flag. Brilliant stuff. Angelo Fontana practically pushed across the line by Javier Ripoll Jr. That's your 1, 2, 3, your podium finishes. Next across the line, Tobias Vasquez. And then we wait for Evgeny Leonov. And he, well, drive of the day would be said by some. But Felipe Wills, that was an astonishing drive as well. He had so many drivers attacking him, but he didn't lose his head. He just kept it together and he brought it home for a race win. And you could see him celebrating in the car. Leonov through into 5th place, and he will be there thinking, well, that could have been a podium. That was very nearly a podium. Of course, it wasn't in the end. It was a very, very good 5th place. Then Andre Fernandez across the line next. That is in 6th place ahead of Lennart Hiemstra. And he comes home in 7th place. Then David Von Rosen, who will be the winning GT4 car, assuming he can get it across the line. Still waiting just for confirmation that 223 is across the line. I think he is now any second, and he will win in the GT4 category. Wow, great stuff from the Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe, Club Division. Absolute entertainment. We've had 4 races today. All of them have been thoroughly entertaining. If you've missed any of them, wind it back on the YouTube. They're going to be up there for all to see. Brilliant stuff. Now, Tobias Vasquez in that 4th place for Kramer Racing, just to make sure that that is logged as well. Alexander Dobic home in 10th place. We're still waiting for some of the cars to come across the line. Reinhold Kran, we're still waiting for him in 11th place to cross the line. Then it'll be Lee Mole in 12th place. Very challenging conditions and something to really test these drivers. Here comes the 28 car. Great that he's made it to the end. Ajith Kumar. The many fans from India who have tuned in to watch will be delighted with an 18th place finish. And just getting to the end is a win in itself in conditions such as these, on a track as slippery as this. As we see Cruz just getting the Dominic Bastian car loaded on to the truck, ready to take that back to the garage. And the teams will set to work on that. Hopefully we will see all of these drivers at Estoril, and that is in a few weeks' time, 8th of February to be precise. We will be regathering in Estoril for the next 2 rounds of this remarkable series. We just wait for the cars now to make their way back. So Felipe Wills, the race winner, the Belgium driver, and he was 2nd in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe last year. He won at Estoril. He had a 6th and a 4th place at Valencia the year before. Last year was in Porsche Sprint Challenge Benelux. And he also guested in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux in 23 as well. Let's have a look at the result. Felipe Wills, Angelo Fontana, Javier Ripoll Jr. That's your 1, 2, 3 ahead of Tobias Vasquez. Evgeny Leonov into 5th place from the back ahead of Andre Fernandez. Lennart Hiemstra in 7th ahead of David Van Rosen, who wins in the GT4 Cup. Great job there. Jan-Jaap van Roon is next as the graphic disappears ahead of Alexander Dobic and Reinhold Kran, and Limo rounding out the top 12. Right, let's have a look here. I think all of the drivers who finished on the podium must be absolutely buzzing. There is Philippe Wills, just receiving congratulations from the Proton Huber team, who do an amazing job preparing these cars. And understandably delighted, a real test of man and machine. The weather, the challenge. Angelo Fontana, I've watched him race a few times in the past. I have not seen a drive quite like that from Angelo Fontana. The S1 racing driver really showing his skills in these tricky conditions. And Javier Ripoll Jr. in the number 91, also for S1 Racing. Good that those two didn't get together, finishing in the podium positions. So the cars and the drivers in Parc Fermé offering their congratulations. Philippe Wills, understandably, big smile. And that's Javier Ripoll Jr. Receiving congratulations from Piers, who's down there in the pit lane. And I think he's going to have a word with our race winner. So over to you, Piers.
Yes, down here with our race winner, Philippe Wills. Philippe, congratulations. What a hard-fought win. I bet that you've won a few races in your time, but I bet none were as hard-fought as that one.
It was the hardest, yes. Because I had aquaplaning, the car is slided everywhere. I always have to catch it. And I thought, yeah, the other guy was coming. So, and because of the cars we doubled, they stopped me, so it was very difficult to pass them. But I want to thank a lot of guys who supported me, especially Vasilis, a good friend, my engineer. He's a very good engineer, 100% motivated. Glenn, Willem van Kleef, my mentalist, and Vincent van der Valk. And now this team, they did a very great job to put the setup for the rain, for the dry, for everything. So I'm happy. I worked 6 months for it, and I'm very happy now that I won the race here. I didn't think it would happen, but I think this is the hardest circuit for me. The other three will be, I think, for me, better.
We can see how much it means to you, and we can see how hard you've been working, because the heat.
I forgot something.
The heat.
I want to thank especially my very lovely wife. She supported me so hard. So
amazing. Amazing. Philip, we can see how hard you've been working, the steam coming off your head. Brilliant. Anyway, congratulations, an amazing victory. Well done. I'm going to grab a word with our two Est Racing drivers, S1 Racing. First of all, in second place, we had Al Fontana. Mr. Fontana, if you can grab a word with him. I'm just going to butt in here. Can we grab a quick word? Sorry to bring you out in the rain. What a difference a few hours can make.
Yeah, it's true. The rain. Yeah.
We saw, I was in your garage during race number 1 for the club division earlier. Contact, race over. The team worked really hard to get the car back on circuit, and then an excellent drive from yourself to nearly so close to getting victory.
I was looking to take first place, but it was hard. This guy did it really well. So at the end, full cold yellow, and it didn't help me.
No, but a great result for yourself to bounce back, and a good job from the team, of course, a double podium.
Of course, I'm really happy for the team. For everything.
Amazing. Well, we'll let you celebrate the team, and I'll grab Javier Ripoll Jr. Javier, another great race from yourself. So, at times it looked like you were going to win, then you dropped back, and it must have been dramatic in the car.
Actually, increased the rain. The rain increased a lot on the middle sector, and I started losing it. Then we got some traffic, and Angelo drove super well, and he got us. And I wasn't able to pass him. Angelo couldn't. I mean, Phillips drove amazingly in the rain. So, but the last turn was completely reverse crossing the thing. So, but it's good. It was fun.
I've got a question. We were chatting when we were watching the pro class, and we were talking about whether you're going to be left foot braking or right foot braking. Talk to us a bit about that.
I did right and left. I mean, both feet. Both feet. Yeah.
Depending on the corner.
Depending on the corner. Now, a couple parts you have to go both, and other ones, the hard breakers you have to do the right. But that's it. I mean, it worked fine.
Yeah, because I remember you said to me that you've been working on. You're used to driving and braking with your right foot, and you've been moving to the left. And this race, you did a bit of both.
I made a seat, so it's easier to use both sometimes because the seat faces to the right.
Amazing. Javier, great result for yourself, great result for the team, and we'll see you on the podium very shortly. Brian, we're going to make our way up to the podium, so we'll let you talk through the highlights of what was an epic Club Division Race 2.
Indeed it was. Thank you very much, Piers. Let's have a look again at what was an astonishing race, an astonishing display of skill in conditions. Well, you or I, we would have been parked up, wouldn't we? But these drivers are absolute gladiators in the arena. And it was the gladiator, Marabi Mekvabishvili, who lost the lead to Felipe Wills in the very first corner of this race. And Philippe never looked back from there, but the fights went on up and down the pack. We saw Marabi Mekvabishvili then having to defend very hard from Tobias Vasquez, another driver who had conquered the conditions. But what about Evgeny Leonov, starting from stone last, fighting his way up into fourth place before a moment saw him then dropping all the way back and then fighting forwards again as we look at a replay of him with Tobias Vasquez running side by side, but Leonov finding grip where everybody else seemed to lose it. One driver losing the grip was Dominic Bastian. You saw the car pirouetting, and it was going to be a fairly sizable impact later on. It was going to bring a premature end to the race. The very popular Ajit Kumar also there as well, experiencing very, very testing conditions and showing extremely well. Alexander Dobic was very much in the fight all the way through the race and eventually came home in 10th place. There was Dominic Bastian. He was a back marker when Philippe Wills was trying to get his way past, and that allowed Javier Ripoll Jr. to close in on the race leader, but was not able to make a move that would stick. And there, Alexander Dobic challenging Ajit Kumar for position. The number 28 car out along the pit straight. Took an awful lot of bravery for these drivers just to keep their foot buried on the floor as you headed into that heavy braking of turn one. What a fight we had, first for second and then for the lead. The main drivers in it, Felipe Wills leading the way, Angelo Fontana and Javier Ripoll Jr. It was a fantastic battle, a clean battle. It's why we love Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And it was the win for Felipe Wills. Such a reward for such a hard-working afternoon. The smoke coming from his head afterwards in Parc Ferme told a story all of its own. It was a proper workout for Felipe Wills. Angelo Fontana, delighted, seems to relish these wet conditions and will no doubt be doing his rain dance as we head towards Estoril on the 8th of February for rounds 3 and 4 of this wonderful championship. So now we're going to head back down to Piers once again for our final podium of the afternoon.
Thanks very much, Brian. Well done in that race, because there was a lot to talk about and not much visibility. But we're now on the podium, the results for this race. And to start with, we're going to have the AM classification, which was an absolutely thrilling battle. But in the end, it was the number 91 from Venezuela who came third, Javier Ripoll Jr. Congratulations, Javier. Another podium. He's an experienced driver in this championship. Second place. Also for the S1 racing team, second place, Angelo Fontana. A great comeback from him after a very difficult race one. And our winner, Philippe Wills. Philippe driving for the Proton Huber competition team. The Belgian driver taking victory, and we will now have the Belgian national anthem. Now the trophy presentation. First up, third place, Javier Ripoll Jr. receiving his trophy from series manager Lars Plato. Second place, Angelo Fontana, also from Venezuela. Not often we have two Venezuelans on a podium, but great to see that. And then the Belgian winner, Philip Wheels, very hard for victory. A great race from all three of those drivers, and they raise the trophies aloft. We'll see if they're going to spray the champagne after the photos, because they're already wet, so they might as well get extra wet with some champagne. We'll see what goes on here. Javier Ripoll Jr. going for it. A trophy's gone, and the champagne being sprayed. Not the first time for these guys, as you can tell. Just as professional on circuit as they are at spraying champagne. Congratulations to our Pro-Am, or Am classification, my apologies, Am classification for the round 2 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And the final podium of this round. The final podium of this round will be the GT4 classification up in a moment. Not the most populous class, however, nonetheless, the drivers deserving of their podium. And it was in second place, Kaska Hogaboom. Hogaboom. Onto the podium, please. In second place. And in first place, from Germany, David von Rosen. Congratulations, David. I believe his first race weekend, taking a victory. What a dream that is. Brilliant, brilliant racing. I mean, they both did well to manage the conditions out there. As you can see, the rain falling just as heavy now as it was during the race. And the darkness is descending in Portugal. Congratulations to our podium once again, and we will be having the German national anthem in just a moment, I believe. Yes, German national anthem will be played now for David von Rosen. David has a flight to catch, unfortunately. So David has run off. So therefore, we won't be having the national anthem of Germany. However, that brings to a close what has been an absolutely outstanding start to the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, rounds 1 and 2 in both the sport and club classifications here from Portimão, Algarve circuit. It's been great. We started off the morning in sort of light conditions, and we ended the day in rain, but the racing was scintillating nonetheless. Thank you very much to Brian Oliver for talking us through all of the action today in the commentary box. Thank you also to all of the marshals who have been out on circuit in these horrible conditions, and the camera operators for Alpha Live as well. We hope you've enjoyed the broadcast today, and please do join us again for rounds 3 and 4 from Estoril on the 8th of February. Thank you very much, and goodbye.